If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. With the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kmt and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on a
that's
command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my?
So when
Are
people
you
run,
refusing? Are you refusing?
that's not even, hey,
Are you
son,
refusing to answer the question?
scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's the
this
very
app.
funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads
mind.
the same time. It's this is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kmtites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads the
mind.
same time. It's
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kmtites.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
They. No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him. They did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Peace, mic check. Peace, mic check. I'll check the room and see who can hear me. Let's check the room and see who's in the room today. It's going to be, I already took a peek at some of the questions that came in. It's going to be, especially the grand finale. It's going to be crazy today. Let's see. That's 111 if you can hear me. Excellent. Let me fix something here. All right, let me check the room now. Now I got to check the room up closer. Ready, Osiris? Ready? Ready? Check this room and see who's here. We're about to. It's going to be good today, as always. All right, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. We have Danny Salinas That's like the first one in the room. Donkey. I haven't seen Donkey in a long, long time. Danny Selena says, peace to the gods and Lord Tehuti. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to you. Let's check it out. Who else is in the room today? Let's see who we got. RPM is in the room. Shout out RPM. Shout out RPM. You okay, Osiris? Sorry about that. All right. Unki and Maat, one of the moderators. Manny Asep Mur, other moderator here on deck. Okay, Jody Southworth. Shout out to Jody. It's Manny Asep Mur says, please get ready for mind-blowing answers again and again. Yes, yes, yes. We got Arcad Infinite, the main speaker on the team. We got Squano. This must be Squano trending. Gotta be. There can't be two people named Squano. It's such a unique name. Squano must be Squano trending. Shout out to you, Squano trending. Peace to you, Squano trending. We got the oldest schoolian, not the younger one, but the older one. Shout out to you. We got Jamie OX, who's been with me since before the podcast even started. Shout out to you. We got Kmt Heru Hancock. Shout out to you. Peace. Kmt Heru Hancock. Master K. We gotta find out what that K stands for. Master K. Shout out to you. Let me fix this lighting a little bit. And we got the one and only man that's gonna have his name in about 22 days, maybe 20 days. We got AJ Super Mogul. Peace to all the light beings. Shout out to you. Peace. John Nice. I like that name right off the bat. John Nice. John Nice. Janika. Janicia. I don't know. I like the job part. Janika. That's an interesting name. Fire. Blazing it up. Fire. Janika. Maybe it's like a play on words like Janika, the name Janika. Janika. Shout out to Janika. I haven't seen that name before, but we welcome all the brand new people in the Podclass. Here's a name. Breen Frank. Been here for a while. Shout out to Breen Frank. Peace and blessing to everyone. Salute to Tehuti. Shout out to you. E Manifesto says, Hotep. Manifesto, you're going to love it tonight. Kmt. The Grand Kmt. Peace of mind to Tehuti, moderators, and the Podclass. Let's elevate times 72. That's right. Peace to you, Kmt, one of the greatest donators, one of the greatest attendees, one of the greatest question askers, who's in class every week, I believe. He's may have missed 2 classes in the whole year, maybe. Shout out to Stephen E., the first person to ever have a one-on-one with me since I had the podcast, and he's the very first person. Shout out to you, Stephen E., with the always donating, always supporting, always asking questions. He's the one that asked that question about Buddha, which actually sparked, what's that brother's name? Eduardo. Big Vapes. The Patah Buddha question really hit Big Vapes hard. Shout out to Stephen E. for asking the question. Beautiful thing about the Podclass is that you can ask a question, send in a question, and other people are highly affected by your question. And they may have had the same concern. They didn't even know it. That you're going to ask and you don't even know they have a concern. And the one person does it and 20 people are affected. It's a beautiful family. Let's go. We got Maurice Wallace, been here from the beginning. He's been here from a long time. Maurice Wallace, shout out to you. Whatever happened to XA? My brother XA, also known as Sal Vega. Is that Maurice too? I don't know. He had a couple names. Shout out to Ascari. Ascari, you're going to love it tonight. Somebody sent in a question about Noble Drawlee, Freemasonry. Who is that? Stranger. Where's Stranger? Stranger here? Somebody contact Stranger. He has the grand finale question in. And I see a bunch of other awesome donations have already come in from before the class started. Shout out to Ascari. Robert Williams. It's surprise for you, something that was asked long time ago, and I was looking for you in a room, in the room for I think 2 pod classes. I think there was 2 you weren't there in the early beginnings, or maybe you didn't make it, and I had asked you to come up to the front to explain a question you sent in a while ago. It was about without Jesus there's no family, and I wanted you. It wasn't even a question; it was just a statement. I wanted you to elaborate what the scenario was that caused you to type that. If it was a family conversation, but I want to address that tonight because after that, I actually forgot about it. So I remember that question today, and I said, let me go ahead and address that. That's going to be, the answer is going to hurt a lot of people. It's going to wake up a lot of people. The answer is going to be, I have to censor. I'm going to have to censor some things. All right. We got everybody in the room. FSK, mic check 1, 2. Bring that snake out. Yeah, we got it around my neck. Going to introduce him in a moment. It is FSK, brand new name. I haven't seen that name before. Shout out to FSK. Probably maybe a new name for somebody who's been here. Shout out to FSK. He has the flyer. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Bring the snake out. Yes, and he put the snake and the fire. Robert Williams says, what is this here? Oh, the snake and the fire. Robert Williams says, Maat Hotep, peace to the gods, peace to the gods, peace to the gods. Yep. Zep Tepi Slim, also known as Anthony Drain, sends in a donation before every class. Every once in a while, I have to look close because his donation will have a question, but he usually just sends in a donation every class. All right. That is Zep Tepi Slim, also known as Anthony Drain. Shout out to AJ Super Magoo. Much love and respect to Saba Tehuti. Yep. We got Ika Kepara. You're going to love it. Shout out to you, good brother. He's also one of the greatest donators. He's right there with Kmt 101. He always sends large support that keeps the Tehuti Podclass running. Wonderful. Let's go. That's Ika Kepara. All right. Kmt says, hit the thumbs up button, family. All right. We got Scribe, one of the moderators, Technician, the technique man. Don't sweat the technique. It says, Hotep Podclass. Hope everyone has had a great week. I've had a very magical one. Very, very magical one. Jay says, where is Commission Adept? I remember him. Commission Adept, the measure. Let me tell you about the measure. It's on the manifest. So, wonderful. Shout out to Commission Adept. That brother just creates stuff, man. Commission Adept. That was a fun debate I had with him. That was a really fun debate. Shout out to Jay. I remember Commission Adept. The measure, the manifest. All right. Kmt says, Tehuti only got 2,800 subscribers. YouTube suppresses my aunt. All right. We got Greg Phillips L. That reminds me of a brother I used to know. That has to be the same brother. No way you could have two. Greg Phillips L. was a brother from the debate group I was in, and he was a good brother. He I don't know what happened to him, but he was in the. I used to talk to him all the time. If it's the same brother, Greg Phillips, from the Lions Den, and then he was also in Ampu Crew, and I believe the same brother who he requested or got me an interview with Information Age, or gotta be him. But shout out to Greg Phillips if that's you. If it's not you, shout out to you nonetheless, Greg Phillips L. He did say one time, long time ago, there was an L on his name. Shout out to Greg Phillips. Shout out to you, Greg Phillips. All right. Oh, it's the same. He said it's the same brother. I haven't seen him in a year or so. Shout out to Greg Phillips. Shout out. Yeah, that was a great interview. I remember that. That was really good. Shout out to Greg Phillips. Interesting avatar. I can't make that out, but I'm going to blow it up to see what that is. Lamonte with always the great questions and the great support. Lamonte reminds me of where his questions in mind are like an earlier version of me, an earlier version of the exact things I used to study or I was interested in and teaching in '93. He has a question about Allah being the moon god. That was a great class. But it was about Nana Sin, and I remember I used to be interested in that. Well, still interested if I'm asked, but same kind of mind frame. Shout out to the good brother Lamonte. I like his questions. His questions remind me of things I was teaching back in '94. Peace to you, my good brother, which people don't even, the things I was teaching in '94 are actually things that are not popular right now. So it's good Lamonte is bringing them back up. Shout out to you, Lamonte. Vinny, he changed his name to V/Ini, V/Ini/E, Black Lodge. Shout out to you, Vinny Black Lodge, another good supporter, and he's also a moderator on the Kill 3 show. And shout out to the good brother. I think he's a moderator. Yeah, he's over there. I believe he's a moderator. Shout out to, I love this name, Maat, daughter of Ra. Shout out to Maat, daughter of Ra. Peace and blessings. Awesome name. Shout out to you. And who's here? Oh, look who's here as right on schedule. Chris MVP Harris. Shout out to you. Hey, Chris, I saw you. Chris is another. Chris reminds me of. Oh no, Chris is great. Chris is good, man. I've been in this for so many years, so long that when I see a lot of things, it just reminds me of things I've been through, like in '93, and talking to the hard-headed people, and I saw a clip of him talking to the Black Jesus guy, and so crazy. I don't even know. No way. I'm so glad. I want to tell everybody that I'm so happy that I debated all those people and won, and I'm out of that frustrating talk back and forth and people just disingenuous. I'm so happy I just got my wins and got out of that life. I saw the craziest conversation between the brother Chris and the brother Black Jesus, who I told everybody on Twitter that I only talk to Black Jesus again barefoot in the dojo. So there's no way I'm gonna be talking to that guy. I saw Chris trying to tough it out. The man's talking about his haircut and his all type of personal craziness. But shout out to Chris Harris. Chris, I like you used that question. I saw you asked a question also on one of the Sun Letters. It was actually a question that was my debate with Zion Lex, and it was a question I never heard anybody ask before, and I was been asking it for years. And I saw you ask and stump everybody. You said, can you please present a first-hand account of anyone saying that they were Hebrews? Everybody was stuck on the panel. Shout out to Chris Harris. I like watching that stuff because it's good. It's good. Cogs flowing and waking up the people. Shout out to Chris. Oh man, I can't talk to that Black Jesus guy though. Shout out to Chris Harris. Andromeda Miserabilis. Shout out to you, my good brother. RPM says Black Jesus is a character. I can't have a conversation. There's a difference between an ignorant pastor and people that are just liars. I'm not. That turns me off. I have to take it. I'm too innocent for that. I just won't. I think everybody. I assume everybody's for the truth. If you get caught, if you get stumped, or you don't say something right, or you don't know something, you're supposed to say, "Thank you, brother. I didn't know that. Let me add that to the repertoire." But the disingenuous to keep arguing. I don't know that world. I don't understand I don't know that side. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. So it just makes me think that brothers really just want to spar in the dojo. So it's either deal with logic or we're doing the 100 kilo. But anyways, shout out to everybody here in the Tehuti Podclass. James Dalbeck, that's another name I don't think I've heard. Shout out to you. Good day, James Dalbeck. Oh, Vinny said he still is. Shout out to Vinny. Nice. And shout out to everybody in the Podclass. We're about to get started, everybody. Let me introduce the Tehuti Podclass. And wait a minute, am I missing somebody? Oh, Robert says my memory is good. Pretty good. I do a lot of things to enhance my memory, things that people think is crazy. I remember for a long period of time I used to sleep with my head hanging upside down so that blood could rush to my brain. I used to do all type of rituals and interesting things to alter myself. So I'm glad I have the memory I have now. Chris Harris, I'm good. He asks, peace, bro. How are you? I'm good. I've had a lot of magic happen this week. I'm very, very good. Okay, everybody. Cash Peden, shout out to you. And if Raphael Gary's in the room, Raphael, I actually answered all of your questions last week. I didn't see you. But the last questions you sent in, I actually answered them 2 at a time, and that covers 8 questions. So I actually covered all your questions. We're going to go ahead and get started with the Tehuti Podclass because it's going to be great. There's a lot of people supporting and donating. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Before we get into anything, I want to tell everybody, the new people and the old. Of course, the old people already know this, but for the new people, I follow a system that I live daily by, that my ancestors called Maat, which means to perceive, examine, inspect, and it also means truth, because your examination and digging into the root of something gives you good perception. And if you have good perception, you can decipher the truth from falsehood. So thus, the word Ma'at eventually ends up meaning the truth. But it's really the word examine, and the term of it is shown with an I and a Ma'a symbol, which digs in the ground. And it means to dig and examine for the truth. So because I follow an actual system, you're going to find that I'm not like the other YouTube channels that are just arguing, screaming. Their religion is literally just to be against somebody else. My way of life is that of peace. I live it in my family, my circle. I eradicate non-peace and isfet from my surroundings, and I keep peace within my surroundings. And because of that, I actually begin off with what we call the affirmation. The affirmation, which is actually spreading worldwide. It's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, and it's somewhere else, which I'm going to show after this. Interesting place. But let's go ahead and do the affirmation. One moment, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation. Let me pull something up here. One moment. 25th, November 25th. November 18th. One moment, everybody, bear with me. Just looking for something really quick. No problem. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull the affirmation up. Start with the affirmation and then start this beautiful class. Here it is. You can say it after me or say it in your mind or just read it or send a question if you have a question about it. Here's how I begin my morning when I wake up every morning with my goddesses. And this is how I begin my family meetings. This is how I begin my family classes. And this is how I begin the podcast. Let us begin. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki em Maat un ms nintet aset em Maat min hebapet em Maat her en hu kiui per e kut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation, ladies and gentlemen, that I put together from phrases in the Per Haru. And the affirmation is actually getting out there. It's on people's Facebooks. It's on people's Instagrams. And I showed this at the end of the class, but many people were asleep. So I'm going to go ahead and show this again, that where the affirmation is. Let me see if I can pull this up. I saw this last week and found it very interesting. It reminded me of the movie V for Vendetta. And let me see if I can find it. Let me see here. Let's see if I can find it. Very interesting place. I saw the affirmation, and it was not on social media. Let me go ahead and do this. I'll show this since everybody's here. I showed it at the end of last week's class, but I will show it here now that everybody's here. So the affirmation is spreading so strongly that we have the affirmation now popping up. Where? Popping up on the streets as graffiti. My affirmation, Anki and Maat, popping up, spray painted over Jesus' face in a city. Jesus, I trust in you. And that person definitely did not trust in Jesus because they spray painted over him, Anki and Maat. So the affirmation has reached the graffiti stage on the streets. Shout out to who did that. Interesting. And there's the affirmation. Now spray painted. Okay. Just wanted to show everybody that. It was very interesting. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We got Boss Fee in the building. Boss Fee, peace to the Podclass. That's one of the biggest donators ever. Shout out to Boss Fee. We got Shannon South Ard, the only consistent sister, really, that's in the Mednetter class, donating, participating. I don't know where all the women and sisters went, but Shannon Southard is the last of the supportive, donative, participating Maat class, going to the Sunday study group. She's the last of the Mohicans, as they call them, the last of the sisters. Shout out to you. Okay, we got the king in the building. Blessings, everyone, to the king. Kmt says, bombing Maat graffiti bombing. Commission says, bombing Maat graffiti on all the lies. Nice. Okay. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Let me go ahead and explain to the new people. Godmind is in the building. Shout out Godmind, who's always giving me shout outs in different on different stages, different what are they called? Platforms, different YouTubes. I see him shout me out, and shout out to Godmind. Shout out to you, my good brother. Godmind, who's very combative and debative on the other channels. When he comes here, he is a great student because he realizes the difference in frequency, and he doesn't hear all those lies that's going on everywhere else, and he sees the difference. So shout out to Godmind. Shout out to Godmind. They try to ignore you, Saba, but they know who you are. Who's that? The people in the other the other chats? Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, the warrior, team member, team leader, actually. Okay, and hey, there's a sister. We got a sister here. We got Naiya Ninti. So we got daughter of Ra, Naiya Ninti. Who was in Jody in here? But Shannon is definitely holding it down. Now, let's go ahead and discuss what the Tehuti Podclass is all about, and then we can get started. So first off, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for, I don't know. I've been a teacher for is it over 30 years, a long time. Breaking the Matrix. I am a breaker of the Matrix. Let me move this out of the way so you can see that. Breaker of the Matrix. That has been my title since I've been actually teaching out of the Matrix books since 1994, I think. A good brother, one of the brothers on here actually found the Matrix book. I think it was Cash Peden. One of the brothers found the Matrix books that I used to teach from, and they're starting at $500, and one is $550. I'm gonna go ahead and start selling them for like $200. But anyways, I've been teaching breaking the Matrix before the movie Matrix ever came out. I was teaching about breaking out of the Matrix from 1994 or so, and I've been doing so since then. On my hat, all the way from Zimbabwe, what they call South Africa, is Neith. She's a unicorn spider, almost as big as the hat, and she represents quantum, specifically photonic entanglement, the weaving together of invisible forces that hold the universe together, as the Kmetians taught. And the goddess's name was Neith. So I carry animals around me that represent the Neter, just as the Neter did, and just as the people in Kemet did. That's why you see the statues of the Kmetians and Neter as animals. And the language of the Medu Neter is about 95% animals and wildlife. On my neck, which you've probably never seen before if you're new, probably never seen this in real life, this is Osiris. Osiris is my male anaconda. His mate is over there in their house, and her name is Ba'ast Sekhmet. She's not coming out today. It's Osiris coming out. And he's all the way from South America, around the Brazil area. And he is a anaconda, a real anaconda. Probably only seen one in the movies and in the intro to my Podclass. And this is one of the reasons why I call my style when I debate and talk to people the snake style, because the anaconda has one swift move and then it moves very slow after that. And each breath you take out and each movement you make, it squeezes in until you finally collapse and you've lost the debate or the battle. The anaconda is literally the strongest snake to do that of all the constrictors. And actually the most famous of all the constrictors, the anaconda. The only one they actually make movies about. So this is my anaconda, and they bring peace to me because they represent what I just explained they represented. So off of that, we're going to move on to the explanation of what the Podclass is about. Shout out to Dreamwork. That's an awesome name, especially what I give my goddesses every week, Dreamwork. Shout out to you. And so the Tehuti Podclass is a class set up because I used to teach in the public for a long period of time until I went into private, because when I was teaching in the public under a certain organization, some of them found out that I was using information that was in the Matrix books, which actually corroborated with what we were all teaching. I just didn't like saying something without showing the news article, the scientific experiment, and the books that were out may not have had those things, but the Matrix book did. So I was teaching and using the news articles and scientific experiments, documentations out of the book called the Matrix series. Because of that, the people in the organization got extremely upset with me, and they came to burn my Matrix books with torches. Needless to say, I had to leave those surroundings because it was no longer safe for me. As the teacher told me, it is not safe for you around here anymore. So I had to leave that surroundings, and I left that organization, went and studied business, economics, and finance, and brought that back to the organization by taking people off the streets, taking people out of living in cars, and taking people from a homeless environment, teaching them how to open up LLCs, trust companies and corporations, and how to have their money in a private situation so that they don't get taxed as a regular person, and how to flip properties in real estate. I took a team of the brothers from that group, and we formed a real estate team. I formed a real estate company called the Empire Estates, and I put a bunch of those brothers on my team and made them tens of thousands, and moved them into my house. One of them stole my Matrix books. 2 of my Matrix books were missing. And anyways, so what happened was I taught them until they robbed me. So I put certain trust LLC numbers in their name where they had access to the funds, and they ended up robbing me of over $27,000. I think one was 27, one was 10. Yeah, they ended up robbing me. And the sister of the master teacher was a part of the heist as well. So that completely turned me off. I was what they called the greatest teacher. That people were calling me the greatest teacher at the time. The master teacher at the time was telling everybody in the organization to teach like me until they wanted to burn my belongings. I went back, taught them economics until they robbed me. Now I'm completely wiped my hands of that. And I went into complete seclusion, only teaching my inner family, trusting no one but my animals. My animals were the only ones that I trusted, and my goddesses at the time. So, anyways, what happened is after a period of years, I started teaching on Pal Talk. I didn't show my face, just taught with my voice on Pal Talk. And then I ended up moving to Canada. Then I moved to California, where I met the good brother Ahati Maat, and I started teaching him on the beaches. He met me with snakes on my neck. Yes, I was the famous snake man who invented the business of taking pictures with snakes on the beaches until the city saw what I was making and saw who I was, because I was actually also teaching, and they held city hall meetings to remove only me. They set up new laws to remove what I was doing from the streets. That's a long story. So I ended up teaching Ahati, and long story short, Ahati said I should be teaching in the public because there's a bunch of people in the public that are teaching nonsense and I should come on the public. I told him, no, I'm just teaching my family. I'm turned off from teaching the public, until one day I took him up on his offer and I said, okay, I'll come teach in the public. I came onto YouTube, saw the teachers. I was highly disappointed, and some of them were children of my students. And so what had happened was I started teaching in the public, started debating, went on to this group called the Lion's Den, beat everybody there, went on to the Sonnetter platform, debated everybody that was presented to me, beat everybody there. Went on to Killer Priest and started teaching. And then a lot of people in this room can bear witness that my teachings garnished a lot of super chats. This is what started the Tehuti Podclass. So a lot of people who saw me teaching again started setting up one-on-one classes with me. The one-on-one classes with me took up way too much time. Way too much time. They were paying me very well, but it was taking up too much time for my family. So I went on to Killer Priest and I said, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We are going to set up the Tehuti Podclass, where you can come to my YouTube channel for free, but in order to participate, you should send in super chats. YouTube shut down my monetization, so I invented what has never been invented on YouTube before. As far as I know, if this existed, send me the link. As far as I know, I invented this creation, and the creation is that I set up a class where I have no idea what the topic is, and the topic is completely controlled by all of you, but there's a reciprocity involved. So the reciprocity is you send in your questions through Cash App, or you send in your support through Cash App and PayPal. There's a little section that you can write a question on, or just say, I'm sending in support. I'll look at your question, file it, and either get to it that day, or it'll begin off the next week, and I will answer the question. And because I do this professionally as a living, people support it. So, for example, even Muslims. For example, this is Tamir Akmallah. So Tamir Akmallah sends in $10 for support. Thank you for all that you do. If you send in a Cash App, it looks like that. If you send in a PayPal, this is from Lamonte, who sent in $10. No question today. I just wanted to show you support. Thank you, brother. I will definitely tune into the next show. Then we have people sending in VIP clothing, sends in 2222, says amazing breakdown. We appreciate you. And then we got beautiful sisters all the way from the UK, Bev, who sends in $20, and she says, because you're my master teacher. Okay, and then we have people sending in questions. And if you want to be anonymous, you can send in and type in, please keep me anonymous, powerful, enlightening as well. Please keep me anonymous, powerful, enlightening as always. Got to show reciprocity, sending 10 on the strength. Okay. Then there's the monster donators, the big donators, such as our brother Kmt, who sends in $75.72 for the question that he sent in the email. So this is reciprocity, and this is how it works. We have Raphael Gary, who said, what's your take on the Pentagon UFO meetings in Houston? This goes to show the wide variety of questions that you can send in on any topic that's discussed in the conscious community. Explain the relation of the Nitiru and the Anunnaki, please, Saba. So this situation that I've invented, it shows me, let me go ahead and get this off the screen. It creates, where'd it go? Where's banners? Wait, let me scroll up, there we go. It creates a situation, it creates a situation that shows me that people are appreciative of the quality of information that I have. For the new people in the room, you will see once I start answering the first question. You can go to all the YouTube channels, all the so-called conscious Kemetic guru teachers, and you will see the difference in quality in what I give you. I literally, if you send a question, I have to answer the next week. I literally have a book ready for you on the screen with your answer that you can show your family. Now, some people may say, why donate? Why support? And I want to let everybody know this. This is very, very, very important. I want everybody to really think about this. And please use your conscience for this. Your conscience. Please use your conscience, okay? I was just talking to one of my goddesses here about this on my way here. I want everybody to really think about this. Do you know that Thanksgiving just passed? Christmas is coming up, right? There was another one. What's it called? Halloween? I want everybody to really think about this. This is some wisdom, and for you to understand the reciprocity concept and why to send in support to keep me alive with what I'm doing, because this is what I do for a living. Do you know, think about it, everybody. Do you know that nobody in this room has ever heard anybody explain to any child or any adult Christmas? Not the breakdown, not the breakdown of what it's secret, what it really is, not that. I'm talking about the obvious. Think about it, everybody. I want everybody to really think about this. Do you know that nobody tells any adult, any child, think about how crazy this is, and think about how many millions of dollars are spent and how everybody follows this. Think about this. Hey, how you doing? December 25th is coming up. I'm not going to tell you what the significance of December 25th is. It's just a date coming up. So here's what I want you to do. Whether you live in a city that snows or it doesn't snow, what I want you to do, you're going to buy an artificial snowman. You're going to put that on your front yard, sir. That's what you're going to do. I'm not going to tell you why. There's actually no explanation why. You live in California where it actually doesn't snow. And snow actually doesn't mean anything to you. But I'm going to get you to perform this ritual where you're going to put a man that looks like a snowman on your front yard, and no matter where you go, the nose is going to be made out of a carrot. Make sure that the nose is a carrot. Make sure of that, please, sir. The nose is going to be a carrot. Okay, I'm not going to explain to you anything about what happened on December 25th or the significance of that snowman. No explanation, sir. You're just going to do it. Okay. Also, you're going to go spend $120, $50 to $120 on a pine tree. You're going to put that in your home. I'm not going to tell you why. So you're going to also put, You know those canes that old men walk with? You're going to put a bunch of those on that tree, but they have to be red and white. I'm not going to tell you why, sir. You're just going to do it. You're going to spend hundreds of dollars doing it. You're going to put that all over the tree, and it's going to be red and white. You're not allowed to put anyone that's blue or pink or purple or any other green. They all got to be red and white. You're going to do it. Why? I'm not going to tell you why, but you're going to do it. Okay, so then also you're going to put little European people with wings on there, and then you're going to put a star on the top of the tree. And everybody in the podcast did this. I don't care who you are. Everybody, no matter who you are, no matter how many bills you complained about in the week. Man, this is a rough week. Oh, man, times are hard, man. Yo, we're struggling. We're in the struggle. I don't have money for a donation to Tehuti. I don't have money. Every single person in this room, I'd say about 99%, has all bought 1 to 800 Christmas gifts. And guess what? You're going to do it. I'm not going to tell you why, sir, but you're going to do it on December 25th. And if you have 3 children, don't think you're going to get away, sir. Don't think you're going to say times are rough. Nope. If you have 3 children, all 3 are going to get gifts. I bet you are. All 3 are going to get gifts. There's no way you're going to get your daughter a gift and your son's going to be sitting by the tree and he's going to be looking up at you and all 3. And if you have 8 children, all 8 are going to get gifts. And so is your auntie and so is your mom and everybody else in the household. And guess what? So are you. I'm not going to explain why, but you're just going to do it on December 25th. I'm not going to tell you why, but you're going to do it. You're also going to eat a lot of food and get a lot of calories. Make sure you're going to buy some ham with some cranberry sauce, and you're going to eat a lot on that day. You're going to eat a lot. You're also going to take the day off work, and the day before you're going to do a lot of last-minute shopping because there's going to be sales. I'm not going to tell you why. And at the end of all this, you're going to spend anywhere from $50 to $2,000. Thank you very much. Imagine that. You've never heard anybody tell anybody to do that. No one has ever told anybody to do it, but the power of the Matrix, almost everybody you know has done it and has never been told to. Think of that, from here to Canada, to New York, to the Philippines, to Chicago, to Jamaica, to Trinidad, to England, the UK, Australia. Everybody's doing that, and you've never heard anybody tell anybody to do it. You've never heard any step-by-step instructions? Is it telepathic? Everybody knows exactly what to do. And you've never heard an argument about it. You've never heard anybody say, no, I can't do that. I can't afford it. Nah, man, what are you talking about? A snowman? What the heck is a snowman? What do you, I don't, it doesn't snow here. Why would I worship a snowman? You've never heard anybody argue with Christmas. You've never heard anybody argue with Thanksgiving, Halloween. Every holiday that comes up, everybody, almost everybody, unless you're conscious, participates in it, and nobody argues it. But people will argue knowledge, and I'll say, I'm going to sit here for 6 hours and break down information to you that's going to break you out of the matrix and actually customize answers for you that you can't ask anywhere else and you've never asked anywhere else. And yes, you can send a 5 to support. You can send 10. It's not equal anywhere near the Christmas gifts you've spent in the last 20 years, the Halloween costumes. Thanksgiving turkey is $120 to $50. We're going to buy one. And right down the street from where we buy it, the churches are going to give one away free. This is complete chaos. So, in the Tehuti Podclass, I asked for reciprocity because I believe the information of breaking people out of the matrix and breaking people out of the spell is more important to you than any Christmas tree you've ever bought. Should be more important to you than any Easter bunny chocolate, any Valentine's Day card or gift you've ever gotten for you have no idea why, and any Christmas tree you've bought for the last 20 to 30 years, which you spent thousands or hundreds of dollars on. This is about enlightenment. Friday nights, people usually at the club. This is a reciprocity room. So that is what I'm going to say. And now we're going to get into the class. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is what I do. I hope everybody appreciates it. And we're going to get into the first question. So, again, for all of you who just came in the room, the support shows up. Black Sun sent $10 to elaborate on the Black Sun. That show was so deep, they actually removed that from YouTube. That class has been removed permanently from YouTube. They won't allow me to edit that class to fix it. they want to allow me to download it to put it on another private channel, it is removed from the internet. Okay? Owen Hythe sends in 4372 for the Council of Nicaea. Anybody who remembers that answer knows that the answer that I gave in the Council of Nicaea is unprecedented and never been heard of before. That is why people support the Tehuti Podclass. I appreciate all the supporters. There's Hika Kepara. For those of you who aren't supporting, and if there's 82 to 100 people in the room, I just say there's only two reasons for it. Either you're here to gather information to future debate me maybe, or to take me down, or you're taking the information for yourself to teach it somewhere else and claim that it's yours, or you really dislike the information that I'm teaching and it's entertainment to you and you're just laughing. But for those of you who do appreciate what I do, please send in your Cash App, your PayPal support to what it is that I do, because this is what I do for you for a living. And yes, I can disappear at any time and create anything else. I create things out of magic to support my family. I've never worked a job. I don't know what, people get a check, they have taxes or something. I've never seen that in my life. I don't know what social security, insurance, I don't know that. I broke out of the matrix and came off the grid when I was about 18 years old, never looked back, and I create things to survive. And so many people ask me questions. I decided, well, the more that you support is the more time I have to put answers together for you. So please support with Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. We also have books, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Melanin Dark Consciousness. There's Stepping Out of the Matrix. There's Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can get those directly from me by emailing me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, or the moderators can put up in the room the website where you can actually get it through the website. Speaking of the moderators, let me go ahead and tell you who they are, and then we're going to get started. So to keep this room in order and to keep things calm, because a lot of people that come in and try to turn this into the other rooms where it's a lot of chaos and arguments and different things like that. We don't have that. We have people in the room with wrenches, and they are called the moderators. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen so you can see who they are. These are the people that keep things in control. You can ask questions too, not questions about knowledge, but questions about where I'm going to have future presentations, debates, past conversations I've had, past presentations, the website, how to become a member. Ahati, who's the leader of the team, is going to come on with the team members and explain membership, the website, things of that nature. But these are the moderators, and they go by the name of the beautiful Nania Set Mur, Unki M. Maat, Ahati Maat, and the scribe, who's a technician who put together the website. These are the moderators, named so by Stranger, who actually sent in the question. It's going to be the grand finale of this class. I hope he's in the room. Okay, so let us get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get started with the very first question. Let's go. Shout out to everybody in the room who has respect and appreciation of me. I'm going to go ahead and look in the, right now I'm going to reset the Cash Apps, notifications, and the PayPal. And before we start, I'm going to get into a couple of donations that have already been sent in. And that is shout out to Beged Leisure. He should be here a little later. Shout out to Beged Leisure. I'm gonna go ahead and put his question up. Wrong button. Put his what he's typed in the room. He sent in two, and one of them I'm gonna actually put him on the screen to discuss. Hold on, Osiris. Hey, Nana, pass me the bucket. I'm gonna put Osiris in there in a minute. Not the bucket, but the big tub. Yeah. Keep the towels in there. So shout out to Beged Leisure, who sends this in, and he sends in boom, 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 boom. So this is the first donation so far of the class. And this is a Beged Leisure. And let me go ahead and tell everybody that if you donate $20 and up, and you get appreciation hand claps, because I do appreciate everybody who supports. Thank you so much, everybody. So this is Beget Leisure. I'm going to go ahead and read what he says here. And Beget Leisure says, he says, Friend Sabbath Tehuti Friday, middle class, another who created messy demons. Is it a pet made it with who? Shout out to Beget Leisure for that. Shout out to Beget Leisure, hand clap to you. Appreciate you, Beget Leisure. Okay, we're gonna get to the next one, and then I'm gonna get into the actual question. We answer these questions in sequence. So the next donation actually is Michael Godfrey. Michael Godfrey, who said he was gonna donate every class, and ever since he said that, he's been donating. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in the on the screen here. So we're already starting the class already with 2 donations. I believe 25, and this one here is what? This is on the 25. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. These are the people that truly appreciate me, and newcomers, you will see why that is in a moment once I start answering these questions. Shout out to Michael Godfrey, who just sends in his support of $25. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Shout out to all the people in the room, all the new people, all the old people. Shout out to all of you. And shout out to who's this? Anu. Shout out to good brother Anu. I sound like Mork and Mindy. Shout out to Anu, who sends in. Let me go ahead and put the sacred numbers in here. I like when people do this. They put in numbers that are relevant to what I've taught before. So he sends in the sacred numbers of what? What does he send in here? He sends in 1372 from Anu. Appreciation from, it's from actually Anu and his mates, Antu. He sends a fist, a spider, and a snake. And it says, appreciation from Anu and Antu. They are a couple, and they are, this is from both of them. So it's from both. So shout out to Antu as well. Thank you, Anu and Antu. Shout out to both of you. Appreciate the support. Anu and Antu. I like saying those names. Anu and Antu. All right, shout out to you. Okay, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I see Nito Campbell. I see Higa Kepara. Okay, good. All right, everybody. We're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. After I answer this question, you all will see the level, the quality, and then support will come in. Let me go ahead and fix something here, everybody. Hold on. Let me go ahead and fix this here. I'm a little blurry. I'm going to fix that. How'd I look? Now I look okay. One momentum. Let me fix one more thing. I'm gonna grab some water. There's some questions that came in. Some of them in my answer I have to censor. I have to censor. I'm gonna have to censor. Shout out to Regina Williams. I think this is a new name. Regina Williams. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the new people in the room. Okay, everybody. Let me do one thing here. One moment, hold on. All right, we are back. We are back. Who is ready to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass, everybody? This is a good one. Let me go ahead and do something with my hands real quick. I just need a bag. One moment. And Osiris, you're good. Don't squeeze me too tight. Thank you. Here. Oh, these are the weird. I don't like this one. This is a weird smell. This one's weird. I can't use that. Okay. Yeah, they don't like that smell. Okay. I'm very smell sensitive. Just because I'm around these animals. Okay, everybody, you ready? I don't like that smell. Hand sanitizer. This one doesn't smell too good. All right, we're about to get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get started. I just need this is spray. Then it's fine. Spray and some paper towels. That's all. Okay, let me get this off of my hands, and then we are going to be ready to go. There we go. Thank you. Oh, it's empty. It must be. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let me get this off nice and clean. And let's go, everybody. What is the first question in the Tehuti Podclass? Let's go to the files. Let's see what was sent in here. What was sent in order. And let's see. It's from Brent. Ooh, this is okay. Okay, everybody. Let me show you the variety of questions that can be sent in here to the Tehuti Podclass. This question came in as actually a question to make up for. He sent in a question on Adam's calendar, and I told him that I want him to change that because I don't want to speak on that until I speak to Michael Tillinger about one thing that he has to confirm with me. I don't want to just go out and blow him up. So anyways, here is the question that the brother sent in to replace the Adam's calendar question. Let me go ahead and show this. And here's the question he sent in, and it's from a brother named Brent. So we actually typed this. The Cash App is on the last question. So he said, can you provide information on the 7 pyramids in Mauritius, and if they're related to the Nitiru and ancient Lemuria? Sorry, brother. My questions are groundbreaking questions. That's an interesting ending to that. Okay, so he had sent in his Cash App from before that, but he typed this to me. He typed this to me to correct the Cash App, and I'll go ahead and put the original Cash App that he sent, and here it is right here. Well, he sent in about $10. I guess they took off, but here's the Cash App he sent in. I'm going to show that. So shout out to Brent for his support, sending in his question in. And as you can see, the original question was, can you elaborate on the stone circles in South Africa? And Adam's calendar, is that related to ancient Kmt and the Annunaki? So that question was replaced with the question of the Mauritius so-called pyramids. Has anybody ever heard of them before? The so-called pyramids. Let me see if I can find his original. Where'd it go? Interesting. It disappeared. That's strange. Okay. Anybody ever heard of those before? Press a 1 if you can hear me. Thank you, Nanny. Press 1 if you can hear me before we get into the answer. Press a 1 if you can hear me before we get into the answer. I want to make sure everybody is on deck. Everybody can see the first answer to the Tehuti Podclass, just to show you the quality and the variety of what you can actually send in, everybody. Let me go ahead and blow his question up, and let's get into it. Go ahead and hide this so I can put on the big screen. The big screen up. The big screen is up. Okay. And now let me go ahead and put this up again. Thank you. Oh. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's blocking it, everybody. Let me try to bypass this block. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna bypass the block. And tell me if you all can see the question on the screen. I'm gonna take it off of this. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. Can you all see that on the screen? It says, can you provide information on the 7 pyramids of Mauritius and if they're related to the Nitiru in ancient Lemuria? Sorry, brother, my questions are groundbreaking. Can everybody see that? Press a 1 if you can see that. Press a 1 if you shout out to Bella. Shout out to Bella. Shout out to Bella. Take a Kepara. Shout out to Take a Kepara. Okay, good. You can see that. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. It was blocked. And now I can put up the big screen back, close that out, and we can get to the actual answer of this question. So there's supposed to be 7 pyramids in Mauritius. Anybody ever heard of them before? I think Regina said yes. That may be a yes. So you can see the screen, or maybe a yes that you've heard of them before. Has anybody ever heard of them before? 7 pyramids in this island off of what they call Africa. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to blaze into the answer. Here we go, everybody. Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen? Okay, here we go. All right. So, had to start off with that 1 second. Let me put the timer on. Check and see if I have any important things said to me. Hati, can you hear me, Hati? Can you hear me, brother Hati? I had sent you that text earlier because of this foolishness distraction with the brother there, Kanye, now saying that Adolf Hitler is good, and I thought that would tickle you. But anyways, everybody, if you can. All right, so let's get into it. So people haven't heard about this before. No problem. Let's get into it. So, the Great Pyramids of Mauritius. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that off the islands in Africa and Mauritius, there are these pyramids? Let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at them. They look like step pyramids. They look like structures. This one even looks like the Aztec temple with the stairs going up the middle. Very interesting, right? Let's get into it, everybody. So where are they located? First of all, they're located in Mauritius, right? Mauritius Island, county in the Indian Ocean, located eastern of the coast of Africa. And that is where these are located, right? It's about 500 miles east of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. And there it is, okay? Just to give you a idea on where it's actually located. And you're about to see the spell broken. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So when you look these up, it does spark that mysterious feeling we have to want to associate these with the great Akus or Great Pyramids or other mysterious megaliths. That is precisely where the psyops begins, everybody, and is capitalized off of. When you look them up, here's what you'll see at times, which further compounds the psyops. Here we go. Here's how we look them up. 7 man-made step, quote-unquote, pyramids were built on the island from volcanic rocks. Are these quote-unquote pyramids, and why? Are they made from volcanic rock? The second part I will cover later. Let's get into the quote-unquote pyramid psyops agenda, because there is what's called a pyramid psyops agenda. Where did this concept of the word pyramid even derive? Because the fact that these were called pyramids by certain groups is what sparks the mystery. And because they look like that, we hear the word pyramid, and boom, the psyops begin. Psyops stands for psychological operation, or in other words, the matrix. So let's look up pyramid, everybody, and see where this concept of pyramid even comes from. Does it even come from Kmt? Let's see. So what's a pyramid? Massive monumental stone structure of polygonal plan, the sides of which slope in planes to a common apex. Also geometrical solid resembling this. Early Latin, pyramis. Late 14th century, native to Middle English, pyram. And it goes on to the French and then back to the Latin. And then it says Latin pyramides, one of the, quote unquote, one of the pyramids of Egypt. From Greek, pyramis, pyramides, a pyramid, which is apparently an alteration of the Egyptian paima. So we see the pyramid goes back to Greek. Okay, pyramids. Now here's where it gets interesting. Now you're going to find out what a pyramid actually is. It's not actually any structure on the planet, but pyramid also meant kind of a cake. Roasted wheat grain, preserved in honey. Woo! And this sense is said to derive from pyros, wheat, on the model of sesames. According to some old sources, the Egyptian pyramids were also called from the resemblance to the form of the cake. Okay. We see a few things right off the... Let me shrink this down. We see a few things right off the bat. Quote-unquote pyramid is a Greek word describing a Kemetic wheat cake, everybody. I will get into that in a moment. And we see it is a structure which sides must meet at a quote-unquote apex, everybody. So that is a so-called pyramid. It's from pyros, which is wheat, and it's a certain cake that was described in Kmt. And the Greeks started naming the structure after the shape of the cake. The Greeks did it, not the Kmetians. But the definition of a pyramid is a structure that slopes on the side and meets an apex. For anybody who doesn't know what an apex is, let's do it, because this is how I break the spell. What is an apex? Here's an apex. Just to see if this matches even the word pyramid. The tip, point, or summit of anything, 1600s, apex, summit, peak, tip, extreme end, which is plausibly related to a pier fastened fixed hand tip, a tip. Okay? So it has to have a tip. Small rod, apex, Latin, small rod, at the top of Flaman's cap. To take, to reach, apet. Original notion, point. Not just the top of something, but it has a point. Okay? So, a tip, a point. Let me show you an apex. So here's what an actual apex is. And I have to break this down like this because we are all in a state of hypnosis where we hear words and we automatically assume what they mean, but we actually never researched it. We actually think that any structure that slopes on the side should be called a pyramid. Okay, so here we go. Apex. I'll show you an apex. Here we go. Let's go look at it. So a neurological hypnotic psyops is when you can look at something with your eyes, yet your mind and mouth says the opposite. That's what a neurological hypnotic psyops is. So here is an apex, everybody. Apex, highest vertex, highest point. So an apex must have a point at the top. In order to even fit the definition of what they're calling a pyramid, it has to have a point. Here is the apex, the side, the base, and the vertices. Right here. Apex is the tip, the point. Has to be pointy, has to have a tip. Okay, so the top of your house, even though it's the top of your apartment building, does not have an apex because it's flat. So let's take a look at the quote-unquote pyramids of Mauritius again. Let's take a look, everybody. So boom. Isn't this interesting? Isn't this very interesting? Let me turn this phone down. Very interesting. Everybody get a good look. I'll blow it up for you. Does this have any kind of apex? Look at this. It's just a flat. This one is just flat, like a step. Look at these, everybody. They move over here. See them? Flat at the top. This one here, this looks like a structure with ladders going up, the top, going up, and actually dips in the center with a flat top. The Psyops is deep. So these are the quote-unquote pyramids of Mauritania, of Mauritius. So we know right off the bat there's a Psyops process going on, because even though this does not fit into the definition of a pyramid, they're just throwing in everything as a pyramid. So here we see there's some type of European agenda to group many structures into this quote-unquote Greek word pyramid, irregardless of what the natives called it or said about the structure themselves. We will get to what the natives said about these structures shortly. For now, let me show you the real concept of the quote-unquote pyramidos, cake in Kmt. So you will see this term pyramid has nothing to do with any of these structures around the world. That their agenda-driven concepts keep calling this Greek word, although none of them have been found in Greece. Think on that for a moment. So we're here calling every structure, almost every structure that is mysterious to us, that looks like it has a slope on the side, we're calling them all pyramid, and it's a Greek word, and none of these structures have been found in Greece. But yet everywhere across the world we see these structures, we're giving it a Greek title. That is called the Psyops, everybody. Even though it doesn't fit the definition of a pyramid, which has to have an apex at the top, a point at the top, even this little flat structure step, this is called a pyramid. This is called a pyramid, even though it doesn't fit the definition of a pyramid. But they're just calling it that. And there's a reason, because a lot of money is made off of this term, and there's a Psyops project. But let's get into what the actual Greeks were calling pyramids. What were the Greeks calling pyramids? Here we go. So, here's the Per Haru. This is in the introduction, LVI. O Ra Atum cometh to thee, thy son cometh to thee. Unas. And it's actually quoting from the pyramid text in the Per Haru. Introduction. Thy son of this body forever. Otum. Son is this Osiris. Now here it is. Everybody get a good look. Thou hast given sustenance. Seteb F Unk F Unk F. Do you see this? Get a good look at the term given. It's cha. See right here? Cha neck, which is given thou. Look at the shape. See that word right there? That is something that is given. It is the shape of a sustenance cake in Kmt that was called the cha, that had a pointy top. And when it's given to thou, it's called cha neck, which represents given sustenance, something that sustains you, because it's made out of wheat, the same substance that the female principle of the ta. When you make something feminine, you put a ta at the end of the word. It's a wheat cake, and it represents the sustenance of Kmt, because what gave people the carbohydrates and the energy to keep things moving and sustain the people, just like the umbilical cord in the womb sustains the baby inside the mother. So it made things a feminine principle called the cha neck, given. It represents given sustenance so that you can live. Of course, because in the physical world, you live off this wheat bread, this food. And of course, it becomes symbolic because everything in Kmt had a as above, so below principle. So then it becomes giving sustenance in the form of that elongated pyramid, which I may explain after this, but it's shaped like that for a reason. Here it is. Liveth unas, and he doesn't die. And there it is right there. There is your pyramido. That's what the Greeks were calling the pyramidos. It was an actual medunetter shape of a cake, not a building. Okay, here we are here again. Now we're going to go into the Book of the Dead again. Page 18. Grant that may be given, Shatu. There it is again. And what do you see? You see an arm giving a triangle-shaped wheat cake substance of sustenance called the cha. This is Chatu Nef because it may be given to him. This one is Cha Nek because it's given to thou. Okay? There it is. Chanek, given to thou. There is your cake, sustenance. And there is the Chatunef, which is an arm giving the sustenance cake. Now, the Greeks saw this and they said, oh, pyramidos. This is where you get your pyramidos concept from. Okay? So just to give you some background on what the pyramidos actually was. It is a feminine principle symbol that is the septet. See? There it is right there. The elongated triangle. It is a woman or goddess with child. Because, of course, a woman that is pregnant with a child, she's giving sustenance to that child and then eventually giving that child to the world. So there's a feminine principle, which has nothing to do with all these structures across the world that everybody's saying, there's a pyramid there, there's a pyramid there, there's a pyramid in China, pyramid there, there's a pyramid there, and a pyramid there. No. No, not at all. This has a significant meaning, which has nothing to do with those structures that I just showed you in Mauritius. We're going to get into it, everybody. So here is the feminine symbol, the woman with the child. That was your pyramidos symbol called the cha, to give sustenance or to give life, because that is what a woman does. They took away the feminine principle and just started calling everything a pyramid. Okay, so that particular shape, through the class, is called the sept, watchful, intelligent face. But there's something I haven't shown you yet. The nectar of intelligence, and we'll get into it. Here's the nectar of intelligence, and that is the ku, which is Tehuti. Ku, which is a word there, means intelligence. Okay? So that is intelligence. So the giving of life or the giving of sustenance also dealt with the giving of light and intelligence with consciousness, because that is your sustenance. In the mental and spiritual realm is your consciousness. In the physical, it's the food you eat. Both of them are sustenance. So here is the God of conscious light, and that is Tehuti. And now I'm gonna blend the two and show you that elongated shape that they were calling the pyramidius or the pyramidum is a mathematical equation with that equals sustenance of consciousness. Let's get into it, everybody. Once you understand all of this, then people won't be calling every structure on the planet Earth a pyramid. Hey, there's a pyramid, there's a pyramid. No. Here it is, everybody. Here's the actual mathematical shape, and it's called the golden triangle. Ratio AB, because it's the vertices that has the apex at the top. There's the apex, there's the base, there's the vertices. And what is it? 36 degrees, and the base is 72, because that was Tehuti's number, 72. And it was called the golden triangle, called the golden mean ratio triangle, or the Fibonacci triangle, because it is the precise shape of the measurements of 1.6 or 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, which represents the growth and the origin of things, called the Fibonacci sequence today. It was a particular shape. See how it's longer at the top than a regular shaped triangle? See how this is longer? You see that? And let's get into it, everybody, because it represents life. And here's why it represents life, because it is a 1:1.6. And the 1:1.6 is the Fibonacci growth of life, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, which is how the body actually grows, which is through the fingers and the hand, right? The working, giving hand. Here's how the finger ligaments and the bones work in measurements 1, 3, 5, 8, and it's growing out at the Fibonacci ratios. Your body is actually growing in this golden mean ratio, and that's why the cha represents sustenance of life, because the mathematics of the cha, real pyramidos symbol is that mathematical equation which represents the golden mean spiraling of sustenance in life and growth. And here it is right here. When you put the golden mean spiral inside that triangle, it grows up perfectly at the exact ratios, actually looking closely, forming other triangles within the triangle. So you'll see that as it expands, it's forming smaller golden mean. Can you see it, everybody? I know this is deep, but I got to break all this down so everybody not calling everything their mom made. It's a pyramid. It's a pyramid. So here it is. Here's the golden mean ratio, and as this expands, it forms a smaller one. There's a smaller one. There's a smaller one. It expands. There's a bigger one, and out to the biggest one. So is forming multiple golden mean ratios at the Fibonacci sequence, and the golden mean is something expanding and growing at ratio 1 to 1.6 expansion in mathematics. And that represents the cha, the growth, the feminine principle of sustenance and giving life, the cake, the wheat, which is a symbol that you put at the end of words to make things feminine. One is a dome wheat, which creates the T symbol, as that creates the word from netur to netert, which is feminine, and one is the feminine expansion symbol, which is an elongated pyramid, elongated structure with an apex forming smaller ones. And then, of course, you have the most popular one, which isn't elongated, but is the more like the 60-degree vertices one, which I have to get into another class, and that forms, boom, the great one, which is right here on Earth Grid 0, Earth Grid 1, which forms the height at 181.4 and the mid-width of 377.9 and the slope to the apex of 612.01 feet. And that's why when you take 612.1 divided by 3779, what do you get, ladies and gentlemen? Boom! You get 1.6, the golden mean ratio. that is the that is the structure that the Kmetics made. It has nothing to do with what the Aztecs made with the flat top. It has nothing to do with all these other things. This is a precise ratio of mathematics, which equal the mathematical ratio of Tehuti 3672, which forms the golden mean ratio, which is the cha, and it can be formed with one that's not the elongated one. It actually has 8 sides to it. We'll get into that later, but that forms the 1.169, and that is the ratio over here that this large one forms, 1.16, and you can see it right here forming the Fibonacci sequence, which is what your body is growing in. Boom! There it is. That is the breakdown of a real aku that the Europeans calling a pyramid, and they call everything a pyramid. Everything now is a pyramid. As we can see clearly, this shape and mathematical message communicated through its shape has absolutely nothing to do with this. So right off the bat, we see the psyops, ladies and gentlemen. Right off the bat, 1 second, Osiris. We're going to go like this for right now for a miggity moment. And we're going to put you up. Oh, no. Don't grab the hat. Hold on a second, Osiris. Okay, go this way. He's grabbing the hat. I don't want him to hurt Neith. So Osiris, go like this. Go around, and we're gonna go like that. There you go. Because you are on the move, man. So when you put the top back on when I go in here. Okay, good. You go in here all on your own. What's that? What did you say? Put the top on. Oh. There you go. Boom. So as you can see, everybody, clearly, this shape, this mathematics, and this can't be a pyramid, and this is a pyramid. Sorry. I am sorry, everybody, to burst the bubble, but this, whatever this thing is, whatever these things are, cannot be called what this is. These two things are not the same whatsoever. But the European calls them all the same for money-making psyops purposes, which we can get into the psyops in a moment. But as we can see, this mathematical equivalence has nothing to do with these rocks over here. Okay, so what is this? Yet the Tamahu persist to label these the same title, and no, indigenous people of either culture call these things anything that even slightly translates to as this strange Greek word pyramid. Thus, there is an agenda in place. Let's get to it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Now we're going to see. So who started this, quote unquote, Mauritius pyramid focus? Who benefits? Are there any native writings, culture left to explain, or that even speaks on this? Are there any old maps prior to 1940 that mention these quote unquote pyramids? Any colonizers that went there to set up sugar fields that note seeing this? No. Oh, I found her. Here she is. Here is who exploded the quote-unquote Mauritius pyramid concept. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. We found you. Ba, 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 ba. There is where this concept comes from. This lady right here. There she is. This is where it exploded. And there she is. 7 mysterious pyramids of Mauritius. A new article for Megalithomania by Antoine Giggle. Her name is Antoine Giggle. This is where it comes from, everybody. Antoine Giggle. So first, what they do in the PSYOPs is first they have to take the structure. I'm going to show everybody this. Look at this. See how nice this looks? See how this looks right here? Nice and pretty, right? Doesn't seem to look like this, though, does it? It doesn't look like this. Doesn't quite look like this. But they're not going to show that. Why? Because of the agenda. They're going to show this. And then they're going to throw little key anchor neuro-linguistic programming words in. They're going to throw the words mysterious. It's going to be mysterious, right? Pyramids. Once you hear mysterious pyramids, your cogs start moving. Oh, what is this? Must be some type of deep science. Must be something deep. It's mysterious. Just like the pyramids of Giza, nobody knows what they are. They're mysterious. Interesting. And that sparks your curiosity. And then the PSYOPs begins and money making begins. So in 2009, Antoine claimed that the stone structures in Mauritius were ancient pyramids, but the monuments dated back to the Egyptian era and went viral on social media, all type of appearances, lectures, and interviews, which equals money, 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 money. All types of appearances, lectures for Antoine Giggle popped up after 2009. Make note of the date of the events, everybody. Let's take a look. So she pops up with this, 2009. Mysterious Pyramids of Mauritius. In 2009, here is her schedule, everybody. This is half of it. I couldn't put all of it on the screen. Nantes 2009, she has conferences, more conferences, interviews, conferences, all of this. A giggle. She becomes very popular now. Very, very popular. You see that? Here she is right here. She's on YouTube. She's all over, right? All over. Here she is. Las Secrets de Egyptian, Mysterious Pyramids of Mauritania lecture, 13,000 views. Here's all the events. Look at all the events she gets booked for. There's all the events. Look at this, right? But look where most of the events get booked after. See, this one is in black. Look where all the popular events come in. Nantes, 2009. Paris, March, 2009. London, September, 2009. Poitiers, May 2009, Paris 2010, Megalomania 2010, Cavilian 2010. Do you see what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? That's when she comes out with the information. 2009, that's when the Tamahu comes out. They relabel them. They call these the mysterious pyramids. Nobody on the island called these mysterious pyramids, but they call these mysterious pyramids. 2009, and all of a sudden conference after interview after lecture, all popping up. After 2009 in red, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't even all of it anymore. That's not even all of it. So what's interesting, everybody, is there's no archaeological backing, no surrounding cultures other than the recent sugar field. There's a sugar field that surrounds this. We're going to get to it. There is one archaeologist that did investigate the site, though. So remember, when you have Stonehenge, when you have the great so-called pyramids of Giza, when you have the findings of King Tut, when you have any of these megalith, Baalbek, there's archaeologists that immediately go there. Why? One of the reasons is because it helps get their name big. Imagine you were the discoverer. Imagine you were Carter. Imagine you were the archaeologist who discovers King Tut's tomb. You'd be the biggest archaeological name found. Imagine you were the one that discovered the great so-called Sphinx, Ramesses' tomb, Akhenaten, Of course, you're going to rush there as an archaeologist, dig it up, try to find what you can. But why is it when it comes to this site here, the so-called pyramids of Mauritius, there's no archaeological background, no backing? One archaeologist went to the site, though. I found him. One went to the site, everybody. It is, who went to the site? Godfrey Summers. Let's check out some of his credentials. Let's check out who this is because, of course, most of you never heard of him. Okay, so he's Oriental Institute, University of Chicago. Jeffrey Summers has taken part in excavations and surveys in Ethiopia, Kenya, Iran, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Mauritius. He received his PhD from Manchester University, England in 1982 and was variously assisted a director at the British Institute at Ankara, lecturer at Middle East Technical University, Ankara, and fellow of the RCAC and Koç University in Istanbul. Together with his architect wife, Françoise, he directs the Kırklareli project in central Turkey from 1993 to 2012, for which he was awarded a Rolex Award for Enterprise. In 2009, he was awarded MBE for services to British archaeology in Turkey. Godfrey was awarded a grant from Shelby White and Leon Levy program, leading to the participation of the monograph on the Palatial complex at Kırklareli and Iron Age mountaintop city in Turkey, and the web publication of Kırklareli's finds database that is on the project website. In addition to his work in Turkey, where he lived for 30 years, he has been involved in the Mauritian with his Mauritian wife. His wife is from the area. Mauritian wife, the colonial archaeology of Mauritius, where he spends an active retirement. The man is in Mauritius. Look at all of his credentials. So we have a high accredited archaeologist who actually lives in the area, who has his wife in the area, who has all type of awards. He went and did his research, everybody. But why does Gigas never mention him? Wouldn't you want an accredited archaeologist of such caliber backing you? He's there. He partly lives there. He's there for 30 years studying and doing all of this. What? He's in Turkey 30 years. He's has a Mauritian wife. He's a part of the archaeological colonial archaeology. What? This should be your man, Giggle. This should be your man. How come you never mention him, though? You know why? Because here's what Godfrey Summers said when he went to the site. Awesome. What did he say, everybody? Godfrey Summers, archaeologist, University of Manchester, says the 7 small pyramidal structures found in southeast of Mauritius around the plain Magnian were built in the 1940s as a field clearing exercise. Nothing more. Uh-oh. Man, that's what the archaeologists say? Come on, Giggle. It's you versus the archaeologist. What are your credentials? What are your credentials, ma'am? What? It is hot take topics that are fringe, what they call pseudo fringe information, controversial, and that's what gets views, and that's what gets all the interviews. Not really the truth. Okay. So here we go. Let's shrink this down. He says nothing more, nothing less. That's it. 1940 structures. Let's get into what they really are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where I break things down, give you the facts. And I told one of my goddesses, I said, you know what? If I was a dishonest teacher, let me tell you something. Having pyramids in different parts of the world that are mysterious and fringe knowledge actually could help my points of view. And I told my goddess, I said, I don't care what helps my points of view. I don't care what helps the truth. I don't care what helps the lies. All I care about is the truth. I don't care what helps it. I'm not going to bend my structure of the standards I stand on. If it's true, it's true. If it's false, it's false. Do I believe in UFOs and extraterrestrials? Yes. If there's a sighting that's a fake and a fraud and a hoax and somebody presents it to me, I'm going to expose it. If it's true, I'm going to tell the truth on it. I really care not. So let's go ahead. I'm just about the truth. I don't care what corresponds with anything. So these stone structures in the sugarcane fields have historical accounts which show that they were indeed built in the Mont Tresor, Mont Desert Sugar Refinery over the years 1940. Some may ask, but why do some of them look so neatly organized, right? They look really neat. So they don't just look like piles of rock or volcano that they were just tossing. Why do they look so nice and neat? You see? They look very structured, right? Look very appealing to the eye. So of course, if you're having sugarcane fields and farming of any sort, and you're on a volcanic island, and you have your plows and you have your machinery going through the ground, those volcanic stones are going to hit that machinery and destroy your machinery, and it's going to abruptly halt or damage the machinery, or it's going to interfere with proper farming. So you need to get rid of all the volcanic stones that are on the ground, under the ground. You need to put them somewhere, and that is what these are a result of. But why do they look so neat, everybody? Because of course, Mount Tresor, Mont Desert Sugar Refinery, and the colonizers and those that went there to set up business, they went there to set up business, which sets up anything that can help more monetary gain come in. Because remember, it's their property. You want your property to look aesthetic, and you want it to look junky. So these stones that have been stacked this way will not disturb again. What does that mean? They won't disturb again? That means if you were to take a bunch of stones and throw them on top of each other, throw them on top of each other, throw them on top of each other, eventually some are going to start rolling down. You got to throw them back up. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be nasty. It's not going to look good for your property. Okay, so you're going to put them in a way where they're compacted structured, so that they're stacked up and they're not going to fall sloping down. Notice it's in steps. Okay, and it's going to put more base level. There's going to be more base of the level. It's going to be in step. Things are going to just roll down. The land had been cleared to stack this way. Was actually, here's interesting, everybody. It was worth almost 4 times as much per acre as uncleared land. Okay, so what happens is when you have this property, if you're going to sell it or trade it for other property, you're going to go to the area, clear out the area, because other farmers, other colonizers, other sugar field cane people are wanting to come into the area and buy it. So what do? You clear out the area, you set up these nice little structures, you advertise and say, you know what, this property here, you all don't have to go through all this work. You have to go through all this work. We've done it for you. And then the property value raises for the neighbors who may want to purchase it almost 4 times as much, because they see something that's not only aesthetic to the eye, but saves them thousands and thousands of dollars for them having to dig up the volcanic stones themselves and put their workers through all that. They had slaves too, put their slaves and workers through all of that. It's already done for them. Now they can sell it for more. You understand? So now they make them look like step pyramids, which are not pyramids. They're just steps, and it looks better for the sale of the property, and it makes more money. Think on this. It wasn't until after 2009 that there was a big explosion wave of these quote-unquote pyramids in that area. How is that possible, ladies and gentlemen? How is it possible? Did Antoine Gigal go to the area with bulldozers or a team and excavate the so-called site to become visible, like what they had to do with the so-called Sphinx? Remember, the Sphinx, when they went to Kmt, it was under the sand. So when you went to Kmt, you would just see a head sticking up. Same with the so-called heads of Rapa Nui. Remember I did a class on Rapa Nui and Easter Island, and you could just see the heads, and you could see, but then they dug them up and they found out, there's bodies attached to them. Did Antoine Gigal dig up these so-called pyramids? Did she excavate them so they became visible to the world? No. She saw them just as anyone could see them, because they're completely exposed in open fields and have been so for 80 years, everybody. So when you go to the fields, this is what you see. It was a refinery area. They're keeping their property neat. It's not something that was discovered. It's not something that was excavated. It's not some big archaeological finds. Archaeology didn't care anything about this whatsoever, because it's been out in the open for 80 years, just sitting there. You could just walk by and see it. You could stand on top of it. There's no security. There's nothing. You could see these things just walking by. So it's not some big mysterious discovery from Anton Gigal. Everybody think on that, okay? So no, anyone can see them. They're completely exposed. They've been so for 80 years. Look at them. Pretty out in the open. Nothing hidden. You could go there right now, and everybody on the island, every farmer can just see these things sitting there. They're right there. If these have been there since the time of the Egyptians, 5,000 years, why has no archaeologist seen them? But archaeologists aside, has anyone been there before Antoine in 2009? Yes, of course, and I have maps. So did she discover these? Did she see these? Or did she popularize them because she added an agenda to what they actually were? Now, Mauritius was first colonized by the Dutch in 1638 and populated by a wave of traders, thousands of traders, merchants, thousands of endangered laborers, slaves. That was almost 400 years before Antoine Gigal discovered the mysterious pyramid. So thousands of Dutch and merchants were in the area trading, and no one said, this is interesting. There are ancient pyramids right here in front of us on the land where we're trading on. This is interesting. Were there archaeologists and experts in 1638? Of course there were. Of course there were. Were there people doing discoveries in Egypt back in the 1600s, 1700s? Of course there were. Why did nobody care about this? There was thousands of Dutch all over the area, and here is the map, everybody. Here it is. Here's the map. Here's the map right here. What about the French? So they were all over the island, everybody. Look, these things are out in the open. They're not hiding. So thousands of Dutch, merchants, French are there. What about the French who claimed it in 1715 as depicted in an updated map from that time? They didn't see these pyramids either. Here's a French map. So thousands of Dutch, French have been all over this area. Why did nobody see these? Nobody talk about these? Or the British. The British captured the island in 1810. This map is from 1880. So Dutch been all over the island by the thousands. French been all over the island by the thousands. 1800s been over the island. This is the time of like Wallace Budge and archaeologists that were striving to get recognition back in the 1800s and early 1900s. Archaeologists were in competition to find the latest great find. Nobody talks about this. The British and the French. You know, these are the two owners of the curators of the museums in ancient Egypt. Remember, it was the Louvre Museum and the British Museum because the French had captured it, and then Budge was there capturing information for the British. It was the British and the French that were ruling the area in Egypt, trying to fight over who could have the best archaeological finds. And here's the British and the French right here in Mauritius, and not one person saying anything, of course. And the most obvious people, who are the most obvious people who would have seen these pyramids? Everybody, who are the most obvious people who would have seen these pyramids? Who are the most obvious? Who? Of course, the Mount Tresor, Mount Desert Sugar Refinery in 1940, who were right there building a refinery right in the midst of these ancient pyramids, and not a word. So the refinery was there in 1940, building a refinery around these ancient pyramids in 1940. Not one archaeologist came to the site. Nobody said a word. Not a book written on it. Nothing. And by the way, everybody, on these ancient maps, the pyramids are nowhere there. They're not mentioned in the book. Nobody mentioned them until after 1940. How is that possible? Why is it possible? Well, the agenda, just like the discovery of the quote-unquote Bosnian pyramids, etc., they catchphrase you with the word quote-unquote pyramid, then race in on to be the next controversial discoverer of anything that may bring temporary or full-time fame, interviews, lectures, book sales, by being the discoverer of something equivalent to the great Aku of Kmt to become the next hot trending social media Gaia public focus. We do have many great wonders. This just is not one of them. I'm glad I could clear it up. Boom, that is my answer, everybody. Maat Hotep. That is my answer to these so-called pyramids in Mauritius. They are mounds that are built from volcanic debris that were put there by the Montrez sugar refinery in 1940. And that's why you can't find any book, any archaeological website, any archaeological institute, any archaeologist, any scientist, nobody talking about these before 1940. If they were there for 5,000 years with thousands of British and French and Dutch and even the islanders, the indigenous people, somebody would have mentioned these other than Miss Giga. But of course, she's made thousands off of this. Peace and love, everybody. That is my answer. I'm going to check the room to see who heard the answer. If y'all appreciated the answer for all the new people in the room, that is an example of how I answer a question. If you all see people answering questions like that, please put the link in the room so I can join their class and relax and participate and maybe have them on the show. Until then, I hope everybody appreciates the quality of my answers and what I do. And because I do this of such high caliber, I ask everybody, please, if you could please support what you see me do. This is what I do for a living. Send in a question, send in a donation, a support. This is what I do, everybody. Thank you for that. I'm going to check the room right now to see if anybody heard the answer, if anybody appreciated. That is the link in the room for the team to jump on in, because after this, I'm going to take my break. The team's going to jump in. I know you all are waiting for the question at the end, the Moorish science symbol and the Masons. That is going to be the grand finale, knockout craziness, but there's questions that I see sent in before that, so we're getting to them in order. But let me check the room to see who heard this answer, what you all thought of it. Here we go. Everybody ready? No, let me check and see. All right, everybody ready? Let me check and see if anybody heard the answer. Woo! I'm way behind in the comments show up to me way after you all type them. So let me go back and up. Let's see if anybody heard the answer. Yep, cloud Jason. Okay. Let's see if anybody appreciated the answer that I gave or heard it. Robert Ray's. Okay, Robert Ray's liked it. He put fire, 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 fire. Robert Ray says, the truth hurts, punish them, Saba. That is right. Vinny put 100%, 100%. And Two Snakes, I don't know what that is. Two Snakes, I think. Okay, Ahati put, if you appreciate the teachings, make sure you continue every Friday night. Tehuti's Cash, oh, there's Ahati in the room right there. Boom, reach the mic, Ahati. All right. Ahati says, Tehuti thinks of everything. Hail Saba Tehuti. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Robert Ray's put deep. I guess only the Roberts like this. Robert Ray's put deep. Oh, the Robert Ray's. Oh, it's the same person. Robert Ray's put boom, boom, boom. Big Vapes, Eduardo. Big Vapes put hand clap, hand clap, hand clap. Stranger, your question's here too, Stranger. Gaia, you know what I'm talking about, right, Stranger? Every time. Every time something but controversy, the Atlanteans, it's always the Gaia channel. Always the Gaia channel. Right? Okay. Rigo put not so mysterious after all. Vinny Black Lodge put fantastic. Thank you, Vinny. Ascari put the high Hershesta is the best way above the rest. You have to break that down to me. Maat, daughter of race, put mystery solved. Stranger put thumbs up. Okay, good. You all like the answer. Fantastic breakdown, Sabbath. Thanks for exposing the psy-ops. Yep. Yippity, yep. E-Manifesto said, Saba, the truth revealer. Thank you. Greg Phillips is still here. Peace, Greg. He says, that answer was very in-depth. Thank you, Greg. AJ Super Magoo. AJ, jump on. If you all see the all you brothers, who's missing? Where's Scribe? Scribe AJ, jump on. I'm gonna step off in a minute. To a Saba for sharing the truth about the real Aku. To a Saba for sharing the truth about what the real Aku consists of. Thank you, my good brother. What qualifies as an Aku? Thank you. Thank you. And Humble LLC says, beautiful breakdown. You are going up in history. Thank you, Humble LLC. Commit. Shame on her. I think there's a brother with a deep voice, so he's shame on her. All right, Shannon put very thorough breakdown, Saba. Thank you, Shannon. There's the other Robert. Robert put, these people profit all the time from what they call ancient. Exactly. Bag Chaser put, Kimmy put, lie debunked, check mark. Conscious Conqueror put, that guy should have stuck with the first question with the South African circles, but great debunk, Saba. Actually, the South African circles would have been similar, and for my respect for Michael Tillinger, because I want to speak with him and clarify something, I didn't do that. What you just saw me do to Gigal, I didn't do to Michael Tillinger, because I want to see something first. All right, so but believe me, I can do it to anybody. All right, so yeah, it was me that changed the question. Hotep family to the bag. She said, okay, good. So you all saw the answer you all liked. There is okay, there we go. Boom. You all saw the answer. You all liked it. I'm going to step away, family. 103 in the room. The questions are getting crazier and crazier. I see them already. Wait till we get to the... Oh, man. There's a question here about Jesus. Family building Jesus. We're going to get to that. All right, everybody. And Feminine Miserabilis says, the truth is Saba field of expertise. I never heard that before. That's awesome. Thank you, brother. That's a great compliment. Some people say my expertise in history, spirituality. Different people have expertise in different fields, but he says the truth is my field. Thank you. Thank you. The actual truth field. That pretty much covers it all, right? Okay, thank you. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm going to step off. Shout out to a hot. Let me see a Hottie shirt. What's that?
Saba, can I share my screen here?
That's a nice shirt, man.
Thank you.
You look like last week you look like a lion. This week you look like a zebra. All right. So.
Hey, that's racist, man.
Oh man. What do you want to do? You want to share a screen?
Yeah, because I want to show them how to sign up for a membership.
Absolutely. Put your screen in the room. I'll put it to screen share before I step off.
Okay.
Put in the room. That's what Scribe did.
Put it in the room?
Yeah, like hit the screen share the same way you do it if you were doing the StreamYard, and then I'll put it in the room. What I'm going to do also for you and Scribe, for I'm going to use Scribe Arcade, AJ. I'm going to put a way to make you all moderators also of the StreamYard. That means that when I step away, you all will have the power I have, that I have behind the StreamYard. You all will be like, have that power in your screen. There's a way to StreamYard develop that new thing, and you'll be able to screen share when you want, do everything I do, and it'll be in your hands when I step off. I'm going to give you all that so that you guys can have that kind of control. All right, so I'm going to step off, everybody, for a moment. 100 people in the room. The questions are crazy, and I can't wait to get to them. Shout out to everybody in the Podclass. I'm going to come back. I want everybody to know you can support it. It's Cash App, TT and Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. If you appreciate what I do and think that what I do is of any worth to you more than Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever it is, tipping the waiter, please support. This is what I do for a living. Peace and love, everybody. I'm stepping off. I'm going to share Ahati's screen. And Ahati, I'm going to stick around. I want to know if you can take it off the screen. I'm going to share it.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm sharing it. And go ahead and take it off the screen.
Take it off. Hold on.
Once I step away, I won't be able to.
So stop my screen.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. So I'm going to share it. Go ahead and share it again. And now you should have the power, and you should be able to share it and also take it off when you want.
Okay.
So go ahead and do that, and I'm going to go ahead and.
It says it's sharing the screen.
Okay. So there you go. You can share. You can take off when you want. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Hope you all like the answer. Arcad's smiling already. Arcad's about to go in.
Okay, I got to go in before Arcad does.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Nobody can step to our Saba. Wait till Arcad goes in. How dare you? I can't wait.
Okay.
Okay,
all
I'm
right,
going to
we got this.
Peace and love.
All right, peace and love. All right, everybody. Peace to the chat. Peace to the brothers on the panel. What you're looking at now is our newsletter. And there's always a weekly newsletter with a book study breakdown, because if you haven't joined us on Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific time, I welcome you too, because we're breaking down Tehuti's book, Stepping Out of the Matrix. So that's Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific time. But if you go to the website at teachingsofmaat.org and scroll all the way down the homepage and enter your email, you will get this weekly newsletter that's put together by Arcad and the Scribe. So you'll see Teachings of Maat, the movement begins with you, book study breakdown and news. You'll have the issue number, so you never have to miss an issue. There's a little welcome message there. Then you get the About Us section. And it lists our mission. And our mission is to bring back home to the mindset of Maat as many sisters, brothers, and their children as possible. Free melanated people from the Tamahu. If you're new, the Tamahu is the Caucasian matrix. Then I know lives are very busy. I know people have work, school, other responsibilities they have to attend to. So I made sure to make the newsletter as short as possible for now, so that you can read it on your mobile phone or your computer, and you can read it pretty quickly. So it'll just be a couple short paragraphs, as you see here. And just to give you an example, every week you'll get the speaker note. And this one says the speaker, Ahati Maat, further elaborated on Saba Tehuti's teachings about the original black family and their connection to Serapis. Asar called the Great Black, his mate Osset, known as the first sexual magician in history. This inflamed the male Tamahu, hatred of the black man's large penis, and so he altered history. And then usually in the second paragraph, we go even deeper. So I implore everybody to drop their emails so they can get this free subscription going. And you keep scrolling down, there'll always be a picture. Now, what makes our pictures unique is you always see Medunetter in the pictures. So you always get a picture created by Arcad Infinite and the Scribe. And for this week, they put something that deals, and usually in these pictures, there's something unique to the brother that spoke for the week. So for me, Tehuti Mos, before he had to go away for a little bit, started calling me the Hungry Lion. So the Scribe put in this Medunetter word called Mahes, and it means lion with a fierce eye that fascinates. So these brothers will always have their People call them spirit animals, but they'll always have an animal that is likened to their own character, and there'll always be a medu netter word or phrase there for you to learn, so you can get the deeper meaning of why they have a connection to that certain animal. So keep going on. It shows that the image of the creator, the Black Mother Goddess symbol, derived from the Maat of the Mother Heteru. And it just keeps going and going. We scroll down, and now we get to the members section. Now, the members section, it says we are now accepting membership within the Tom or Teachings of Maat movement. We have open positions for active and non-active members. So if you want to be active and you're ready and you're courageous to put your name and face out there and start putting in work for Saba Tehuti and helping us brothers out, you can do that. If you don't feel comfortable doing that yet because you have work obligations or for whatever reason you don't feel comfortable being active right now, we also welcome non-active members, which are basically just supporters. So we're looking for writers, editors, managers, digital designers, social media content creators, organizers for physical meetups. If you have a skill or talent that could be beneficial to the Teachings of Maat organization, contact the leadership at teachingsofmaat.org. It's leadership@teachingsofmaat.org, and Describe or me will always post the links in the chat to make it real easy for you to just click on it and go there. I also want to say that if you don't have any skills or talent, or everybody does, but if you don't know what yours is, we can help you find that so you can be an asset to Saba Tehuti and to us. So I don't care if you're homeless. I don't care if you're on drugs, you're drinking at the moment. If you're willing to advance yourself and take on a character that emulates Saba Tehuti, then we welcome you. Oh, another thing is Kmt was a nation, so we don't care if you're Muslim, Judaism, Hare Krishna, Hinduism, whatever you are. We were a nation first, so we're looking for people that are interested in building a nation. So you keep scrolling down. It says things to consider before skipping this study. What are the weekly studies about? They are based off the teachings of Tehuti, a way to connect our community of truth seekers with the leadership of the teachings of Maat. You are now witnessing his wisdom in action. Similar to all movements, information without good vibration manifests nothing. Join us. So if you have been searching for your entire life, like me, for a teaching that can be free, that can free you from fear, stress, worry, or anger, then you found the right home. Even if you are very knowledgeable about Maat and Kmt, then we could use your service to free the minds of our people. All are welcome. Now we come to the crazy good merch, high quality. I have a couple shirts and sweatshirt. I'm not just hyping this because it's Describe making it. I would definitely call him out if there was any flaws or the quality wasn't good. And I definitely wouldn't tell people in the chat to go and support him if he wasn't putting out the best quality, which he is. So he's making merch for our sisters, for our brothers, and I can't zoom in here right now, but if you go to the website, you can see this much clearer. And children's clothing, t-shirts, sweatshirts. So we have short sleeve, long sleeve. We have hooded sweatshirts. I'm sure the scribe is working on other things right now, maybe hats, beanies. He's very creative, so I know he's working on a lot of things right now. So if you have any questions, just hook up with the scribe and ask him. And here's the great thing about this. When you get a membership, you get 10% off your first purchase when you sign up. So I didn't even get 10% off, but you're going to get 10% off when you sign up. When you sign up for the newsletter, and you get a 10% off forever as long as you become a member. So if you sign up for the newsletter right now, you get 10% off. If you sign up as a member, you get 10% off forever on all the merch. And I'm sure with anything else in the future that he's going to be putting up. And this is something new. This is our social media platform. There's YouTube at Teachings of Maat at youtube.com. You have Saba Tehuti's YouTube. Go subscribe. His is youtube.com/@mystical TV. We even got back on Twitter. I don't have a personal Twitter account. I haven't had one in years. But we have a Twitter account just for the teachings of Maat. It's twitter.com/teachings of Maat. And then we have a tiktok.com / teachings of Maat. Now, if you're going to TikTok to watch brothers do goofy stuff and do stuff like that, or see the sisters twerking, you're not going to find it at our TikTok. What you are going to find is teachings and things that can advance and enhance your life. And if you want to message me or anyone at the Teachings of Maat, Saba Tehuti, you can just go right to their website, teachingsofmaat.org, or you can use the easy-to-use QR code and scan it with your phone. And if you want to support us, you could donate at leadership@teachingsofmaat.org, or again, you could scan the barcode right here. And then we're always going to shout out the members as long as there's space. So right now, history is made with the first Teachings of Maat member couple. So the first male and female energy that's united under Saba Tehuti's teachings has now been achieved. And it's Brother Annunaki and his lovely mate Antu. So congratulations to you and her. And then our supporters so far, our consistent supporters is Nito Campbell, Artisman Hawkins, True Seeker 22, and E Manifesto. Shout out to you as well. And that is it. A lot of stuff here. Check out. All right, Arcad.
Yeah. Peace and love. Peace and love to the chat. Hotep Maat to everybody out there. Scribe, I absolutely love your background, brother. You are the architect, brother. You going in with that one. It switched up.
Looks like he's in the 2-watt over there, up in the skies.
Switched up, though. You ain't see it. It switched like 2 times.
Okay.
Yeah, see, come on now. Hey, you got to teach me how to do that, brother.
Hey, we working.
Yeah, man. AJ, peace and love to you, brother. Peace and love, a hot tea. Peace and love. Y'all know I'm not going to be long-winded today. You guys know I'm traveling. I'll be traveling in a few hours with my family. So I'm not going to be long-winded, but y'all know that our teacher is the best. Saba is the best. We have the best teacher right now on the planet. That goes without saying. Those of us that know. If you don't know, find out. Join us at teachingsofmaat.org. Join us every Friday for the Tehuti Podclass. And that good brother Hati showed you our website and the newsletter. So sign up and join us if you want the truth and if you appreciate the truth. And if you don't, then don't. But this movement is going to continue to move forward, full speed ahead. And we are standing on Maat. So that's the difference. The difference is, like that brother put into the chat, Saba is the truth. All he teaches is the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth and nothing but Maat, period. And I'm not going to be long-winded, guys. I'm going to let y'all go. I'm probably not going to catch the next break because I have to get some rest. I'm going to be traveling with my family, like I said. But check us out on Sunday for our Sunday study group. We'll be breaking down Saba's books. And join us. Scribe did a wonderful presentation. Scribe, I want to give you a shout-out, brother. Live on air on Saba's class. Saba, I hope you're listening. My goddess watched Scribe's presentation twice. She watched it the whole night that we were presenting, and she was fully engaged. And those were her words. She was fully engaged in the Scribe's teachings, and then she watched it again the next day. Now, she normally supports and signs in and watches, but not as much as she did Sunday. She said, Scribe, your presentation was phenomenal, brother. So I just want to give a shout out to that good brother Scribe for that. And I just want to let everybody know that, and just show and just allow you all to see, if you can see the progression of us, these brothers up here. Hati, you've been in the game for a minute, brother. So, great book of yours, Journey Through the Soul series by the good brother Hati. And it's a beautiful book, but I just want to just point out that the way we're growing, Netta, formerly known as AJ, will be receiving his name pretty soon in a few weeks. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to Tehuti Most. Shout out to you, brother. Good love and light to you. And shout out to you, Scribe. I'm not going to hold you, brothers. I just want to just say it before I go. We have the best teacher, hands down. And there's nobody on the planet right now answering questions right now in real time with actual facts, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And I'm so blessed and honored to be a part of this movement and to be a part of this truth. And we're going to keep on moving forward. So with that being said, I'm going to let the next brother speak. And peace and love to everybody. I probably won't be on the next break. I got to get some rest, but Hotep Maat to everybody out there. Peace and love to you, Saba, and peace and love to you, brothers on the panel. Peace and love to everybody in the chat.
Respect. Scribe, you have something you want to say or share?
Yes. Peace and love, Hotep Maat, to everyone here in the excellent, the grandiose Tehuti Podclass. You know, thank you all for showing up each and every week, those of you that do, and give your attention and show your support to Saba Tehuti. Grand appreciation. And yes, as the brothers broke down, go to our website. You know, I have it here in my background, teachersofmaat.org, to gain all that information. It's a ton of information, and we're steady growing and putting more out. And you can also follow our social media sites. We're wanting to start growing that as well. So as the brother said, we're not on social media for entertainment. We're there to teach and we're there to learn. So this is what we use it for. And it's a great way to get the teachings in a shorter, compact amount of time. And so, you know, go follow us there on Twitter and on TikTok. And I also want to give a shout out to our latest member, Sandra Carey. Shout out to you, sister, for joining us. If you're listening, peace and love to you. Thank you for taking that next step and joining us. For those of you who have thought about it or are on the fence or just haven't made the move yet, as you see, we're continuing to grow and we're evolving, and it's a beautiful thing. So, you know, just step on board. Is very easy to join us. So do so. And, you know, so I just want to give thanks and gratitude to everyone out there. Our Study Guide Sunday class is beautiful. So for those of you who are in the class here, you can go to our YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe there. Make sure you subscribe there and tap in with us on Sunday. This coming up Sunday, Ahati Maat will be presenting, and we'll be closing up Saba Tehuti's Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook. So we're finishing that up. We're on the last 10 pages or so. So we'll be breaking that down, and you know, we'll be going into some new territory the following week. We'll be going into some of the ancient ancestors' writings, some of the teachings, what is known as the laws of Maat, not the 42, but the real ones, the teachings of Amen Mope, Ptahhotep, King Mary Caray, just the actual teachings of the ancestors. So, you know, subscribe to our YouTube channel to follow along with us and grow with us and learn with us. So just peace and love. Go ahead, good brother AJ. You can go ahead and get some words in before Saba Tehuti steps back in. So peace and love to everyone in the chat.
Peace and love to the brothers on the panel. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. It's a beautiful situation. I'm looking forward to the wrapping up of the Stepping Out of the Matrix book, and then that following on December 16th or December 17th is the 1-year anniversary of Tehuti's Podclass. man, it's a very special time for all of us, and I'm really excited. What more can you ask for? It just keeps getting greater and greater and better. Saba's devotion, dedication, love for Maat is very infectious. He's vibrating high. His family is healthy. He's healthy. Everybody's doing well. All is well. What more can we ask for but to be on this path and to grow and to be learning under Saba? So that's all I'll say, in respect to everyone.
Peace, Saba. You muted.
Peace, everyone. Peace. Great words. I heard a lot of it. Be safe. Be safe, Arcad, on your whatever journey it is that you're on tonight, that you have to leave early. Be safe with that. Good work, Ahati. Walking everybody through the activities and the participation of actually being a member. And thank you, Scribe, for affecting. I only heard a bit of it, but you affected. It seems like you affected Arcad's mates with some class that you did, which is great. I didn't get to hear all the details, but any class that you do that you can affect someone is wonderful news. That is wonderful, and thank you. Thank you, AJ, for discussing the anniversary that is coming up. Appreciate that. And I want everybody and the brothers, I want everybody to communicate. Not next one. I got to start right now, but the importance, everybody. I just want everybody to. I know Tehuti most usually does it, and he's like a car salesman motivator, but the emphasis on sending the support for these great teachings that everybody is receiving, because that is my this is my livelihood, it's my time. Each of these answers that everybody's getting, I go through them. It's natural for me, but if you're to see the intricacies and what it takes for me to put it together, it's put together in a particular way. It's put together in a particular sequence. Every I is dotted, every T is crossed, every angle is monitored, and it's put together so that when it's done, there's no doubt whatsoever on that particular answer. And that's one of the things that makes these answers unique. So everybody, please, who's watching, if you appreciate this, there's 84 people watching. If you appreciate me more than Christmas, if you appreciate what I do more than your waiter who brings you food and you give him a $20 tip for just bringing you a meal, if you appreciate what I do more than the stripper that you've paid, more than the bubble gum that you bought last week and the vodka or whatever it is that you did, please show the appreciation and support, because that is what keeps things going. And that is why I base my answers on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. It is much harder to answer questions with actual artifacts and science than it is giving an opinion. And that's why the brother Arcad, one of the things he stresses that I do is that you don't hear my opinion in it. Well, what I think y'all should do, yeah, I don't like that. You don't hear any of that in it. You just hear fact after fact after fact after fact after fact, and everything is shown. So everybody who's watching, please support, appreciate what it is that I do. When you send your Cash App, it looks like that. When you send your PayPal, it looks like that. You can write questions on it, and please support what it is that you see me doing here. It looks exciting. It looks entertaining. It's awesome. The screen, the changing of colors, all the pictures and everything, and that is my time that you're supporting. That is the time that it takes to do that. If you want these quality of answers, if not, and you feel that all the other rooms, all the other YouTube channels that you go to have satisfactory answers, which in actuality, I want to stress to everybody that There is no room other than this that's based on questions. I just want everybody to know that. It seems normal now because we've been doing this for a while, but there's no other YouTube channel where the teacher sits down in front of you and you send your questions in, and there's a thorough, intricate class done strictly on the questions that you've sent in. That's never been done that I've seen in history before. And it's something that creates the freedom for you all to actually create the content of what it is that I'm teaching. I don't come here with any predisposed topic that I want. None of these are topics that I want to teach. I only want them after you ask for them. Some of them that you ask, I actually don't want to answer, but it's my job as a Sabbath to answer. Then as I'm answering it, I get into it. I get in that Battle of Kadesh one. I wasn't interested in answering that at all. I wasn't interested in answering that. Look at the class that came out of that, because I got into it. So please, everybody, support. Peace and love to you, brothers. We're going to get on to the next questions. It's already 8:48. I got questions. I'm going to show the donations that were given so far, give the shout outs. And Hati, again, great job on walking people through the membership. That's a great thing that you did by screen sharing. Great idea, because usually you just you talk about it. On the Sunday class, you show it, but this is good to bring the screen share here so everybody can see what it is that you're talking about. It's professional. It's very interactive. Good idea for anytime you come, you can bring the screen share. And I'm going to actually work on giving you guys the administrative abilities when you actually come on here. So when I take my breaks, you can do everything that I do. All right, everybody, we're going to get back to the questions. Peace and love, brothers. Arcad, if I don't see you for the next one, have a safe trip. If you can, send a little message from your phone or wherever you're at, so we know that you're safe on your journeys. And let's get on to the next question, man.
Peace and love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And before we get on to the next question, I'm gonna refresh my page and see who's been supporting and donating to keep this thing moving and alive. And I'm gonna give a shout out to the donations, a couple of them, and then I'm gonna go ahead and give the answer to the next question. So shout out to the good brother Anthony Drain, who said, "Oh, great question, which I'm actually answering as I'm answering other questions." But I'm still going to give this a dedicated time too. But this is look at this question here, everybody. What a great question the brother asked, which is what this whole podcast is based on. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who gives his donation every class before the class even starts. And let me see if it went to the room. Let me see. I'm going to go like this. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who gave $20.72. Thank you, my good brother, for asking a great question. Shout out to Anthony Drain. And the question is, what he wants to show is, explain the importance of primary sources. That's a question that I'm actually answering the question as I'm teaching. I'm going to actually emphasize on this as I answer the other questions. So that's very good to focus on. What is the importance of a primary source? I'm actually going to use that theme in my, there's a question here about Jesus and family. No, there's a question here about, the Septuagint. I see it here. What is the origin of the Septuagint? Hold on.
What's up, all you lovely people? Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So there's a question that I think I'm going to answer right now. The next question is, I'm going to answer it after I do a couple of shout outs. But the question is about the Septuagint. And as I'm answering it, I'm going to show primary sources and then explain what the importance is of showing these primary sources. I'm also going to do that when it comes to the Noble Drew Ali one as well. As a matter of fact, for all the answers from this tonight, when I show a primary, I'm going to emphasize on Anthony Drain's question of primary sources and the difference between showing that and just talking out of your mouth. So shout out to Anthony Drains. Thank you for that. I'm going to use that and emphasize, answer it while doing it. I'm going to show you all primary sources and say, this is what Anthony Drain asked about. So shout out to Anthony Drain. Thank you, my good brother. Next donation is from the good brother Daryl, who sent in, let me put this on the screen here. Shout out to Daryl, who sends in, where is it? He sends in $5.08. He does this every week. Shout out to Daryl for the Podclass. Thank you for your support, good brother. Appreciate it. And the next one in is from, Lamonte, are you in the room, my good brother? Lamonte blowing it up. Lamonte blowing up. I love this brother's questions, man. I love this brother's questions. It reminds me of me in '94. Let me go ahead and put a note on this. Put a note on this here because I may not be able to get to it before this class is done. But this is one of my favorite topics. I look forward to getting into this when I get to it. And what does he say here? What a great question here. This is what I like. This is what I like. Here we go. I love this question. Here we go. And let me put it in the room. Shout out to the good brother Lamonte. And what does he say here? He says, Lamonte says, hello, brother. Question. I read a book called Land of Osiris. I probably have it somewhere over there, but I read a book called Land of Osiris. And let me blow it up so I can read it. Hello, brother. Question. I read a book called Land of Osiris. In the book, there were geologists who carbon dating the Sphinx. In the book, there were geologists who carbon dated the Sphinx and found water erosions on the backside dated to 10,000, 12,000 BC. I actually believe it's at least 36,000 years old. This evidence provides beyond a shadow of a doubt the Egyptians are much older than the Sumerians. Can you break it down when you get a chance? Thank you for that respect. Thank you for that respect, brother, for saying when I get a chance, because he knows that it's a when he's sending a question, it's a lineup, and I get to it when I reach the top in order, always in sequence. I try my best. So shout out to that. I would love to answer that right now, but there's a couple people before you, but that is saved, and I will get to it if I can get to it at the end of the night. Beautiful. If not, I'll open up the next week's class with that. Shout out to Lamonte for that awesome question. I'd love to answer it. Shout out to you. Whoops, no, I don't want to leave the studio. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate that. That is awesome. Let me see if I put that in the files. Let me go ahead and see if that's in the files. Yep, it is in the files. You are recorded, my brother. We will get to it in sequence. Shout out to that, and thank you for the nice donation. Shout out to, here comes Nito Campbell again, brothers and sisters. Here we are again showing you the consistency of this brother Nito Campbell, who always sends in donations with multiples of 9. And this time he sends in $36 as a donation. Shout out to, where is he? There he is. Shout out to the good brother Nito Campbell. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. Nito Campbell. Shout out to you if you're in the room or watching or whoever. Shout out to you. Exposing ISPEC. That is what I do, my people. I expose ISPEC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody who's watching, these are the great donators who appreciate what it is that I do. Thank you if you are a supporter in what it is that I do. Shout out to Nito. Shout out to Nito Campbell. I appreciate it, my good brother. These are the supporters. For those who are watching the podcast right now who are wondering, how do I support like Nito Campbell and the others? It is Cash App TT Moon. There it is on the screen. Moderators can put it in the room, and it's PayPal at Rocky SV. Please support like this good brother Nito, and others who are watching will appreciate what it is that I do, because without it, I can't do it. I have to do something else. But this is what keeps and maintains me here for all you. So thank you for that support, Nito Campbell, and all the other great supporters. We're gonna take a break right there. The next is Ika Kepara, Owen Haithi, and a couple others, but that's okay. We're gonna get to it. Let's get into the next question, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Are you all ready for the next question? You all are awesome, wonderful. Here we go. Are you ready? Old School says peace, Tehuti. Step Tepe, who is also Anthony Drain, says, if you roll with Kmet, Anthony Drain, Step Tepe Slim says, if you roll with Kmet, you need to check in with Sabbath Tehuti. Thank you, my good brother. I wish that was true, but I wish everyone was honest, and I wish that was true, but unfortunately, due to cloud ego and other situations that I see, not everybody's going to do that. They're going to watch. There's 96 people watching. Best believe of the 96 people watching, there's about 30 that are Kemetic teachers that will never type anything in the chat and never support or donate. But you will see some of these teachings on Facebook, Instagram, all over the place, because there is an interesting scenario going on when it comes to me. But shout out to all those who do support. Speaking of support, let's get to the next question, which was sent in. Let me pull it up here. Next question sent in. We got okay. Here it is. Shout out to, who is this? Who is this? Let me put it in the room here. This question was sent in by this is Atum, who actually sent in 2 donations. Let me put them both in the room. He sent in 2 donations. One was a donation, and one had the question on it. And let me go ahead and put it in the room. Shout out to you, my good brother. This is Atum, I believe, from England. And let me go ahead and put his questions in the room. One was a question, one said reciprocity. Altogether was a good donation. Was good in altogether. Let me see if they're in here. Here we go. So the first one is the question is, can you explain the origin of the Septuagint? Hotep. Can you explain the origin of the Septuagint? That one had the $10.72 on it, 72 for the number of the actual Septuagint, which is what the word Septuagint means, 70. And they changed it to 72, which was Tehuti's number. So that's $10.72. And then he sent in back to back, he sent in another reciprocity and love. So altogether, that was definitely over $20. Shout out to my good brother Atum, who sent in the question. Tehuti, can you explain the origins of the Septuagint? And then he sent in reciprocating the love. Thank you, my good brother, for reciprocating the love. I appreciate it. Let's get into it, everybody. The origins of the Septuagint. I appreciate the question. Thank you so much, because this is actually extremely important. This is actually world-changing. Can you explain the origin of the Septuagint? This is actually world-changing. The Septuagint actually changed the whole earth. And the reason why we have any monotheistic religion here in the West is actually because of the Septuagint. You remove the Septuagint, and we have no Hebrew Israelites, we have no Islam, we have none of that exist without this Septuagint. So, of course, what is the origin of the Septuagint? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. I want to make sure that I'm heard and seen. Niyat is on the hat. And we're ready to go. Press a 1 if you can hear me. AJ Magul already has faith in me, says this is going to be good. And Stranger, you have a question in here too, I believe. I don't know. I have so many questions. Okay, press a 1. If you can hear me, press a 1. This is going to be good. Everybody can hear me. I see the 1s going off. Thank you, AJ, for your confidence. And Stranger says, Tehuti is a teacher of teachers. What? Hold on. Let me check something. Hold on, everybody. Oh, Stranger's the one that asked the Noble Draw League question. That's right. Okay, Stranger. He sent in 2 huge donations for the Noble Draw League Suleiman question. Yeah, that was you, Stranger. Got you. I got you. Coming up. Woo! Bag Chaser said, glad I made it for this breakdown, for the best to do it. Thank you, Bag Chaser. Thank you, all you brothers that I see in the other chat rooms. Feisty, arguing, battling. When you come here, you're awesome, great students. Why? Because you know the difference in quality. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the origin of the Septuagint. Woo! It's going to be, let's go. Why not, right? Why not? Yeah, 2 donations for this equaling $20, $21 basically. Let me see. Yeah, $10.08 and $10.72 equaling $21. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break it down once and for all. Where does this Bible Septuagint come from? Is it from Hebrews? Is this the book of God? What is this? What's going on? Let's get into it, everybody. We are going to do a screen share. Let's get into it. For this one, let me stop this. For this one, I'm actually going to change the background music. We're going to get a little smooth and relaxed. Change the background music. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go, everybody. Here we go. All right, are you ready, everybody? Here we go. What is the oldest Bible in the world, and what is its origins? Did it originally come from a group of people in ancient times called the quote-unquote Hebrews? It should have, right? Let me walk you through. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. So here it is. Here's the Septuagint, everybody. Let's walk through the history that you can. I like going through first history that you can easily look up on, say, Wikipedia, and then we go deeper from there. But I like to start people from a baby. Everybody knows that you have access to Encyclopedia Britannica, things that 12-year-old could look up. So let's go ahead and look up the universal accepted information. So the Septuagint, here it is, being a composite work, the translation process of the ancient Septuagint has several distinct, and this shouldn't even be, but this is strange already. Let me go and stop this. Stop. All right. So, being a composite work, the translation process of the Septuagint has several distinct stages, shifting from Hellenistic Judaism to Christian adoption. It began by the 3rd century BCE and was completed 132 BCE, initially in Alexandria, but in time elsewhere as well. The Septuagint derives its name from Latin Versio Septuaginta, interpretum, which means translation of the 70 interpreters. And there's some Greek words. Translation of the 70. The title refers to, and I have here in red, legendary account in red, pseudepigrapha, letter of Aristides to his brother Philocrates, of how 70 or 72 Jewish scholars were asked by the Greek king of Egypt, Ptolemy II of Philadelphus, in the 3rd century BC, and I have in red, to translate the Torah or the Pentateuch. Okay? Here we go. So, we have to note some things, because this goes over people's heads. We're going to note them. Note, this story is only coming from the Greek, quote-unquote, legendary account. The Greek account is from the Greek pseudepigraphic letter of Aristides. And I use this in a debate with JJ. JJ 7000 himself admits is a fake letter. Also note the account says only the Torah or Pentateuch was translated, not Genesis to Malachi. Thus, there again is no account of where this entire Bible comes from by any primary Hebrew source. And here is Anthony Drain, Zeptepi Slim. Here is Boom, first example. There's no primary source. That means that when you go to the so-called source of where the Septuagint came from, it was only asking for the Torah to be translated, just the Torah, not from Genesis to Malachi. So there's no primary source of the translation from Genesis to Malachi, but I will show the primary source of a story of the Septuagint. Here it is, everybody. Note, even the story of the Ptolemies is just a translation of the books of Moses. There's no original writing of any quote-unquote Jesus prophecies and can only be traced to the Ptolemies. So here it is. We're going to go to Bibliotheca Apostolica Vatican. This is from the Vatican. So here's a primary source from the Vatican of the story. Not that the story is true, but this is the primary source of the story. Here it is, right from the Vatican I'm showing you. So it says in here, King Ptolemy gathered 72 elders. He placed them in 72 chambers, each of them in a separate one, without revealing to them why they were summoned. Entered each one's room and said, what did he say? Write for me the Torah of Moshe. Not the book of Jeremiah, not the book of Ezekiel, not the book of Malachi, not the book of Chronicles, not Kings, none of that. Just the Torah of Moshe. People overlook that. That's very, very important. That's what the primary source says. So here's an example to Anthony Drain, to Zeptepi Slim. The primary source of the story says the Ptolemies just requested for the Torah of Moshe to be translated. That's the primary source. What does the religious opinion say that has no primary source? The religious opinion is the Ptolemies translated the whole Bible. That's not what the Ptolemies said. So see, the little change of words can change the whole narrative. There's an example of primary source compared to what Hebrews and Christians say out of their mouth. Let's continue. So here it is right here. Here's the primary source. Here's the book. Here's the Greek language bilingual Oxford edition, 1962. That is where you can get the story from. Okay, let's continue. Boom. Now we're going to go to actual Bible-believing Hebrew or Jew or Christian websites. These are Christian apologetics. And this is about the story of the Septuagint from the Christians themselves. Let's see what they believe in. Origin of the Septuagint I haven't read. It is commonly called Septuagint version. From the Latin for 70. See where the mess up is already? It's Latin for 70, but wait a minute. Over here in the primary source, the Ptolemies gathered 72, placed them in 72 chambers. Is the number 72 70? If somebody owed you $72 and they only gave you 70, would you say, yeah, thank you, that's the same number, man? No, you say, wait, you owe me another $2. The number 70 is not 72. See the difference from a primary source to a Christian opinion? How they change it up so that there's an error right there as soon as we start off the story. So it's commonly called Septuagint version from Latin 70 because according to the traditional account of its origin, preserved in the so-called letter, this is Christians calling it the so-called letter of Aristides, had 72 translators. So if it had 72 translators, then why would the book be called 70 and not 72? Is there not a Greek number 2? Of course there is. Now, let's continue in red. After the text by addition, transposition, or omission. See that? Now it says, and a curse was pronounced on anyone who should, after the text by addition, transposition, or omission of the work. So there should be a curse on anybody who adds anything to the Septuagint of the Bible. Right? So whatever, think about this, everybody. The Ptolemies at one time gathered 72 priests, put them in 72 rooms, and at that time, one time, said translated. And the way the rest of the legend goes, it was, if anybody adds to this, omits, transpositions, or does anything to this, a curse will be on them, right? But wait a minute, everybody. Look what it says here. 3rd century BC, that's when the Ptolemies did it, but look at this. It was completed 132 BC. How much was added to it? From 287 BC to 132 BC, it's finished. But the Ptolemies didn't have them in a room. Did the Ptolemies have 72 Hebrews in a room from 284 BC, sitting in the room all the way to 132? Sitting in the room, they couldn't leave the room for over 100 years. They lived in, or was it other people adding, taking away, adding? Because according to the story, it's only the Torah. So if you see anything in the Bible that the Hebrews say came from the Septuagint, that's not just the Torah, then of course that was added to, and anybody adhering to that should be cursed. But nobody's cursed. So let's continue. Here we go, everybody. Later generations embellish the story. Embellish means to add on and make greater. Philo of Alexandria, writing in the 1st century AD, says that each of the 72 translators were shut in a separate cell, and miraculously all the texts were said to agree exactly with one another, thus proving that their version was directly inspired by God. But according to the Christians, that was an embellished story. The Christians are saying this themselves. What do the Christians say about the origin of their own Bible? They say, it is difficult to know how much credence to give these accounts. There are several known historical inaccuracies in the letter of Aristides, so the only account they have of the Septuagint is the letter of Aristides, and the Christians say there are several known historical inaccuracies. So where does the Septuagint story even come from? Where's the real story? Where's the primary source of where it comes from? They don't even trust their own source. So here we go. So the Association of Biblical Research themselves says the story is unreliable and that it was embellished. The story states that there should be a curse placed on anyone who adds to the work, yet the work was only that the Torah of Moses was translated, yet the books within Septuagint are from Genesis to Malachi, proving error in the Ptolemaic legend, everybody. Proving the error in the Ptolemaic legend. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. So here is the Septuagint as we continue on with the origins of the Septuagint in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Again, LXX, not LXX2, which would be 72, but LXX is for 72 now for some weird reason. And it says the name of the Septuagint was derived later from the legend that there was 72 translators, 6 from each tribe of Israel. Where is it from? I have here. Well, the source, the letter of Aristides, is unreliable. So the Christian website themselves, Shallow Excavations Association for Biblical Research, says the letter that the story comes from is unreliable. Encyclopedia Britannica says the letter is unreliable. This is the root of the Bible, everybody. Now we're going to go to Septuagint.net. Septuagint has its origin in Alexandria. Letter of Aristides, it is believed. Even the own Septuagint website says this story is believed. No factual information on the origin of the Bible, everybody. Later generations embellish the story. It's difficult to know how much credence to give these accounts. There are several known historical inaccuracies in the legend. In Aristides, this is crazy, right? This is crazy. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. We're breaking it down now. The whole story of the Bible being passed down to the Greeks only go back to one letter. Let me show you the academic category that the letter is placed in. So the letter is placed in an academic category. When they place letters in libraries or in museums or in academia, they place them in certain categories. Okay? I wonder what category the letter of Aristides is placed in. Let's look, everybody. Letter of Aristides. Biblical scholars to the pseudepigrapha. So it's placed in the category of pseudepigrapha. Josephus, who paraphrased about 2/5 of the letter, ascribed it to Aristides and to have been written to a certain Philocrates. Interpreters sent to Egypt from Jerusalem at the request of the librarian of Alexandria, resulting in the Septuagint translation. What is pseudepigrapha? What is pseudepigrapha, though? Because this letter that the story is coming from is categorized in academia as pseudepigrapha. Well, here's the definition of pseudepigrapha. Pseudepigraph, false. It starts off with the word false. False attributed works. Text whose claimed author is not the true author, or the work whose real author is attributed to a figure of the past. It's from the word pseudo, which means lies, and pigrapha from picto, which is writings. Lying writings. That's what the word pseudepigrapha means. Writing lies. That's what it literally. Here's the etymology. Pseudo, false. Epigraphy, name or ascription. Inscriptions that are false. So the whole story of the Septuagint, of how this so-called Bible got into our hands, nobody backs it up as true. Nobody believes that it's true. The Christians don't believe that it's true. The Jews have no record of this. Academics log this as false writing, pseudepigrapha. The Shallow Excavation website says there's too many inaccuracies in Aristides to have this as reliable. Encyclopedia Britannica says this letter and this is Aristides is unreliable. Woo! So it must not go back to that. So the letter of the origins of the Bible is placed under. Wait, let me see something. Yep. So the letter of the origin of the Bible is placed under the category of false. Christians, Hebrews, I have a question. You say the Ptolemies were interested in this Hebrew set of books. Why were they interested in Hebrew teachings? Let's take a look at the Ptolemies, everybody, because remember, according to the story, the Ptolemies took their power as kings, because remember, anything you do as a king takes your time. That means you could be doing anything as a king, but when you do a thing as a king, you yourself don't do it. You hire those to go out and do it. So the Ptolemies took their time to go seek out and send out for 72 men. They set up 72 chambers. Like, did they have 72 chambers set up before this? So they had contractors, construction workers, they had builders. Listen, here's what we're going to do. Go find 72 Hebrews. You contractors, you're going to make 72 chambers just for this, because before this, there's no Ptolemaic record of them having 72 chambers. So you're going to make you're going to make chamber 1, chamber 2. How many years does this take? How long does this take? Chamber 1, chamber 2, chamber 3, make it chamber 4, chamber 5. We're not done yet, everybody. Chamber 6, chamber 7, chamber 8, chamber 9, chamber 10, chamber 11. Keep working, guys. Keep working under the Ptolemies. Chamber 13, chamber 12, chamber 13, chamber 14, 15, 16, 17, chamber 18, chamber 19, chamber 20, 21, 22, chamber 23, 24. They're doing all of this. You all believe this? Where are these 72 chambers? Did they ever find these 72 chambers in archaeology? Hebrews, please, man. Please. 72 chambers set up just for this one purpose? That's how interested the Ptolemies were in the Hebrews. They didn't do this for any other culture, everybody. No other culture. They didn't even do this for Kmt. Did they even do this for Kmt? Did they even set up 72 Kemetic priests to translate the Purim Haru, the Book of the Dead, the coffin text, 72, chamber number 60, chamber number 61, 62, chamber number 63, 64. Keep on building, guys. We need another chamber over there. Make a chamber there. They did this for Hebrews. That's how interested these so-called Ptolemies were in to the Hebrew culture. Let's take a look at the Ptolemies. Let's see if they look like they were interested in Hebrew culture. Uh-oh. These are the men that were interested in building all these chambers. These are the men, right? They were so interested in the Hebrew culture that they would put hundreds of their dollars, thousands of their dollars, construction workers, seeking out, sending people to Jerusalem, going and getting 72. You have to feed them too, right? You have to feed them, you have to maintain them, because you're taking these Hebrew priests away from their job, their work, wherever they're doing. You're setting them up so they can translate the whole Bible in 72 chambers. You can't have them speaking to each other. This is a huge project. This is a time-taking investment that these men did. And here's the men that did it. They look like they're dressed like Kmetians. Do these men look like they're interested in building 72 chambers and having Bibles translated for them? Look at the Ptolemies, everybody. These men were interested in Hebrew Bibles? Okay. All right, let's keep going. Here we go. So, boom. They were followers of Kmetians who were clearly enemies of the Hebrews in the Bible. Let's stop right there, everybody. Remember, if you dress like this and look like this, the Bible is against you. The Bible is about the killing. The beginning of the Bible in Exodus is about the fighting of men who look like this with God. Pharaoh and God fighting, staffs thrown to the ground, oceans parted, Pharaoh's chariots thrown in the ocean, the children were killed in their cribs, little children suckling on the breast of the mother, killed right there, boom. If you look like this, you would want no interest in a Bible. You're going to look like this, see those stories and say, send for Moses, send for the translators of Moses. We're going to set up 72 chambers. We're going to do all this to translate, and the Bible's against you. That's what we're supposed to believe, everybody. Psyops in full effect, everybody. Psyops in full effect. Here we go. So according to the Bible, they were the enemies of Kmt. Here is the actual Kemetic oaths of the Ptolemies, the supposed ones who were interested in the Hebrew translation. Here we are in the British Museum, Rosetta Stone, 196 BC. And here's the translation of the Rosetta Stone. This is the oath of the Ptolemies. This is what you have to believe in to become a Ptolemy. I'm only going to read the red, because the red is all the beliefs we're going to focus on. You have to be the Lord of the Aurea. You have to believe in Patatu Tenin. That Patatu Tenin is the father of the loving gods, not Yahweh, whom Ptah has chosen. So you're the chosen of Ptah, you're not the chosen of Yahweh. Living in the image of Amun, not in the image of God, not in the image of Elohim, not in the image of El. not God created you. Remember how the Bible begins? God created you in his image. He and her created he them. This one says you're in the image of Amun. You're the son of Ra, not the son of God, beloved of Ptah. He's the manifest God. Priest of Alexandria, of the Savior gods. You're not waiting for a Jesus? You don't care about a translation of a Bible that is predicting the coming of a Savior? You believe in the priest of Alexandria and the Savior gods, plural. That is polytheism, not monotheism. The Decree of the Mersen priests, the Hemneter priests, scribes of the divine book. So if you're a Ptolemy, you believe in something called the divine book. That is not the Bible. The Bible doesn't have any of these beliefs in it. So you're not interested in the translation of a Bible. You're interested in the scribes of the divine book, according to the priest of Alexandria who worshipped Amun and Ptah. The beloved of Ptah, he's the manifest God. He being God and the Son of God. Not waiting for a Jesus. You're not interested in Yahweh Shai coming back. No. He being God and the Son of God and a goddess. No goddess in the Torah, no goddess in the Bible. Being like Heru. So you're not Christ-like. Before you were a Christian, before there was Christianity in the Bible, you were Heru-like. Being like Heru, son of Isis and Osiris. Not Christ-like, the Bible says, Christ-like, son of Mary. No, you're Heru-like, son of Aset and Asar. His father Osar. These Ptolemies believed in Osar, Ptah, Amun, and the priest of Kmt. In order to create peace in Kmt and to establish the temples, not the synagogues. They weren't interested in building synagogues and 72 rooms for some Jews. No, they were reestablishing the temples in Kmt, having rewarded all the forces that are subject to its rulership. They believed in Tehuti, twice great. Tehuti, twice great. Not Jeremiah, not Ezekiel, not Enoch. Here's their beliefs. Here's the Urea. Remember over here they mentioned Lord of the Urea, Ptah. I'm going to show them all. Here it is in the Mint Museum. Here's the wife of Ptolemy the second. This is the same Ptolemy that supposedly sent all his men and money out to find 72 Jews and his construction workers and architects to bring 72 chambers. That was Ptolemy II, right? Well, here's Ptolemy II and his wife, and they're wearing the Urea of Renunet, symbol of resurrection and everlasting life. The serpent, Renunet. Well, if you believe in the Torah, in the Bible, and you're spending all this money to get that translated, well, according to the Bible, the serpent is evil. But according to your wife, she's wearing Renunet, the serpent. All right, so here's the goddess Isis and her son Heru that they said they believed in. Let me shrink this down. We're in the Met Museum. And here is Ptolemy's wife with the so-called evil serpent. But it's not evil to the Ptolemies. It's evil to the Bible believers and the men that they're setting up the 72 rooms in. So the men who's in the 72 rooms, they're busy writing about how evil the serpent is, while Ptolemy and his wife are like this, wearing the serpent. Keep going, guys. Keep going. This is complete chaos and ridiculousness. All right? Here's Ptah. Here's Ptah, Sakar, Osiris, the Trinity, 600 BC. There's the Ptah, there's the Osiris, and Sakar. That's what the Ptolemies were talking about in their oath. Right? All right. Let's keep going, everybody. Here's the final blow that lets you know the entire story was a lie. Remember, the Ptolemies supposedly asked for Moses' Torah, right? Here it is. In the Vatican, in the letter of Aristes, and here it is. Write for me the Torah of Moshe. That's who they were interested in, right? Well, what did the language look like that Moses of the time of the so-called Hebrew wrote? So remember, at the time of Moses, that's 1400 BC, right? So that's what they would be translating. That's where the Torah is written one time. Unless people can show me that there's a bunch of Torahs from different prophets. The Torah is Moses' Torah, and everyone else who's writing it is copying from that. But the original Torah of Moses is written one time in one language. Let's see what that language would be, everybody. Let's take a look. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I answer questions. Boom, everybody. There it is. There's the language that was of 1200 BC, 1300 BC, of the so-called time of Moses. It would look like this. Here it is. So what did Solomon Berman do? Stole this and called it Proto-Hebrew and all this foolishness. It's the Canaanite script. You can see the Canaanite language. Where are the Hebrew books in the Hebrew times written in this? So the language of the time of the so-called prophets would have been in this language. So if there was some ancient Torah, ancient book of Malachi, ancient book of Ezekiel, the book of Kings, we should be able to find those in this language, because this is the language that existed at the time. I hope everybody's following. But Hebrew of the Bible never looks like this, does it? It never looks like this. When you go to Strong's Concordance, when you go to the Hebrew of the Bible, it never looks like this, does it? It looks like this. And what is the date of this? Here's what it looks like. Is this familiar to everybody? Here is what the Hebrew of the Bible that all the Hebrew Israelites read. Here's what it looks like. This is what it looks like. Does this, everybody, look like this? Absolutely not. This is the Torah language of the Bible. When was this written? Going all the way back to the Aleppo Codex. Look at the date, everybody. 10th century Christian era. Oh, man. Woo! There was no way the so-called Tanakh or Torah even existed in 287 BC to translate into Greek. What original books can we find factually that it could have been quote-unquote translated? None, actually. These are the actual document dated Torah of the Hebrew pages, very young, 7th to 10th century. 7th to 10th century, see? 7th to 10th century. That's the biblical language. The Ptolemies never saw this language. Never seen this. No, this language, this is not the language of the time of Moses. Let's continue, everybody. Here's the book of Deuteronomy. Whenever they show you the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Exodus, they always show you in this language. Who wrote this? Moses couldn't have wrote this, and no prophet could have written this, because in their time, the language was this, the Canaanite script. This is 10th century AD. This is 2,000, this is 2,400 years after Moses, everybody. That's when you get a book of Deuteronomy looking like this. 2,000, because remember, Moses is 1400 BC. This is 1,000 AD. So 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 400 is 2,400 years younger. That's where you get your Torah language from. No Ptolemies were around when this was being written. Boom. So there's no way the Ptolemies in 287 BC had a Torah to translate when the Torah is only 1000 CE in that script. Where is there any Hebrew writing of the prophets in 1400 BC script? Are you ready for the Tehuti knockout blow? Would you like to see what the Ptolemies themselves taught about Moses? Let me show you the Ptolemies themselves, what they taught about Moses and who Moses worshipped. Are you all ready, everybody? I don't know if you're ready. Remember, everybody, let's go back to this. Because according to this, the Ptolemies took their time and interest to say, write for me the Torah of Moses. And they set up 72 chambers. They had to build them, gather 72 elders, separate them, feed them, house them, because this wasn't done in a couple of minutes, right? Chambers are not set up in a few minutes, right? So here we are, everybody. So according to this, the Ptolemies are interested in a Moses. But what did the Ptolemies actually believe about Moses? You all ready? We've never seen this before. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. We're going to go to the inscribed amulets of the time of the Ptolemies, inscriptions upon the amulets on the so-called magical papyri. The last class of documents undoubtedly contains a very large proportion of magical ideas. Let's see what they say. Beliefs, formulae, which are current in Egypt from the time of the Ptolemies to the end of the Roman period, but from about BC 150 to 200, the papyri exhibits traces influence of Greek, Hebrew, Syrian philosophies, and magicians from the passages like the following. You may get a proof of this. So here it is. Here's what it says about Moses. Let's just read this. I call thee the headless one that did create the earth and the heaven, that did create the night and the day. Thee, the creator of light and darkness, thou, Usar Uneferis. So according to the Ptolemies, the creator of night and day is Usar Uneferis. Now we should know that. We should know the Ptolemies, of course, believe in the Kemetic deity. So there's no problem believing that the Ptolemies acknowledge that the creator, one of his names is Kemetic. Usar Uneferis, that's Osiris. Un-Nefer, that's what Osiris' name, Usar Nefer, whom no man has seen at any time. Sound familiar? Doesn't that sound like the writings of the Torah? That no man has seen the face of God at any time? Thou art the Ibis. Thou art the Ibis. Thou distinguished the just and the unjust. Thou didn't make female and male. Sound like the God of the Bible, doesn't it? Thou didst produce seeds and fruit. Thou didst make men to love one another and to hate one another. Look what it says. I am Moses, thy prophet. To whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of Israel. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry and all the manner of food. Listen to me. I am an angel, Paphro Ufer Neferis. This is my true name, handed down to the prophets of Israel. Listen to me. In this passage, the name Usar Neferis is obviously a clear corruption of the Egyptian name of the great god of the dead, Usar Neferis, and Paphro seems to represent the Egyptian Per-ee, which is literally great house, pharaoh with the article Pa, the prefix. It is interesting to know that Moses mentioned a fact which seems to indicate, Jewish influence. So, let me break this down, everybody. Oh my gosh. Let me end this, first of all. Let me end this. And there it is. I bet you've never heard of that before. Yes, the game changer, the matrix breaker piece. For further information on the hidden symbolisms within the creation of the Septuagint, feel free to send in the question. So, ladies and gentlemen, to answer the question, the Septuagint origin is with the Ptolemies, and it is created by them. There is no record from any Hebrews of any agreement that 72 priests that would need permission, by the way, 72 Hebrew priests that would need permission to go to 72 chambers for some Egyptian Greek pharaohs. None of that exists. It comes from one letter of Aristes, which is pseudepigrapha, which is made up. The Septuagint traces back to the Ptolemies. It is a Ptolemaic creation. It doesn't exist anywhere past the Ptolemies. What did the Ptolemies do? The Ptolemies were your first Freemasons. They were your first. Why? They took Kemetic ritual, Kemetic practice, and combined it with Greek mysticism, and then created artificial characters with symbolisms, analogies, and that created what you have as a Bible today. So when you read it, it's in Masonic or hidden codes that the Ptolemies know because they're the ones that put it together. And they put it out there, and then this became a book of control later on. But to answer the question, the origin of the Septuagint goes only back to the Greek Ptolemies, who believed that Moses' God, was Usar Uneferis, and they are playing the role of the prophet of that. And Moses was the prophet of Usar Uneferis, written in code, because Moses was never a real character to the Ptolemies. Moses, because remember, at the end of the Rosetta Stone, let's go back. I love it, everybody. At the end, what does it say? Who's the God at the end? Let's read it. Tehuti, the twice great. Tehuti. Tehuti the twice great, because Tehuti is the god of consciousness over all of it. He's the cool bird. Remember, it says you are the Ibis. That's the Ibis bird of Tehuti, the consciousness that's over all of it. So, if you consider yourself a son of Tehuti, the word for son in Meduneter is Mos, which became Moses in Greek because they always add the letter S. That's how Ramos became Ramoses. And Tehuti, Thutmoses, is Tehuti Mos, the son of Tehuti. You are a Mos. So if you believe your God is Tehuti and Asar Unefris, then you're going to be a Mos of those gods, not believing that Mos or Moses was ever a real character for you to yell out, let me build 72 chambers. But the story of you being a Mos of Tehuti or a Mos of Osiris or a Mos of Ra, making you a Ramos, you put in code that you would have 72 elders, because 72, y'all, is the number of Tehuti. Boom, there's my answer. I can keep going, but I am going to end it right there. I am done. Let me go check the room and see if anybody heard the answer, if anybody appreciated it, and if they got this answer somewhere from any other YouTube channel. If so, send me the link. But there's no Moses that the Ptolemies believed in. Moses was a code word for Paphro, Unefris' follower, Mos, because you were the son of those deities. So thus you were a Mos, and the Ptolemies believed that they were the Moses, not any kind of Moses that they would want a translation of the Torah from. Boom! There it is, everybody. Let me go ahead and check the chat room and see what everybody thought. Did you like the answer? Did you not like the answer? Was the answer treated ash? Was it trash on a stick? Was it informative? Was it thorough? Is it something worth supporting? I don't know. Let me check and see if everybody appreciated it. I'll check the chat to see the appreciations, and then I'll go to my Cash App and the PayPal to see if the appreciations manifest as donations. So let me first go to the chat and see what's going on. Boom, boom, boom. Let me scroll up because I am my chat here is behind what you all are typing. Woo! Let's go and see if you all enjoyed it. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Bad Chaser said, oh, this is before I even started. Glad to make it here for this breakdown from the best to do it. Okay, that was before I even answered. Thank you. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody heard. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Where's my $2? Rigo said, wow. Sounds familiar. Haji says, talk about a religious psyops. They tell you it's fake and people still love some JC. Woo. Oh my gosh. Kmt says, the truth can be found by paying attention to details. Tehuti is like Maat super sleuth. I guess like a super detective. Thank you, my good brother. Jason Rumble, shout out to you. I never seen your name before. He said, Tehuti, you hurt feelings and are so respectful. Peace and love, the God. Thank you, my good brother. I hurt feelings, and I never disrespect. Thank you. Hati's laughing. Thank you. Yes. I was laughing at them. I thought there was 36 chambers. Hilarious. Okay, let's see. Hati said, got him. Back here, she said, this is a body bag. Oh, wait till the Moorish one comes. That's a body bag too. Let's see. Oh, this kinetic energy. Shout out to you. He says, I definitely got a donation to this historical Septuagint research by the master teacher Tehuti tonight. Thank you, brother. I'll look in my Cash App to see a donation. That's right, everybody. If you all think that the knowledge, you know, that lady that I showed, Gigal, you know that the writers of the Secret movie, what's her name again? She has like a man's name, Ibrahim Hicks. You know that it's like $200 to go see the seminars, $80, $150 to go hear the teachings of some of those kind of Gaia people. And the Tamahu pays that to support their own people, to get front row, middle row seats. And I believe that my teachings, I believe from what I'm hearing in the chat, are more thorough than Abraham Hicks and all these other Gaia people. And I say, okay, my brothers and sisters, if you believe so, then send a donation. It's not $150 to come see me. Send a support for what you see me break down. If I'm worth what the waiter bought. Kmetic Energy says, peace to Ahati for all his work, dedication, and research. Woo, okay. Bag chaser put hand claps, hand claps, hand claps. Maat, daughter of Ra, says, another lie dismantled. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh, Greg Phillips said, you did that, bro. Oh, man. Thank you, Greg. Here's a nice long name. I've never seen this name before. Let me try to read it. Main Trey TR Ba Bas Ga L / Bay. That is let me read that again. Let me read this name. I'm gonna make sure I get this name right. Main Tree T.R. Ba Bas Ga L / Bay. That is a name of names, everybody. That is a name of names. If this brother introduced himself to people with that, that's an advanced name right there. I never heard of such a long name. Shout out to you. I've not seen you in the room before, but shout out to you. Thank you for coming. We're going on. Here we go. Woo! Okay, everybody, here we go. I'm excited. I like the response I'm getting from that. Always informative. Thank you, my good brother. I'm a cash app you now, master teacher. Okay, thank you. I'll go check. Thank you. Let me go check right now, man. I keep man to his word. Let me go check right now and see. I'm gonna refresh the page and see, because if you are donating for these kind of answers, that's what motivates me to keep answering. Of course, Dude Dilly. I'm gonna call Kmetic Medernay's new name now is Dude Dilly. Dude Dilly. A man of his word, everybody. As I'm teaching, the man donates as he said he would. And there he is right here. Thank you for the support. I'm glad my answer garnishes that and my information is worth the support of Mr. Dude Dilly himself. Kmetic Metergy. I think he's from Jersey. Shout out to Kmetic Metergy, a.k.a. Dude Dilly. Shout out to you, my good brother. A man of his word, donating as he said he would. Live in action. You're watching, everybody. Live in action. Shout out to you. Let's keep going, man. We got more information to break down. Shout out to Dude Dilly. Shout out to you, my good brother. Donates in live time right there in front of everybody. Hika Kepara. Oh my God, I can see Hika Kepara too. Hika Kepara he's like an elder man, but he's like a baby at the same time. He's like a new baby with new information. He's like really excited like a baby, but he's like an elder, and he's very, 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 very excited. If you were to see him come on the screen when I was doing the Mandela effect breakdown in CERN, and you see him, he's going crazy. He's like this, going crazy. Shout out to Heka Kepara. He liked the answer. He said, oh my God, brilliant breakdown, Saba, true scholarship. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Darius McNear, great answer. I thought there were only 36 chambers. Okay. Shout out to you, my good brother. All right. He said, early. Early. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. AJ Magul says, knew you were going to give unbeatable scholarly answer. You are superior, great examining and inspection, all truth, all facts. No one can deny the evidence. Thank you, my good brother. Glad you got Philly. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, Philly. That's right. Okay. Philly. That's right. Philly. If you can survive in Philly, you can survive anywhere. That's right. You can survive in Philly. You're a tough cat. Shout out to you, Kmetic Energy, everybody who donated live right there. for that answer. Shout out to you all. Shout out to everybody. We're going to get into the next question. I'm going to give a couple shout outs for some of the donations that were given. I'd like to give Pretty Gal. That sounds so Jamaican. Oh, Pretty Gal. Pretty Gal. Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to give a couple of shout outs to some of the donators who donated and supported. And I see a monster one. Let me refresh this page. I see a monster. I'm going to get to it. I see a monster donation. A true appreciative person. Here's one of the monsters right here. The brother I was just talking about. Here he is. Boom. And who is this? This is Kmt shutting it down with a 3572. My students make sure they always put that number. It's always some type of coded number. That is awesome. Maybe we're the Freemasons. I don't know. Let's go. All right, so let me go ahead and shout out my good brother, Kmt with the awesome support as always. Kmt always. Shout out to Kmt, my good brother. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to Kmt with the master donation. There's a big one up at the top. There's a big one. I'm trying to get to it, but we'll get to it before the class over. Let me see if Kmt went in my files. Is this you? Kmt with $35.72. Shout out to you, my good brother. He's my big brother and little brother at the same time. Shout out to Kmt. He's my little brother and big brother. Shout out to you, my good little big brother. Appreciate that. Committee manager says, yes, Master, you tell me about it. Yeah, you can survive there. That's why, Comedic Manager, if you know him, he has a little fight in him. He has a little battle. You got to be like that in Philly, like Beanie Siegel and the other guy. What's that guy? Freeway. You got to state property. You're ready to fight. You're ready to battle, argue. That's Comedic Manager. That's him right there. He's like the nicer version of a guy from Philly. Shout out to you, Kmt Manager. Shout out to Kmt with a massive, huge donation. Appreciate it, my good brother. Appreciate that, man. Vinny Pass's brother. Hilarious. Okay, everybody. I'm going to do one more, then we're going to get into the next question. And that is, okay, we got Owen Hythe. We got Sash Wallace. But the next one up is Kmt Hayru Hancock. Kmt Hayru Hancock. Shout out to you, my good brother. With the lion. He has the lion avatar. Shout out to you, my good brother. Always supporting. And what does he give? He gives a good $10. I'm going to clap it up. Thank you for reciprocity. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate it. You are great. Thank you for your support. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, everybody. And Owen Hythe, you got to shout him out. Got to shout him out. If he's even in the room anymore. Every week. He actually sends these right at the beginning of the class every week as well. So shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you, my good brother. We got some jewels coming up. The next two questions are going to make people cry. I already see them. Some people are going to cry. Is Robert in the room? Well, shout out to Owen Hythe with the monster. 2772. 27 is a sacred number to me. 27 is a sacred number to me. When I do certain things, I count to 27 and then restart again. 27 is a sacred number to me. Thank you, Owen Hyphy. Appreciate you, my good brother. Let me see if you are in the files. I gotta make sure you're in the files. The appreciation files. Is that you, Owen Hyphy? Let me see. That is you. You are in the official appreciation files. Thank you so much, Owen Hyphy. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Owen Hyphy. Okay, we're going to get to the next question, everybody, and then I'm going to give more shout outs after this and let the team come on. Owen Hyphy. Everybody press no. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, everybody press a 1. I'm going to go over there and do something for a quick second, but I want to know if everybody can hear me and see me before I get into the next question. Press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. And then I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. Press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. Okay, good. Hear me and see me, good. So now I'm going to intentionally come off, do something, and then I'm going to come back. So I'm going to come off, and now tell me if you can hear me. Still, press a 1. You should be able to hear me now, but not see me. Press a 1. Press a 1. Good, good, good. Okay. Now I'm going to come off totally. I'm going to come off the visual and the audio for just about 40 seconds or so. Hold on, everybody. Maybe 1 minute. Hold on. Let me test. Check if you can hear me. Mic check if you can hear me. The audio is good. Gotta get the video back on. Mic check if you can hear me. Mic check. 90 people in the room. It's about to be 120 in the room. Once I do the question, this question is nice. I like this one. Is Robert in the room? Robert in the room. Let me see if I'm visually back. Visually back. We are good to go. Okay, you're there. Wonderful. Visually back. We're good to go. We're good to go. All right. All right. Let's get into it, everybody. This is going to be a nice one here. Shannon's here. Maat, daughter of Roz here. Okay, good. We got the sisters in the house. We got Jody. We got Ascari's in the house. Okay. Ascari says, check the question. Is there a question asked to that? Let me see something. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Let me see. Let me see something here. Maybe I missed. Oh! Oh my. Oh my. Let me make a note of this. Thank you, Ascari. I didn't even see the question there. Let me make a note of this. I know we're not going to get to this tonight, but let me make. I didn't even see this. This is that's good. Yeah, it's about the Blackamoors, origin of the Blackamoors. Wow. Right on topic, right? Right on topic. Let me go ahead and fix this. Put you in the files. There was a question added. I didn't even see the question. Thank you, my good brother. Origin of the Blackamoors. So let me go ahead and put that on the screen again, so the brother can get his question seen by the public, by the people. I always make sure. So there it is. So he said, "Hail Tehuti and Ahati, origin of the Blackamoors." Everybody can see that. Just to get that on file, that he did ask the question with that awesome donation. Origin of the Blackamoors. So I did put that on file, that there was a question attached to it. Thank you, my good brother. Awesome. Okay, everybody can hear me. Everybody can see me. Shout out to Rez, the Vampire Slayer. Un beso. All right, here we go, everybody. You ready for the next question? Is Robert in the building? Robert, let me see. The next question is Robert, right? Robert E. Williams. Are you here, my brother? Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams. I'm going to put this in the room, everybody. I'm going to put this in the room. This is from a while ago. Let me give you a little history, everybody. This is from a while ago. Robert asked this question, and then when I wanted to address it in a certain way, and I wanted him to be in the room so I could actually ask him where this came from. Let me go ahead and put it in the room. I wanted to ask him where he got this thought from, or what was the conversation, because it wasn't actually a question. If you look at this closely, it says here it is. So for family says, if there's no Jesus, there's no family, which I'm going to assume family is family, of course, right? So he said his family says this. So first of all, let me give a shout out, hand clap, shout out to the good brother. Robert E. Williams sends a question in. And the question is, not even a question, but his family says, if there's no Jesus, there's no family. If there's no Jesus, okay, Robert. I want to interact, my brother. Let me. Robert, if you can, my good brother, if you could come. He is here. There he is. If you could come to the screen. I just want you to just give everybody just a brief context of what was going on in the conversation. Was the family trying to convert you to Christianity? If it was something brought up about being a family man, if you don't have Jesus, you can't be a good father. If you could just come, it could be 30 seconds. I just want to get the right context of this, because this is going to be good, but I just want I tried to do this a couple months ago, couldn't find you. But if you could just come and just kind of give us a little bit for this question, I would really appreciate it, and it would add nice context for how I'm about to break this down. I want to go in a particular direction with this breakdown. Let me take this off the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna do something really quickly, and then I'll come back and see if he came in the room. Hold on, everybody. Okay, I am back. Here we go, everybody. Let me check something here. Got a lot going on the one-man show, so I got to be taking care of things simultaneously as I'm breaking things down for all of you. So let me do this. I got a bunch of things to take care of as I'm doing this. There's animals around me and all kind of things going on. So let me check the room to see if Robert, what he said. Okay, everybody, here we go. Boom, I'm back. Can everybody see me? Press a 1. Is Robert in the room? Let me check and see. Did he come in the link? Where is he? Oh, he's sick. Oh, okay. Oh, he's sick. Oh, he typed it. Okay, here it is, everybody. He said, my brother said this as we talked about my new inclinations. Okay. So his brother said that you need that without Jesus, there's no family. Okay. All right. I got context. Wonderful. Okay, no problem. You're not presentable now. No problem at all, everybody. Okay. So let's break this down, everybody. Now, this may hurt Christians, Hebrews, and anybody who believes in Jesus. This may hurt a little bit. This may hit you to the core. This may sting. This will hit you. Let's break down Jesus. Let's break down Jesus and family structure and the psyops with that. So this may hurt everybody. So of course I brought Scorpion King with us. Scorpion King is here to make sure that the truth is stung, that the truth is poisoned, and that the truth will die. That is why Scorpion King is here. Scorpion King is here to make sure that Isfet is stung and killed. And we will kill this Jesus psyops once and for all. And I will show you something that will shake you about this Jesus psyops that you've never heard of before. Isn't that right, Scorpion King? Are you ready, man? You ready to break it down with me? I'm ready, Scorpion King. Are you ready? I am ready. Let's break it down, everybody. Scorpion King, say peace to the people. Neith, say peace. Scorpion King, say peace. Don't kill each other. Let's break it down, everybody. Are you ready for the PsyOps program? We're going to break it down. Here we go. All right. Let's break it down, everybody. Jesus and the family. We need Jesus. Without Jesus, there's no family. Right, everybody? Without Jesus, there's no family. Let's break it down. Press the 1. Anybody, if you can hear and see me, because this is gonna, we're gonna break it. I'm here to break the matrix, everybody. Let's go. You see the numbers going down in the background. We're here to take out the matrix. We're here to de-riddle. We're here to break it down, break the code. Press a 1 if you can see me. Conscious Conqueror put, is that Scorpion? Is that Scorpion Stinger working? Absolutely. If the Scorpion Stinger doesn't work, it's dead. Okay, that is absolutely, it's a part of his body. That is Scorpion King, and his mate is what they call his wife is over there, and she is Sir Ket. All right, everybody here, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's get it on. Is Greg Phillips still here? Are the moderators still here? Anania Stemmer, Anki Maat, Ahati Maat, and the scribe. Those are the moderators, people. Okay. Is everybody still here? Let's break it down. Rob Williams still here? Let's break it down. Woo! And I'll put it in the room one more time. Where is it? Here it is. I'll blow it up for everybody. Boom. Family says, brother says, if there's no Jesus, there's no family. So it seems like this is in response to the good brother Robert coming across information that must have been either debunking or questioning Jesus. Must be, right? Must be. So let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I break things down. After I answer this question, I will take one more break. The brothers will come in, and then we'll get to the grand finale question that is here in front of me, here or behind this as the Moors, for the Moors and Freemason. Here we go. All right, everybody ready? Can you see the screen? Let me check the room. Can you see? Can you see? Wow, you are brave, Saba. Kanye West needs to watch this. Y'all are hilarious. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? Before we get into the Jesus character and if he is good, before we get into the Jesus character and if he is a good symbol of family structure and manhood, I would like to show you the images that we see on social media and throughout recent art depicting what symbolizes Black strength, protection, manly warrior images to sisters. Then move into the actual artifacts from Kmt of how men were portrayed. Then we will move to the greatest man on earth, the Son of God, that is supposed to be the best role model for our young boys. Okay? So just to clarify again, we're going to go into the images that they show on social media of Black men, strength, and warriors. And we're going to go into actual Kemetic images of manlyhood and familyhood. And then we're going to get into Jesus. Without him, we would have no family. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Here we go, sisters. You ready? Boom. So here we go. I know he doesn't look like Jesus, but these are these are the images on social media. They're all over Facebook, Instagram. When people put in Zulu warriors, African warriors, strength, power, we see brothers that look like this. Of course, this is a model portraying the warrior, but we always see these images. We see them in the form of cartoons too. Here's the image of the family. And notice, everybody, on social media, this is subliminal and subconscious, and it's a good subconscious thing, that every time you see images of a man in social media with a family like this, or a warrior, or a strong man, or someone with their mate or something like that, they're always portrayed completely muscular. Does everybody notice that? You don't really see like a big chubby fat guy holding his wife with his child in the back, or when you type in Zulu warrior, you don't really see anybody who looks like Buddha. Or you see these images. You see veins, six packs, chest pecs, obliques. Like, look at these brothers. Look how brothers are depicted subconsciously. We want to depict a man who is protecting his wife and children. They look like bodybuilders. We see triceps, biceps. We see shoulders, pecs, obliques, abdominals, transverse abdoms, bronchius, muscularities going into the biceps. These are the images that portrays a strong Black man. Okay. Then we get into the Kemetic images, the Magi, right? Which is what E-Manifesto asked about. We see a similar thing. We don't see brothers with beer bellies. We see brothers with streamlined waists, their shoulders always larger than the waist streamline. We see the pectoral muscles over here. We even see, look at this, we see lats. Look at this, everybody. We see lats, we see strength. We see these strong men, everybody look wide shoulders, everybody in shape, physique. We see these strong images here, right? V-taper, and they're ready for war. They're ready to protect the family. Without this, there's no family in Kmt, okay? We go over to some other images, right, of one of the strongest looking Kmetians ever. That's this Senuseret running towards the god Min, 1961 to 1917 BC. And when we blow it up, we see calf muscles, separation in the calves. We see hamstrings. We see bicep separation from the tricep. We see shoulder protrusion, pecs. This is what the manlyhood was in our culture, and why whenever they show those images on Facebook, they're subconsciously images portraying this. Nobody here looks like Buddha. Okay? Nobody here looks like Bruce. How come? Why not, brothers? Why not, sisters? How come nobody in the Zulu tribe looks like Bruce? Because this was the manlyhood, this was the protection, the strength, the testosterone, the six-pack, the abs. This is what the fighters look like. And then over here we have Senefer, and how is he portrayed? Again, with the woman holding on to him securely. There's the wide shoulders, and there he is with his mate. Family images, family depictions. This is the tomb of Senefer the overseer. Okay? Always shown with family or in a sense of strength. This is how we depicted ourselves. Okay? Nobody looked like Bruce. Nobody looked like Killer Mike or whatever is depicted today. Okay? Warriors, strength. Okay? Here we go. Let's continue. We'll blow this up a little bit. Even the ancient Anunnaki, they even look stronger. The Anunnaki and the ancient Babylonian kings and gods, look how strong they look. They have calf muscles. Look at the calves. Huge calf muscles. They have separating brachialis, separating going into the bicep. They look like they can crush you. Especially the Anunnaki and the so-called Sumerian gods look like they will crush you. They look stronger than everybody. Always depicted like this, though. Okay? Let's continue. Right? Again, images of the warriors always shown with the pecs, the obliques. Look at the face. Does that look like Jesus' face? There is the face of the man that will protect you. There is what the sisters liked in the time when we were strong warriors. There's the cheetah print. There's the animal bones. This man's ready to kill and protect with the feather of Maat on his head. And here is Pepi. We always talk about Pepi in the pyramid text always as a deceased person, which is great. But we never really see Pepi. They hardly show what Pepi looked like when he was depicted. Look at how Pepi looks, everybody. Look at how slim his waistline is. It looks like a woman's waistline. Look at the slim waistline. Look at the shoulder width. Look at the pecs going into the armpits. You see that? The high pecs with the shoulders, with the thin waistline, ready for war, ready to fight. Look at his stuff. This is how men were depicted. Okay, when we were in a proper state. Okay? There it is right there. There's the men that protect the family. With these strong family protecting quote unquote African Kmt male images in mind, I bring you the men of all men, the savior of the world. From these brothers here, I bring you. There is the man you need in your life. Without him, there's no family, sisters, brothers. There you go. There you go. There he is. Forget about Pepi. Forget about this man who will kill you in a second. Will protect his family and tribe in a second. Forget about this brother. Forget about that. Forget about these brothers here. Don't worry about that, sisters. Don't worry. Don't worry about the Magi. Don't worry about Senuseret. Forget about these. Don't worry about that. Because we have the men of all men. The men that will build, the man who will build your family. Without this man, There's no family. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesus Christ, Yahawashah, Jesus, the Savior, the Christ, the man that you need, that the black man told another black man, he needs this. Because without this man, there's no family. Does this man look like he could fight this man? Does this man here look like he can fight this man? Without him, there's no family. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus. And the psyops begins. The number one male role model for all upcoming men equals a man who never touched a woman, a man who never pleasured a woman, a man who was never a father, a man who didn't work. He did not provide for his family, a man who never fought for a family, and in the end committed suicide. Without those concepts, ladies, without those concepts, gentlemen, there's no family. You need a man who's never touched a woman. You need a man who's never pleasured a woman. A man who's never been a father. A man who didn't work, provide for his family. A man who never fought for his family and in the end committed suicide. And now today in 2022, you have one black man telling another, this is what you need in your life, because without this, we have no family. Though we've had families for over 600,000 years, though we had families in Kmt for thousands of years, you cannot have a family without this guy. Here's who Robert's brother feels is the man of all men, the family man. Without this in your life, sisters, you have no man to raise your son. This is the family man. Here he is right here. Forget this brother. Don't worry about this. Forget this brother, sisters. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about it. We got this, man. But this, you need nothing else, because you'll have no family. There he is. And in the end, he commits suicide. Don't forget that part, ladies and gentlemen. In the end of the story, Jesus commits suicide. Family man. That's right, sisters. That's what you want to marry. A man who emulates that. But to his credit, everybody, he is depicted showing love and affection. I can't take that away. Let me check the chat. I can't take that away, because Jesus is depicted showing love and affection, and you do need that for a family. You do need that. You do need that for a family, everybody. Love and affection. Don't you sisters want a loving man, an affectionate man to your sons and daughters? A loving man to you? So to Jesus' credit, he did show love and affection. He is depicted showing love and affection. To whom you may ask, let me show you. Who did he show love and affection to? Because it definitely wasn't any woman, no marriage. Who did he show love and affection to? Let's see. Of course. There they are. There you are, brothers. There you are. Look at the affection and love. Look at that. There he is. Isn't that nice? He's pouring the coconut soap over the head of John, because John's half naked. That's the affection there. There's the role model for our sons. There he is. He's showing affection. My question for Christians and Hebrews who believe in the New Testament, Yahawashah, did Jesus show more love and affection in the Bible stories individually to men or to women? There's my question. There's my stinging question. That Jesus, the man that you want your sons to be, did he show more affection in the Bible stories and in the depiction of him to half-naked men or to any woman? There's the question you can ask your brother. Because remember, we're trying to build a family off this, ladies. Brothers and sisters, we got to build a family. So here we go. Look at him in his linen cloth. You see that? Got the coconut oil pouring on his head. That's what you brothers need to do in order to build a family. Let's keep going, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to deal with the psyops. The PSYOPs program. By the way, this is from the Brooklyn Museum 55.153. That's where this image is from. I like to always show primary sources. Unfortunately, I can't show any primary sources for this because there's literally no primary sources for Jesus. So we just have to go by the cartoons. The baptism of Christ by St. John. There he is. There's St. John pouring it on his head and Jesus shivering. Don't worry, this is going to reverse. This is John showing affection to Jesus. We're going to reverse this in a moment. We're going to reverse this. Here we go, everybody. So, of course, to another half-naked man. This is the model of a strong man we want for our sons. The details and bodily signs of his affection are clearly detailed in the Bible. Speaking of John, because now here's the example of Jesus and John showing affection. Here we go again. Let's see the affection that Jesus shows. We're in John 13:23. Here it is. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of his disciples, whom Jesus loved. So we do have Jesus loving an individual. Jesus does show love for an individual. And how does he show his love? There it is. There's the love. There we go. Make sure your brother gets this as a shirt. Robert, make sure he gets this as a shirt. I want to see your brother with these images as a shirt because this is the role model of family. Without this, ladies and gentlemen, sisters out there, without this, there's no family. Make sure you remember that. Here's the love and affection. Look at the love and affection Jesus shows. Look at him laying in his bosom. Hand wrapped around. Look, they're both holding on to a piece of bread together, right? That's right. That's the love right there. Don't worry. John can't get his own bread. Jesus can't get his own bread. There they are. Love and affection. There he is. You see how he has his hand, how John is on Jesus' bosom, and Jesus has his hand over John's chest. So John is on Jesus' chest, breast, chest, bosom. That's a female thing, right? But John is on Jesus' bosom, and Jesus is leaning over, grabbing John's breast like you do to your girlfriend watching Netflix. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are. Look at the love, man. Here's the family. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a man and woman right there? There they are. Without this, there's no family. Always remember that. There's no family without this. Does anyone know what this is, though? What is this, everybody? Here's where I had to censor some things. What is this? Anybody know? Does anybody know what this is? I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. What is this we're looking at right here? Does anybody know? What in the world is this? This image right here. Anybody know? It looks like a young boy and an older guy, kind of naked. You notice they always show them with these kind of like linen, easy to take off material. This little, what is this? Let me go in the chat room and see. What is this image of right here, everybody? Remember, we're talking about building a family. What is this image right here of these two naked men? Let me go in the room and see if anybody knows. What is, Rodrigo says, hell no. Hell no. Shannon says, not a woman in sight. What's really going on? Oh, man, we're witnessing the funeral of Jesus. Someone's having a special relationship. The book said something was... Oh, my gosh, man. Daughter of Matt Ray wants nothing to do with this. What is this? Oh, we have somebody typed it right. Pederasty. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that in ancient Greece, before there was a religion called Christianity, the main popular religion, way of life, was pederasty? Dutty. Must be Jamaican. What is this? This is pederasty. Let's go, everybody. Let's look at the story, everybody. In the literary myth of Hyacinth, this is why women like hyacinths. Everybody, I want you to understand the matrix. People wear hyacinths and women like hyacinth. You know why? Why did hyacinth plant become familiar? Because of this story right here. Hyacinth was a beautiful youth and lover of the god Apollo. He was the youth. He was the younger one. Of course, Apollo was way older because he was a god. He's the youth lover of Apollo, though he was also admired by Zephyrus. Two men wanted this little boy. The west wind, Apollo and Hyacinth, took turns throwing the discus. This is where you get your discus from in the Olympics. The Olympics of the disc throwing was going to Mount Olympia, where these stories took place on Mount Olympia, and they would throw discs representing the ritual of the homosexual Hyacinth and Apollo. So they have this in the Olympics today, the disc throwing. All right, let's go, everybody. So Apollo, Hyacinth took turns throwing the discus. Hyacinth ran to catch it to impress Apollo, was struck by the discus as it fell to the ground, and he died. A twist in the tale makes Zephyrus responsible for the death of Hyacinth. His beauty caused a feud between Zephyrus and Apollo. Zealous that Hyacinth preferred the radiance of Apollo, Zephyrus blew Apollo's discus, of course, to kill Hyacinth. When Hyacinth died, Apollo did not allow Hades, which is your Greek word for hell in the Bible, to claim the youth. Rather, he made a flower, the hyacinth. That's why your flower, ladies, is called the hyacinth today, named after the discus Batiman. All right? From his spilled blood, according to the Ovid account, tears of Apollo stained the newly formed flower petals with the sign of his grief. So this is Hyacinth and Apollo, son of Zeus. Two men, two adult grown men, fighting over the little boy who became Hyacinth, the plant that everybody loves today, and why it's called Hyacinth. They didn't tell you it was named after this story, did they? So, it was the way of the Greek gods called pederasty, when an elderly man has sexual relations with young boys, you know, like the fathers of the oldest followers of Jesus that call themselves popes, you know. How come we don't find Buddhist stories of Buddhist men with little boys? How come we don't find like Nation of Islam stories with little boys? How come we don't find these other religions where the highest ranking man of that religion is always caught with a little boy? Well, we find it for 100 years going with the Catholics, right? The Roman Catholics, right? You ever heard of a Catholic Pope doing life or big jail time? You ever seen the jail lineups with the Pope in it? They're back in the Vatican or back in the Catholic Dome the next month. It's another story though. That's a part of the religion. So you know, the elderly man has relationships with the young boys. You know, like the fathers of the oldest followers of Jesus, because they claim to be the first religion, Catholicism, the first Christianity. So the first followers of Jesus, their elderly men are always caught with little boys, you know, because they are your connection to God the Father. You know how it goes. From the Greek gods. Yes, all right, I have to censor something here. So this is 500 BC, representative of the older male with the younger relationships. And this is pederasty. And there it is again. The older man with the younger boy. Pederasty. Let's blow this up, everybody. If you never heard of this way of life, this is one of the original Greek ways of life. Let's look it up. It's right in Wikipedia. Pederasty in ancient Greece was a socially acknowledged romantic relationship between an older man, that was the Aristides, and the younger male, that was the Romanos. Usually in his teens. It was a characteristic of the archaic classical periods. The influence of pederasty in Greek culture of these periods was so pervasive that it had been called the principal culture model of free relationships. So the principal culture model in Greece was this. It was in Greece. This is what was common, normal. This was a social, what do they call it? What did they call it, everybody? Let's go back. The Greeks, it was so pervasive, it was called the principal culture model. So it was principle to practice this. So this was a common practice of the Greeks. This was a common practice of the Greeks. The Greeks, the only language that ever brought you a Jesus story, right? This was the common practice of the Greeks, the Greek language, the only language that ever brought you a Jesus story. Young half-naked boys, because they're always half-naked or fully naked, young half-naked boys in these little linen cloths with older males, like this. Here it is. You see? Little half-naked boy, right? With a little linen cloth. Anybody know this image? Half-naked boy. See, it is a theme. Half-naked little boy with a little linen cloth, and the older man, the god, and then the older man here with the little boy, and the older man here with the little boy with the little half-naked linen cloth, and then here's the half-naked boy with the linen cloth. Okay? Anybody ever seen that image before? It's about to get crazy right now. It's about to get crazy right now. Ready? So, this looks like one of the pederast boys, doesn't it? With this older man. Nope. This is an image from the Bible story. This is an image from a Bible story. Would you like to read it with me? This little half-naked boy, this is a Bible story. You see this? You see this? See this little boy with the older man? See this little boy with the older man? Little linen cloth with the older man. And we got another little boy. He's with an older man. But this is from a Bible story. Would you all like to read it with me, everybody? This is a Bible story. Robert says, what the heck? These Greeks are crazy. Yep, pedophiles. That's where you get the word pedophile from. Pedophile was a good word back then. It was from pederast. There was nothing wrong. You could never insult anybody back in the Greek times, calling them a pedophile. That was like being like one of the gods. These dumb original men and women join Greek sororities and fraternities in college, which has roots in that mess. That's right. That's where you get Saturnalia from. That's the Christmas that's coming up. It's from this, from pederasty. All right, here we go. Like to read the Bible story with me, everybody? Let's read it. Here we go. We're in Mark. Mark 14:51. A young man was, let me blow this up. A young man was following Jesus, wearing nothing but a linen sheet over his naked body. They seized him, but he pulled free and the linen sheet and escaped naked. What is the purpose? Listen, man, I'm going to tell everybody, if anybody watches these podclasses and you still stay a Hebrew or you still stay in the Bible, I actually want you to stay right there, because you could actually be around my children one day and you'll justify this and justify the Bible and say we need Jesus to be family and justify this, and then I'm gonna have to take you to the anaconda tank. So stay there, stay in the Bible. If you read this and you understand this theme, half-naked young boy with the older man, half-naked young boy with the older man, naked young boy with the older man, half-naked young boy with the older man. Here it is, naked young boy, older man. Why is this story in the Bible? What is the purpose of this? If this story wasn't in the Bible, could you still be a Christian? Could you still get salvation? Could your soul still be saved? What is this? And this is written in Greek, by the way. Why is this in the Bible? What purpose is this in the Bible? Why are they focusing on the man being young? Why are they saying a young man followed him? How come they don't discuss any of the ages of the disciples? Didn't Jesus have a bunch of disciples? Did they ever describe the disciples as the young man, and he was an older man, and this is an older disciple, he was a middle-aged man, a teenage disciple? In this story here, when it talks about this young man, he was just with Jesus alone in a garden. Why? It never says why, but he was just with Jesus alone, and it has a linen sheet over his naked body. What is the purpose, ladies and gentlemen, of discussing the word, saying the word naked? Let me get in the room. Let me see if you guys can see the psyops here. See what it says? Wearing nothing but a linen sheet over his naked body. Why is that in the story? So, for example, let me take it off screen. So, for example, I have a shirt on right now. See the shirt? Underneath this, I'm naked. Aren't you? Everybody in this room, are you wearing a shirt? Underneath the shirt, isn't that your naked body? Ladies, if you have a dress on right now, if you have a pair of shorts or whatever you have on, whatever clothes you have on, isn't underneath everybody's clothes a naked body? What else is underneath your clothes? Isn't under your underwear a naked body? Ladies, under your bra, isn't that a naked body? Under your shirt, under your dress, under your jeans, under your socks, isn't underneath all of your clothes a naked body? Why would this even be tight? What would they want us to focus on a naked body for? Isn't under Jesus's clothes a naked body? Isn't under Moses' robe a naked body? Isn't under the Roman soldiers' garments a naked body? But why are they putting these psyops, because it's Greek, they have to say a young boy wearing nothing but linen over his naked body? Didn't people in ancient times wear linen over their naked body? Wasn't that the common clothes? Or did they want the subliminal that if we go back to the images of the pederasty, what will we see? What will we see, everybody? We'll see Hyacinth with a naked body and linen, little thin linen. We'll see a naked body. We'll see the naked body with just a see-through linen. Young boy, and over here, young boy, underneath is a naked body. And in your Greek Bible story, a young man was following him, wearing nothing but linen sheet over his naked body. And they seized him. He pulled free of the linen sheet and escaped naked. What is the purpose, Hebrew Israelites, Christians? What is the purpose of this story? Do you know after this sentence, nothing else is mentioned about the young boy? Nothing else is mentioned about Jesus looking for the young boy naked. Nothing is mentioned about him getting clothes. Nothing is, the story's over. All you have in your mind is young boy, linen clothes, naked body, linen taken off, and he's naked. There's the end of your story. You are now saved in the name of Jesus. Because remember, every word of the Bible is inspired by the mind of God. So you need these words in your life. You need these words. If you don't have these words in your life, you cannot be saved, or else God wouldn't give them to you. Not one jot or tittle shall be changed. You need every word in the Bible. If you change it, you'll be cursed. So you need to hear that a young man was with Jesus, and he was wearing nothing but a linen sheet over his naked body, and he pulled free from the linen sheet, and he escaped naked. You must have that image in your mind, everybody. There's Jesus depicted with the little boys. Easy now, Jesus. Calm down. You're supposed to be saving the world. Easy now. Calm down. Relax, Jesus. Relax. With your little boys in the garden, the linen cloth, and running away naked. Relax, Greek. Relax. Calm down. This is the family vibe, though. We need these stories for the family. Robert, make sure your brother needs to, first of all, your brother needs a tattoo. Your brother needs a shirt with this little boy half naked and naked running with Jesus, because you need this story. Without this, you cannot have a family. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break it down. Let's continue. The anti-biological imperative of Jesus started before he was even born in prophecy. Do you know that, everybody? What is biological imperative? Biological imperative is your urge to survive and your attraction to the opposite sex. In order to have sex, you have to desire, be attractive. Animals give off pheromones. All of this, you have to be an attractive man, an attractive woman. But do you know the story of Jesus being disassociated with attractiveness actually started in the prophecy? Do y'all want to see it? Isaiah 53, 1-2. Who has believed our report? And to who has the arm of the Lord? This is where they claim this prophecy of Jesus. Been revealed. For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or no comeliness. Comeliness is a word for handsomeness. He is not handsome. And when we see him, there's no beauty that we should desire him. Jesus, he's not handsome. He's not handsome. When we see him, there's no desire. Completely taken away from the manhood of every culture. Every culture. The man wants to be desirable. It doesn't matter if he's a Messiah, if he's a priest, a pharaoh, or a king. Every man wants to be desirable. There's no man that says, I don't want to be handsome. When you see me, don't be attracted to me. What man says that? Maybe a Bati man. Okay, so, you know what? This is a part of the Bible I actually agree with. I will say this one they did get right. I'll let the ladies decide. Let me go in the room. Let me see how many women are in the room. I'll actually let the ladies decide, because I believe this part of the Bible is 100% true. When they say, when you see Jesus, he's not attractive, he's not desirable. We got daughter of the Maat, we got Maat, daughter of Ra here. Any other females in the room? Any other females in the room? Is Shannon in the room? Any other sisters in the room? Jody, anybody? Bella, you here? Any other women in the room? Press 1 if you are a woman in the room. I think they got this part right. I want to show something and you all be the judge. Women in the room, press 1 if you are in the room. Women, press 1. I need you right now. If there's any sisters in the room. We got daughter. We got Matt, daughter of Ra. Jody's in the room. Okay, good. We got a woman in the room. That's 2 women right there. Anybody else? Bella, you here? Is who else? What other sisters in the room? Who else in the room? Any other women in here? Shannon's room. Okay, good. We got. Is my daughter of Ra still here? We got Matt, daughter of Ra. There's a woman. We're gonna get a woman's opinion. Jody. Okay, we're gonna get a woman's opinion. Shannon. We're gonna get Shannon's opinion. So we have Jody, woman. Shannon, woman. Maat, daughter of Ra. Comedic Energy's a woman? I hope not. Leon's a woman? Okay. The women press 1 in the room, so we got a bunch of women. I don't know what's going on. A bunch of women here pressing 1. I need the women to press 1 and let me know that you are here. All right. Leon's like, wait, I didn't listen close. Okay. Women, I agree with this one. Let me put it back on the screen. It says he's not handsome. When we see him, we have no desire. He's not handsome. I will say they got this one right. Women, you decide. Here we go. All right, so here's Morris Chestnut. And there's Jesus. There we go, ladies. So if you were to pick one, ladies, I agree. I actually like this part of the Bible. Because even as a man, I think this creature here is in no category with this brother right here. I don't think these two are even the same species. Kmt 101 would say this is not even the same species as this. But I agree. I think they got this one right. Yep. They say Jesus is not handsome, you won't desire him. So of course they're not going to send Jesus in your Bible looking like Morris Chestnut. All right, let's continue. but again, the focus is on biological imperative or anti-biological imperative. As far as family, the concept of Jesus removes the female presence altogether. Did you all know that? The concept of Jesus, and it's not even close. Oh, hell nah. Daughter of Matt Ray, you don't like that? Let me put it back. You don't like this guy? You know, how does he look beside Morris Chestnut? He looks okay? She says, hell no. Okay, so let's get back. All right, so Jesus' concept removes the family presence altogether. All aspects of the Trinity, which originally represented the mother goddess. Remember, everybody, in my classes, the Trinity was the triple goddess, the mother goddess, Sekhmet, Het Heru, Bastet. Remember the triple goddess, right? The mother goddess. Now we're all male, even down to a son only associating with a man, as if women do not even give birth. Here it is, everybody. There's your Trinity now. God the Father, God the Son, and they always have a dove portraying the Holy Ghost, right? There's your Trinity. Is the Trinity all men? Let's take a look. Let's go to Jesus. And cried out with a loud voice and said, what have I to do with you, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? So Jesus, he's the Son. So there's male energy. Let's go to Matthew 16, 13 to 18. Then Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi and asked his disciples, saying, who do men say I am? The Son of Man. See that? The Son of Man. They took the woman right out of it. Even in the description of a son, they only use the word man now. Not even the Son of Man and woman, but just the Son of Man. That's his title. Do not labor for the food which perishes, but the food which endures to everlasting life, which the Son of Man. You see that? People say, well, man means mankind. Okay, why is it capitalized? When have you ever seen mankind has to be capitalized? Man. They're capitalizing emphasis, male energy. Son is capitalized. Man is capitalized. Why is son capitalized? And why is man capitalized? See that, everybody, in your Bible? Son is capitalized. Man is capitalized. To emphasize male energy in your Trinity. Okay? So there's Jesus the Son in the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son. Okay, so we got the Son of God, God the Father, so we know that. We know God is the Father, that's the male, right? Jesus is the Son of Man, that's a male. Okay, we're missing something though. Well, that covers two aspects of the Trinity, which Trinity was first female. God the Father, male, God the Son, male. But Tehuti, what about the Holy Spirit? Well, they have that covered too. Don't worry, everybody. They have that covered too. Remember they say Spirit has no gender? John 15:26. When the advocates come, whom I will send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who goes from the Father, he will testify about me. Even the Holy Spirit in the Bible is a he. So that's God the Father, the he, male, Trinity. God the Son, Son of Man, Son capitalized, man capitalized, male, male, Trinity. And even the Holy Spirit is called the he. Getting crazy, everybody. You're completely taking out the female energy. Let's look at these terms. Shed, his blood, deliverer, savior, safe, born again. Let's look at these terms that they apply. I'm going to take it off screen share to really draw this in. Let's look at these terms, everybody. So, what are these terms we have here? We have Jesus called the deliverer, the savior. I broke this down many times. The deliverer, the savior, which is safe. Safe Savior is from the word safe, because the original place that we were in that kept us safe when the female energy was all around us was the womb. That means that if a man ejaculated on an egg in nature and left it out in the open, that child would never be born. That child would be attacked, killed by all type of creatures, ants, cockroaches, crabs. If you just ejaculate on an egg and left it there in the middle of the woods, no. In order to keep the child safe, it has to be in the womb where the mother can run with it. When you when the reptiles have a baby, some reptiles, turtles, they take the child and put it in an egg. When a bird has a child, it's in an egg. The egg is covered by a shell so that it's protected from the elements. So whatever the baby is in, that's the protection. So the child isn't not in an egg in the womb, it's in the womb itself. So the womb is the safe spot, which would make the woman the original savior. They took the term savior and they gave it to the male, where Jesus becomes a savior. Once that child is safe for a period of 9 months, really 10, but 9 months, then where does the woman go to have the child? In the delivery room, where she delivers the child. Well, they took that attribute too, because not only is Jesus the savior, but he's also your deliverer. Jesus is the savior, he's the deliverer. Two aspects of the triple goddess trinity concept of the female: the safe spot, the deliverer, and he sheds his blood for you. Because the first symbol of the triple goddess was the symbol of when she became a woman. And the woman becomes a woman when she sheds blood. When her menses comes in, that's when she can become pregnant. So she sheds her blood for you every month. And the word shed is the word for vagina in Medu Neter, where the blood comes out of. So she sheds her blood for you, but now Jesus does that. He shed his blood for your sins. So he's the deliverer, he's the savior, he shed his blood for you so that you can be born. Because remember, he's the Son of Man. No woman involved. Forget about the woman. We don't need a woman. You can be born without a woman because you're born with the blood of Christ. You're born again. That's a man delivering you and birthing you. That's what you need for a family. You need all that male energy to do everything that a female can do. Right? Get back to the screen share. This is an awesome PSYOPs program going on. PSYOPs at its finest, everybody. The male agenda is exposed. Woo-wee! Let's go, everybody. Let's go. All right. Am I screen sharing? Yes, I am. Well, Tehuti, what about washed in the blood? Remember that, everybody? So he sheds his blood for you. He is your safe savior. He delivers you out of sin, and you're born in Christ's name. All the attributes of a female. But there's one other attribute, and that is being washed in the blood. Is that a female attribute, everybody? Washed in the blood. The females wash things in blood? Well, they took that too. Let me show you. Actually, yes. It is the last part of the original Trinity, because the original Trinity is A, life, N, water in the womb, A, life spirit, N, water in the womb, the waves, and Ka, which is blood or placenta. A and Ka, that is Ankh, which gives you life, because it is a female Trinity that gives you life, the Ankh, A and K, that is the literal Trinity. And the last part of the Trinity is the Ka, what actually represents the cleansing of blood. Let's take a look, everybody. Here it is, the Cha, the placenta blood. There's the baby. Why? Why? Because what is the job of the placenta? There's the blood around the baby. Woo, this is crazy. What does the placenta do? The placenta is an organ that develops in the uterus during pregnancy. This structure provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing baby. It also removes waste products from the baby's blood. Uh-oh. The placenta actually washes the blood, everybody. That's what happens in the womb. And that's the third stage of the Trinity. And everyone, was the third and final stage of our Trinity, the life, spirit, water, blood, first and only revealed in the Tehuti Podclass. So yes, the blood and washing is the purpose of this placenta itself. And they took that and made that Jesus. Boom! Washed in the blood of Christ. There's your Ankh, A, N, K. The symbols of life, which are all the symbols of the woman. Ankh, spirit, life, water, and the Ka, all things that happen within the womb of the woman. Now given to Jesus, because we need him for a family. The agenda is being exposed. Back to Jesus and the man on his bosom, though. Remember? Don't forget this, everybody. Remember this? Trying to build a family here. We can't forget this. We need this for the family. Right, Kmt the Annunaki, right, Ahati, right, everybody, right, warrior brothers, you need this. You need these images. Make sure you make posters of them and give them to your sons. We need this to raise our sons. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom, one of his disciples. Right, Kmt 101, we need this. Whom Jesus loved. The anti-biological imperative, psyops, of Jesus has us even calling a man's chest a bosom. Brothers, have you ever called your father's chest a bosom? No, the bosom is where we received our mother's breast milk. We all know that. But watch what the anti-family, anti-manhood, female role-twisting Bible does to our children. Let me take it off screen share. Brothers, have you ever called your father's chest a bosom? What? Have you ever? If I call my father's chest a bosom, I wouldn't have lips right now. If I call my father's chest a bosom, that'd be the last word of that day. The last word would be buzz, and my mouth would be stuck. My lips would be slapped off. Let me call my father's chest a bosom. The mother's breast was the bosom where you got the milk from. Never was a man's chest. Any of your brothers ever called your... Imagine going to the gym. Imagine you're going to the gym. You're doing chest press. Imagine you walking up to a brother. Hey, brother, what are you working on today? My bosom. I'm working on some bosom press. We're doing bosoms today. We had arm day yesterday, leg day the day before today. It's bosom day. Forget the chest press. We're not building pecs, everybody. We're building our bosom, right? Because men have bosoms now. If you all still read the Bible after this, just stay in the Bible, because I don't trust you. Stay in the Bible. I need you to stay in the Bible. Just stay right there. Stay there with your bosoms, and that's where you belong. All right, here we go, everybody. We're doing bosom, chest, bosom flies. Bosom press, right? Right, brothers? That's what you go to the gym for, right? Kmt the Annunaki, right? Ahati, you guys are building your bosoms, right? All right, so here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking it down. Here we go. Ready? Let's go back to the screen share, because the Bible and Jesus has us calling men's pecs and chest their bosom. They twist. Role play, gender reversal. Here we go. Did you know? Everybody, you want to get sick right now? Do you want to see how deep the psyops is? Do you know that in the Bible, the man's chest is focused on as a busco? Isaiah 60:16. Thou shalt suck the milk of the Gentiles, and thou shalt suck the breasts of the kings. And then thou shalt know I, the Lord, am your Savior. Yo! Listen, everybody, you want to be a good Christian? When you suck the breast milk of the kings, then you should know the Lord is a Savior. We're building a family, everybody. We're building a family. Young boys, gather around. Gather around, young boys. We're building a family. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles and suck the breasts of the kings. Is that what you brothers say when you go into the gym? You have leg day, arm day, shoulder day, back day, and breast day? Yeah, listen. Here we go, everybody. We got to be Christian today. We're Bible thumpers. Boom! Discern, have you in a different reality. That wasn't there in your Bibles when you all grew up on, right? You feel strange now, don't you? Do you remember ever reading this in your Bibles? Did your mom ever read this to you? Was this in your Bibles? Everybody who said, I read the Bible back to back. I read the Bible back to back. Was this in it when you read it? Well, why do we suck? Well, why do we suck on our mother's breast? For milk, right? One of the things our fathers never did for us. Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? It's one of the things our fathers never did for us. Yeah, enough is enough. I'm overkilling. Overkilling them. Yeah, maybe King James. Bosom buddies, right? Okay, so we never, that's one thing that only the mother gives us breast milk, right, brothers? Right, ladies? Well, are you ready, everybody? Are you truly ready to see the psyops? Are you truly ready to see the Mandela effect? Are you truly ready to see what's in your Bibles now? Ready to see the agenda, everybody? Let's go. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. John 21:24. His breasts are full of milk. Please stay in the Bible. If this is what's for you, I don't judge you. Just stay right there, though. You can't come around me. Stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. If you're teaching your sons that his breasts are full of milk, you need to stay right where you are. Praise Jesus and stay right there. Stay away from my sons. Just stay where you are. Live your life. Live your best life. Do what you like. Humpty hump. Stay right where you are. If you ever come to my door knocking and saying, I want to bring you the word of God. What's that, my brother? Job 21:24. His breasts are full of milk, brothers. Go to the gym and yell that. I'm working on my bosom today because my breasts are full of milk. Yo. Ready, everybody? You ready? You ready? You ready? Oh, my people, I hope you see the anti-family, gender, twisting psyops in front of you now. Thanks to the Podclass. That's typo. Thanks to the Podclass. Following Jesus in the Bible, we might as well be raising our children believing in nursing fathers. Sisters, is that what you want in the minds of your sons and family? Following this Jesus in the Bible, you might as well believe in nursing fathers. Sisters, you like that? Remember, Robert's brother said, without Jesus, there's no family. So without all these teachings, everybody, there's no family. Woo! You might as well be talking about nursing fathers. Anybody ever heard of nursing fathers? You know when you see a woman on the bus or on the street, she has her shirt over the baby, and you say, hey, what are you doing? And she shows you the baby. I'm nursing. That's what breastfeeding is called, nursing, right? What are you doing with the cloth over you? I'm nursing. I'm nursing. Nursing from the word nutrients, from the word nurture, and eventually from the word nectar. So nursing, right? Might as well be talking about nursing fathers. That's what you might as well be talking about. But don't worry, everybody. The Bible got you. The Bible has your back. Here we go. The Bible has your back. So following Jesus in the Bible, we might as well be raising our children, believing in nursing fathers. Sisters, is that what you want in the minds of your sons? Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Following Jesus and the Bible, we might as well be raising our children, believing in nursing fathers. Sisters, is that what you want in the minds of your sons? In your family raising? Oh, wait. Numbers 12:10, everybody. Carrying them in thy bosom as a nursing father, bearing the suckling of child. I'm a strong Hebrew man, a conquering lion, because I'm a nursing father. I'm bearing the suckling child. Suckling, like sucking breast. That's what nursing means. Because we got John laying in Jesus' bosom. We got his breasts are full of milk. We got the nursing father bearing the suckling child. That's right, everybody. Yahweh Shah. Bear witness to Yahweh and Yahweh Shah. And you will raise your family properly, brothers. Raise your sons like this. Because Robert's brother said, you can't, no Jesus, no family. It's over. Do you see the matrix now? This is a form of anti-biological imperative, following Jesus and self-hate of the family structure and hate of the family itself. Jesus might as well have come and said, he might as well come right out and said that. Let me do this. I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to come in. As soon as I'm done this, I'm going to take a break and the brothers can come in. There you go. And Shannon too. So it's over. Do you see the matrix now? This is a form of anti-biological imperative, following Jesus and self-hate of the family structure. And hate, this is hate of the family itself. Jesus might as well have come out and said that. He might as well just come out and said, you know what? Fathers, be women, nurse, you know what? Let's just hate the family. He might as well just come out and said that. Uh-oh. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26, everybody. If you don't hate your father, if you don't hate your mother, if you don't hate your wife, basically it's your family. If you don't hate your father, if you don't hate your mother, if you don't hate your wife and children and brethren and sisters, if you don't even hate your own life, you can't follow me. So in order to follow me, Jesus, you must hate your family. The end. Boom, I'm done. All right, everybody. All right, so the moral of the story is no Jesus, no family. Boom, everybody. Let me check the room and see who appreciated that answer. Let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and see who appreciated that answer, who liked the answer. Did I answer the question? And let me go ahead and see the appreciation. Then I'm going to check the Cash Apps and the PayPal to see if anybody showed their appreciation outside of typing. First, let me see if anybody liked the answer. Let me go back and see what's going on. That is my answer for you, Robert. Special answer for you. Go ahead and let your brother watch that part of the podcast. And if he watches all of that and he still thinks that Jesus represents family, then let him be. I know a lot of brothers that wear pink slippers, and let them be. Let them be. Let them be. Don't force your sexuality on anybody. If anybody thinks that this is that nursing, suckling fathers and laying on bosoms, that's manhood, let them be. Remember, we're in a society where you can be any gender you want. You can raise a family with 5 men today. All right, let me go ahead and check the room. Woo! Shannon says, what? Okay, Robert, you got that? Robert put his, I don't know what that is. I think he's going crazy. Hati says, Bible equals manual for pedophilia and homosexual energy. Greg Phillips said, laugh at your tone of voice when you said my bosom. Ooh, working them bosoms, man. Got to the gym. Hati, did you work your bosoms this week? Did you work on your bosoms? I saw the bench press when I went over there. You're working on the bosoms. Oh yeah, Scribe. That's right, Scribe. You're getting into the workout program, right? You ready to work those bosoms? You better follow Jesus. All right, here we go. Let me see. Maat, daughter of Ross, says, Robert, come to Maat and forget about that nonsense. He said, no. Okay. Women actually give birth to these people. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I see. Here we go. RPM said, amazing answer. Hika Kepra said, psyops cooked, well done. Robert says, you have given your answer to Asaba. Big Blunt said, what a breakdown. Raphael Gary pops out of the woodwork. There he is, Raphael Gary. Hope you go back to the last podcast. I actually answered your two last questions. Shout out to Raphael Gary, one of the biggest supporters ever. Shannon says, that was great, Saba. That's her voice. That was great, Saba. All right. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to take a little break now. Brothers will pop in. Leave Jesus alone. So the moral of the story is, leave Jesus alone when trying to raise your family. Do not work on your bosom. Do not talk to your father about getting breast milk out of his breast. Do not suck on a man's breast trying to get breast milk. Don't lean on a man's bosom. And forget about the younger boys with the linen cloths running away naked. Leave that alone. But if you're for all that, if you're for that, if that's what you do, Humpty Hump, man. That's my motto to the world. I'm only the stab. I can open the door. After that, it's Humpty Hump. After that, it's do what you like. Do what you like. Do whatever you want. I cannot force anybody. I just know that within my circle, I raise my boys to be men. The women, do my best to raise them to be women. The goddesses take over from that role. We keep genders exact here. You notice the first set of genders was a knock on Tehuti. You know the first number of genders when they gave you your option in the Travis Scott, the first number of genders was 72. That was your first. When they changed it from man and woman, it went to 72 genders. I'm going to leave that alone. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step out of the room. Brothers, take over. Hati, do you need to screen share anything? Let me know. I'm going to be listening in the background.
No, I'm good for now.
Okay, good. Let me check my Cash App and PayPal. Let me see if anybody shot a little support for that. If you guys liked it so much, let me see. Black Sun shot Raphael Gary, Black Sun. Okay, I got two after that. Or was it after that? Yeah. Okay, everybody, shout out. Please send your support if you appreciate what is that. Especially after this Moorish one, I'm gonna have the Moors come into my house after this Moorish breakdown. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have guys with fezzes on. I'm gonna have all the eels and bays and everybody coming looking. I'm gonna have all the Turkish guys looking for me.
Call me up. Call me up when they come.
There is all of everything crazy. Shaking my head. Peace, Saba and Scribe sent some ether earlier. Okay, Scribe, did you see that? You can send that. He sent some Ethereum. Go check that out so I can put that on the screen later. Okay, everybody. So once again, for those who want to support on what you saw, my support is PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Moon. Cash App TT Moon again on the screen for those who do want to support, who believe that I am worth anything or my breakdowns are worth anything. This is what I do for a living. I do this professionally. I am the only paid teacher, I believe, in the conscious community that has this system up where you can support per question, and I will do 6.5 hours for you of all teaching, no slander, no ad hominem, no arguing, no screaming, just teaching after teaching after teaching for 6 hours. Okay? There's the support. I'm going to come out the room now. Brothers, take it over. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. When I come back, Mobile Drawley, I love you, brother. But I got to wake up my people. I love my people over you. Here we go. Well, let me step out the room. Peace.
Let me see who's in the comments. You brothers want to say something?
You can go ahead. I'm getting this checking for the all of everything and the Ethereum that he sent, so I can send that to Saba.
Okay. What about you, AJ?
Only thing I want to say is Saba is consistent in shutting them down, like PE, like shut them down, like all the lies. It's just he just exposes the truth. So I mean, I know a lot of Christians, and I was in the church, and all of the stuff he just broke down is like they fool you so bad that it's like you're so blinded you can't even see the obvious. That is like a straight up homosexual agenda. And so it's awesome that he's able to make it plain and make it make sense of what is actually happening. And so it's excellent scholarship. It's a great breakdown. It feels good to not be associated with that line of thinking and not being associated with that culture or that religion. That's not how I live my life. It's not a good example for our kids. It's not a good example for our women. I don't want to have anything to do with it. So it's a beautiful thing that he's able to share that truth with us. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. Before I get into that, I just want to say that Saba, I would not be following Saba if he wasn't putting in the work that he does week in and week out. As you've seen these Podclasses, he totally, after 8 years, I'm still learning something new from him. And he definitely deserves financial support. He definitely deserves it. If anyone deserves it, and I'm not just saying this because I know him personally, but I have books here. Like, I just paid $50 for a book that I wanted. $50 for a book, but I wanted a book so bad I paid $50. I usually don't pay for the books that I get. I'll just leave it there. You can use your imagination. But yeah, I have a few books here. And $50 isn't a lot of money, but to me it is, because I have a lot of books here that were free. So to me it's a lot. And I was willing to pay $50 for a book. So Saba's information, you're not going to see it. It's not mainline type of information because it goes totally against the matrix. It's once in a lifetime type of information, to be honest with you. And to me, and to the gentleman here on the panel, there's no price you can put on that. I would do whatever. I used to. Ask Saba. I used to do whatever. If I couldn't pay for a class for a week, I would do whatever, even risk my own life. You can use your imagination on that again. That's how much the teachings mean to me, because I knew if I just kept doing this week in and week out, the fear would drop off. Eventually, I would be able to get financially stable. And the most important thing is that I could eventually convince him to come on here to teach the rest of the world, which he's literally doing because there's people from all parts of the world that are listening to him now. So everyone out in the world could have a chance to experience and enjoy what I did for those years. And I couldn't do that if I was keeping my fist clenched tight. And I learned something a long time ago. If you leave your fist like this all the time, clenched on, afraid to lose what you have or even what you value, you're not only going to lose it, but you can't open your hand to receive something that you can't foresee into the future with, that you don't know that the opportunity is just right around the corner. And we have no idea what's going to happen with brother Robert Williams. He may show his family this. He may talk to his brother in a new light that convinces his brother to come listen at the podcast. Or just for Robert in his own personal life, he may even advance to some goal that he's been wanting to achieve for a long time, just from getting the raw facts and the raw truth from Tehuti, from Saba. And so when I say Saba eats off of these donations. Now, you don't have to throw down hundreds of dollars or even if you don't have $20. You can give your time, you can give your service, you can somehow get in contact with someone and say, Saba, listen, I'm on hardship right now. I got a family to feed. It's Christmas time. I don't know what to do, on and on, but I want to help you. See, just that enough, acknowledging him and acknowledging the importance of his being and his presence and the teachings, just that enough. I know him personally. That means more to him than any financial donation you could give to him. So acknowledge him. Acknowledge that he puts in time and effort and work in this. Just like when we were growing up, we acknowledge, or families acknowledge, that the pastor, preacher, the reverend are putting in time and work for their sermons. The only difference is Saba is not only teaching from people's questions, but he's showing you the truth. He's literally showing you the evidence, which I never knew. I don't know any pastor, reverend, I don't know any other teacher that was doing that. Not even the Egyptologists, because the Egyptologists are not teaching from a perspective of living the knowledge that they're receiving when they would go over and do the excavations and everything. They're only doing that for competition, recognition, and monetary value. Basically what we call today clout. Tehuti's not doing that. Tehuti lives this. I've been to his house. The guy that you see on camera here is the same netter that I see when I go over his house. He does not change. He does not waver. He is the epitome of Maat, or what's known as stability, firmness, and strength. And that's what he created within me. Because when I first met him, I, like you, Robert, had family, and even myself was just coming out on the tail end of this Bible, homosexual, deceptive, dystopian, just disgusting culture. I was coming out of that. And I was very lost, but I knew that somewhere out in this world, there was the truth. And that truth is Tehuti. And I met the truth. So from that day forth, I realized, well, I don't have much because I was literally homeless. And Tehuti knew that. But he said, hey, I'll carry your bags. Or, hey, you need me to run the store for you, do this. Or whatever. I can't even remember. That I was willing to do whatever. That's my point. So you have to ask yourself, if you're coming here and you're gathering information, and I see a lot of people, they always type in the chat that they appreciate the information. The least you can do is let Tehuti know that you appreciate the information. Then if you really value the information and it's actually assisting you in your life, then we have a conscious obligation to give back. And why do I say we have a conscious obligation to give back? Because the new information that Tehuti's giving to you to enhance you and better you, you did not get on your own. He's literally teaching you, so you can't say that you're being self-taught, because I've met people that say they're self-taught. And I'm not saying there's not people that aren't self-taught in things, but we all know that what these verses that Tehuti's bringing up, I haven't heard anybody else that brought up these gay homosexual verses, at least those particular ones, like Numbers. And then finally, the program here, or the I don't like using the term program, but the movement here, Tehuti's teachings are based on reciprocity. It's built on relationships because, as he explained, relationships in Kmt were everything. especially female-male relationships. So it's built on reciprocity. Without reciprocity, there is no Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, there is no Netter, formerly known as AJ, and there is no scribe, and there's no me without relationship. So in order for this to work and to keep going into the future, it is that Tehuti has to be appreciated more than he is. I'll just be blunt like that. There's people right now that are giving collegiate professors hundreds of dollars for books per hour. People are going on Amazon buying books. I went on Amazon, dropped $50 on a book that I wanted. I know there's people out there that are doing the same thing for whatever you want. So if you're in the chat room saying that you value the man and you're not dropping something for him, even if it's a few bucks, then to me you're phony and you're fake. I'm putting it straight like that. Kemetic Netter, he said, see, this is what I like about him, because he said he was going to do something and he immediately did it. And that's the same way Saba is. When Saba says he's going to do something, he'll do it because it's not fake. And the movement is not built on a fake foundation. It's not a pseudo. And then real quick, if you're in the Bible, if you're a Hebrew Israelite or a Christian, or I'm not going to get on all the Abrahamic religions, but the Christianity or Hebrew Israelite, and you realize that as a black, especially as a black man, that there's homosexual agenda in there, clearly stated. It's time to look in the mirror. I don't care how tough you talk. I don't care how loud you get. You are gay in my eyes. Whether you have a wife or a mate, or there is something in you that needs to be checked. I noticed within my own relationship when I was in the Hebrew Israelites, I was very, very, very not tolerant, because the Bible tells you not to be tolerant of females. I can even say that it broke a very important relationship. And for that, I could never forgive the fake Yahweh God or the people that created the PSYOP, the Greeks, for that. Because I believe wholeheartedly, like a lot of our people do, that this was the way for us. So I totally get where Robert's family is coming from, where his brother says that without Jesus, there is no family. I totally get it because I was there. And it's very evil. But right now, making history, we have evidence right here. You can replay this as many times as you need to for family and friends, yourself, and you can see plain and clear that here, this is not right. Historically goes against what's called quote unquote black culture. Not even on average, I can't name anything prior to the Greeks that was quote unquote black culture that condoned homosexuality. And even today, like places in Nambia, the president kills homosexuals. I don't want to keep talking about it because it's upsetting. So I'm just going to pass the mic to Brother Scribe and let him take over.
Mic check. Can I be heard?
Yes.
All right, great. Peace and love. Hotep Maat, Saba Tehuti. Once again, redefining what it means to bring forth information in a creative way, in a factual way. Not only do you teach the facts and the truth, you do it in a way that is entertaining, and you make it fun to learn, and that's what it's about. So me personally, I don't necessarily understand why we as a people don't support the things that are good for us. I've never really understood it. I still have a hard time understanding it because I've never had that issue personally. It kind of seems like a natural thing to do. And as a younger brother, when I look out and I see those who make excuses for situations or things, it kind of rubs me the wrong way, because I understand that it's really all a mental, you're tricking yourself mentally, you know, whenever you start making excuses. And the one thing that I appreciate on an extreme level that Saba Tehuti is doing is he's changing the paradigm of associating knowledge with broke, with free. That never made any sense to me, because you, on the other hand, you're always told that your most valuable asset is your time. So how can, on one hand, your most valuable asset be your time, but then when you invest your time into something, you don't get the value that you deserve out of it? That's an oxymoron. And that clearly is a psyops in itself that doesn't allow us to tap into the magic that allows us to attain what it is that we envision. So what Saba Tehuti is doing is a multi-layered teaching that is breaking us out of the poverty conscious paradigm. And it's not just a financial thing, it's a consciousness of understanding that you give reciprocity to that gives reciprocity to you. We don't take from each other within Maat. If you find yourself following the teachings of Maat and living within Maat and learning about Maat, then it should be understood what Maat represents and its balance. And if you're on a consistent basis just taking and you're not giving, that's a clear indication of some off balance things going on there. And that's not within Maat. And that seems very simple to understand for me. And, you know, it's an important thing for us to break out of that, because it holds us back on so many different levels, you know. And that's why I always give such gratitude and appreciation to those who go beyond and do the extra, because Saba doesn't have to be doing this. He's a one of one. He's the only one that can do this at this level. So to take advantage of this is blasphemous to me, to be honest. You know, so those who support in whatever way that you can, you know, it's always, for me, I look at you with the most utmost gratitude and appreciation. You know, it's an energy exchange. And from the outside looking in, I always love to see those who are giving back to each other. We always want to take from each other, but we don't want to give to each other. So those who give to us in a way of that's so abundant that we don't even recognize how much we're receiving, to just give back a little bit means so much. So Tua and appreciation to those who do that, and I revere you and I give you adoration. So Tua to you, and Tua to you, of course, Saba Tehuti, for everything that you do. You teach in so many different ways, and you will never see or hear from me and not receive that. So I will always and forever give it to you. I love you, Saba Tehuti, and these brothers on the panel, Brother Ahati. Peace and love, and thank you.
Thank you, brothers. You all. That was great. I was in the background moving around, heard large portions of what everybody said. Appreciate That's so much. Everything Ahati said is true. Everything that he said about carrying the bags, and he didn't have funds to offer, but whatever he did have, he did, and I remember those days. And yes, Ahati buying a $50 book was unheard of. I've never heard of Ahati buying a book before. So this is that is something different, and it's true. It's absolutely true. So I'm not gonna expound more on what the brothers said. I like what Scribe said, and I appreciate what Magul said, that this is what we have. That's right now. This is what we have. I really appreciate what everybody said. I'm gonna get into this last breakdown that everybody been waiting for, question. And I was looking for my fez. I can't find it, so keep on the top hat.
Hey, I thought when I first read your title, I thought you hooked up with Kamishan Adept again, and he was going to challenge you here.
And it was what? Challenging what?
I thought it was a rematch. I thought you guys were gonna. I thought he was here to challenge you for a moment. I had to reread the title again, though.
Oh, yeah, nah. Somebody typed that in the room too. Where is he? But yeah, it's funny, brother. funny,
that
brother.
Was a slaughter.
Yeah, pretty much. His own Moorish elders said that I won the debate that he brought the Moorish elders, and all of them said I won. Pretty bad. But we're gonna get into it though. Let's go. We're gonna break into it. Breaking the spell, breaking the matrix. I'm gonna give a couple shout outs of some donations, and then we're gonna rock this out. I may have to do 2 parts of this, but I'm gonna stop at about 12:30 my time. But let me give a couple donations. Shout out to you, brothers. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Mogul, Scribe, Ahati Maat, and I wish safety upon Arcad, and I wish safety on Tehuti. Hope he's doing good. Okay, everybody, let's get into it.
Can I say one thing really quick? You figured out a way to free yourself, and you were free, and you could have just been free on your own, but you came back. You came back to free other people, and for that you deserve a lot of respect. You could have just been free and not cared about anybody else, but you kept coming back. You keep coming back. You keep coming back. I don't know much about Harriet Tubman. There's that story, but she kept coming back in the story. And so I don't know if that was a real person, but I know you're a real person, and you keep coming back. You keep coming back, right? You keep grabbing souls. So you deserve a lot of reciprocity for that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, my brother. It's true. I did keep leaving. I did keep coming back, and thank you so much, brother. You're absolutely right. I appreciate that because I didn't have to at first. I didn't have to. When I first came back, there was no donations for questions, so I didn't come back for the money. I really didn't have to come back. You can ask Ahati. I really was just satisfied with my family on Wednesday classes. I had no urge. Even the first times I was on the Killer Priest, Ahati said, "Do you like this? Do you like it?" I said, "I don't care." I said, I don't care. I have no care. I don't but I'm remotivated, so I'm here. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to break down the question that was sent in. I'm going to do a couple donations, and then I want to show the respect for everybody who donated because they may fall asleep. It's almost 12 o'clock here, so I know it's 3 o'clock their time, so I want to go ahead and give the shout out. So let me go ahead and do that, brothers. See you back on at the end of the class to close out. We'll be closing out in about an hour or so. Peace and love, brothers.
Hotep.
Okay, everybody. So we got oh, what's this? Hold on. Jacqueline Taft. Wait a minute. Wait. Hotep. Wait. Oh. Let me erase Robert. Oh, interesting. Jacqueline Taff is Matt daughter of Ra. All this time. Hold on, let me put this in. Okay, hold on a second. One more shout out to let me. Oh, and there's a question. Let me file. This is a question sent in. Did I just lose it? One second, everybody. I gotta file this because I'm not gonna be able to get to this tonight, obviously. Where did the question go? It was Maat, daughter of Ra. Where did the question go? Hold on. It's the Monte. It was PayPal, right? Oh, it's the Mac. Strange. Okay, let me see. Let me file it again. Hold on. Let's see where it goes. So I can put a note for this. Let's see where it goes. It disappears. Brothers. Okay, here it is. Oh my goodness. This is so strange. Okay, Jacqueline Taft. Let me give a shout out to Jacqueline Taft. Maat, daughter of Ra. But let me get this off the screen. A couple things just happened. I gotta clear. So I'm gonna put a note under this. Okay, here we go. 3, right? 3 or 4? 3. Okay. All right. Shout out to the next donator, 1111. Let me put this in the room here. Shout out to. Where'd it go? Right. Okay. Shout out to Maat, daughter of Ra. I hope it's on the screen. Maat, daughter of Ra, 1111, which was colonialism prophesied in ancient Kmt. Very good question. Obviously, we'll not have time to go over that tonight, but we're gonna get that next week. Let's do it. Shout out to Maat, daughter of Ra. If you're still in the room, I can't see the room, but shout out to Maat, daughter of Ra. Good question. All right. Next one is Pretty Gal. Oh, that's old schoolian. Old schoolian. Oh, let me get the hand claps ready. Let me get everybody. Shout out to people giving the donations. Shout out to my daughter of Ra. Thank you for the donation, appreciation, and the good question. And the next one is Pretty Gal. Who sends $20. Shout out to you, sister. Let me go ahead and put that in the room here. In the shout out to where'd it go? There we go. Shout out to Pretty Gal. Hold on one second, Pretty Gal. Shout out to Pretty Gal, who's also the old schoolian, who says, peace from old schoolian. I'm in Atlanta. You? I'm in Atlanta, you. Okay, shout out. I used to live in Atlanta. Shout out to old schoolian in Atlanta. Appreciate that. Thank you for that support. Wonderful. Okay. Next is my good brother Sasha, who's been popping up nicely lately. Thank you, Sasha. Brother Sasha is constantly representing my teachings on Facebook. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. He's constantly, even right now, there's a post I just saw. He always throws some knowledge of a class I did the week before or something. And he throws that on his Facebook. And he brings people to the awareness of the teachings. And then every once in a while he'll tag me in. And he'll become awareness to the podcast. Shout out to Supreme 13, Sosh Wallace, which is $20. Appreciate that, my good brother. Always seeing consistent support from you lately, and I like that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the appreciation. Okay, everybody, this is good. I see the donations are, people are showing respect and appreciation of me. Vinny Blacklodge, shout out to Vinny Blacklodge, who's becoming Vinny Blacklodge is becoming a consistent supporter actually now. He's becoming like, pretty much each class, I would say. It didn't start out like that, but it turned into that. Shout out to this good brother. He is donating every class. Vinny Blacklodge. Appreciate that. He's peace and blessings. Shout out to Vinny Blacklodge. Thank you, my good brother. Peace and blessings. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Is that on the screen? Yes, it is. Shout out to Vinny Blacklodge. Peace and blessings. You are wonderful. A consistent supporter now. That's awesome. Antoine Hayes. Who's that? Antoine Hayes. Isn't that Jeremiah Judah? Isn't Antoine Hayes the English name of Jeremiah Judah? Antoine Hayes. Isn't that? Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Jeremiah Judah sent a donation? Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Am I reading this right? That name is familiar with that name. Oh, yeah, it says it. Is this right? Oh, yes, here he is. JJ. Thank you. What an interesting surprise. JD's in the room somewhere? He always gets blocked out of here. JD, if you just behave yourself, you can come in the room and add on and all of that. I know the moderators always are blocking you because I don't know why. He acts like kind of crazy, man. You're kind of crazy, and they always block you. But if you just act, just be formidable, respectful, and you can come in the room. I see you supporting. That is very interesting. Shout out to JJ, Jeremiah Judah. When I saw Antoine Hayes, I was like, hey, what? That is interesting. Shout out to JJ. This is JJ 7000, by the way, everybody. Jeremiah Judah, who throws $5 for the support. That is very, very interesting, and I appreciate it. And thank you. Actually, I would never, ever have expected. Yes, unblock him, and hopefully he can come in without. I don't know. Sometimes I feel, I don't know, JJ. You can control yourself, brother. You can do it. I'm voting for you. You can do it. Control yourself and just get your point across with control and calmness, and everybody's fine with you. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. Just control yourself, and we're all good with you. Yes, take him off a block, and hopefully he can control himself. Okay. We got Lamo Hampton. Wait, they put this in. Shout out to got a nice little well. Is this? Oh, come on. Interesting question. I don't know if I understand this question, but let me go ahead and put it in the room. Shout out to Lemuel Hampton, who says, what does he say here? Lemuel Hampton says, he says $3.33. Saba, could you break down about time like AM starts at midnight and the 12 and PM starts at midday? That always puzzled me. Help me understand. Okay. I'll put a note on that, and this is a quick breakdown. But again, I have to put everybody in everything in order. So let me see if your question popped up, and I will save it. Let me go ahead and save this. Next week I bring it out a couple minutes. I just can't do it right now, but interesting question. We'll get into it. That's a quick one. Okay, next week. Shout out to hold on. Let me rename this right. This is gonna be next week 4. Interesting question there from Limu Al Hampton. Breakdown about the AM PM. Okay, nice. Okay, good. All right, everybody, ready? Ready to get into Shane Harbor. Oh, there's some big ones. Black Alucard, are you here? Black Alucard dropped the bomb on Kmt. Kmt dropped one. Shane, Black Alucard. Robert E. Williams. Let me give him a shout out. Robert E. Williams, who asked the question, he actually sent a donation. Me and AA Drain. Let me give him a shout out. I'll answer this question. We're going to Kmt, Black Alucard. You guys got some big donations. I love to break those down at the end, though. Let's go. Okay, here we go. And $20 from Robert, who actually is the one that asked that question about the Jesus. Shout out to Robert, who says, for me and AAW Drain. Mind-blowing answers again. Is that Anthony Drain? I don't know what the AAW, but it must be Anthony Drain. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate that. All right, everybody, you ready? We are going to get into the final question. It's 12 o'clock. Hopefully I can get this done. I'm going to go 45 minutes. I need to be asleep by 1:15. So let's go ahead and get into the final one that people have been waiting for. And once again, I want to tell everybody, shout out to everybody who sends in questions. I do not coax anybody or pre-make a lecture. The only thing I put together are the answers that people send me. So people see me breaking down Christianity, destroying Islam, or discussing the Moors. It is because a question was sent to me on it. That's the beautiful thing about the Podclass, is that everything that I'm teaching on is the interest of the people. So speaking of which, is Stranger here? Stranger. He sent a huge donations. Let me go ahead and put his donations in the room. He sent one donation for $27 and then sent another one for the same, clarifying. Pretty good. Very good. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Put him in the room here. Stranger. Okay, everybody press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Is King Lemua the person just asked the question? Names sound alike. Okay. Go ahead and press 1 if you can hear me, everybody. Let me go ahead and do a screen share and show the good brother Stranger asked a question. Let me see. And here it is, everybody. This is just the first part. He sent 2 big donations. And the question is, first part of the question is, who started the Moorish Science Temple? Noble Drew Ali or Abdul Suleiman? That's a very good question, but then he changed it. Oh, Bossie's here. Greg can't hear me? Okay, Bossie's here. So, who started, shout out to Stranger, who started the Moorish Science Temple? Noble Drawlee or Suleiman? That was his question at first, and then he sent another one to clarify it, which actually became another question. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. That was $27 for that one, and then he sent the other one. And he said, no, that's the same one. Sorry. He sent another one, which was he said, for clarification, I hope it's on the screen, everybody. So this is actually another question. For clarification, the question I was trying to post on my last donation was, what is the correlation between the Moorish Science Temple and the Shriners, giving the similarities in iconography and belief? That's a much more detailed question. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to Stranger. Are you in the room, Stranger? I don't even know if Stranger's in the room. But shout out to Stranger. Appreciate you, good brother. That would be $54, I believe. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. $54 sent in from Stranger. Thank you, good brother. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are going to get into the question. So first it was, who started the Moorish Science Temple? Suleiman, I guess Kmt Suleiman or Noble Drawlee. But then the question changed to more specific. What's the correlation between the Moorish Science Temple and the Shriners? What's the correlation? Let's get into it, everybody. Let me go into the room. Is everybody here? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's break it down. Everybody has never broken down before, at least as I've seen, because I know a lot of brothers. I know quite a few brothers in the Moorish Science Temple, or just claim they're Moors. I don't even know if they're actually legal members in the Moorish Science Temple, but they claim they're Moors. And if you were to say that they were Freemasons or had any type of Freemasonic affiliation, they would take that as an insult, because they don't believe. 1 hour and 1 minute. 1 second, everybody. Okay, good. They don't believe that Noble Drawlee got his teachings from Freemasons. They don't believe that. That's not a part of the Moorish Science Temple teaching, that Noble Drawlee got his teaching from Freemasons. As a matter of fact, most of the people in the Moorish Science Temple will say that Suleiman was actually the Shriner, and eventually Noble Drawlee kind of separated himself from that, was working with him at a time. He was actually his elder. Suleiman is definitely the elder, and he's working with him. And then they separated. So Suleiman stayed Shriner and was open Shriner, but Noble Drawlee and the followers up to date do not say that their teachers are, from the Grand Lodge of England or anything like that. So we're going to get into it, everybody. You know how I break things down. Let's get into it. Let's break it down. And let's see. Everybody ready? Let's get into it. Let me move this off the screen. So there is the brother's question. I don't even know if he's in the room anymore. We're gonna break it down. And once again, everybody has the right. I'm gonna say this again. Everybody has the right to be whatever they want to be. Just be truthful and understand your origins. And if you claim you're something, say it all. I may prove and show that the Moorish Science Temple followers, are Shriners, are Masons, and some of the brothers want to say, you know what? That's what it is. I am. No problem, and I have no problem with that. So we just want everybody to have all the information, and then you decide from there. Let's go, everybody. Are you ready? So Strange is not in the room, but we're still going to go do it. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into it. For all those who didn't see, let me move this down. For all who didn't see, question was sent in, 1 and 2 from Stranger. And the first one was, who started the Moorish Science Temple, Noble Drawley or Abdul Salam? And that would have been actually a fast answer. But this next one is definitely not a fast answer. For clarification, the question I was trying to post it on the last donation was, what's the correlation between the Moorish Science Temple and the Shriners, given the similarities, iconography, and beliefs? Are there similarities? If so, here's what everybody wants to know. If there's similarities between two groups, who is that? One of my snakes is on an escape mission, and I can't see which one it is. Somebody's trying to break out. But if something has similarities with another group, who originated what and who took from what, and that's what we're going to get into. Just going to deal with dates and facts. Everybody ready? Press 1 if you can hear me. Ron Moses here. Shout out to Ron Moses. Is Stranger here? Stranger's not here yet. Everybody, one more time, press 1 if you can hear me. Just press 1 last time, because after this, I'm not going to take a break. We're going to go right into it and flow right to close to 1 o'clock and then end the class. Right knowledge, power, and peace to the truth seekers. Shout out to you. Can everybody hear me? Everybody can see me, hear me? Wonderful, because I'm not taking a break. So all of everything. Everybody hearing me? Yeah, I like that name right here. I've never seen this person, but I like that name. Shout out to this new person here. Rebel Minded 85. That's right. I like that. Rebel Minded 85. Rebel Minded 85. I don't know if that's Huey P. Newton. I'm not sure who that is on the avatar, but I do like that name. Rebel Minded. Okay, everybody, let's go, everybody. Let's go. Moorish Science Temple, Shriners, who started what? Who originated what? Let's go. Here we go. Our brothers, the Moors. Whew. Our good brothers, the Moors. Our good brothers, the Moors. Here we go. Our brothers, the Moors. The question is asked, what is their ties to Freemasonry, secret society, the Shriners? Who is Suleiman Hamid? Is it possible that even within the Black conscious organization, the secret agenda is used through them as a tool? The matrix is deep. Let me show you that not even amongst the Black Power freedom movement is there safety from the PSYOP. So these are actually all questions that have been asked to me. Who are the Shriners? Amongst the Black organizations, is the PSYOPs there? Are the Black organizations such as the Shriners and Nation of Islam, are they used as a tool for the government? Are they following something and not knowing its origins? Do they openly know the origins and following it? Are there people placed as shills that are controlling the agenda? What is going on here? We're about to see, and you all make your decisions from there. This is a very interesting topic. Let's go and see, everybody. Here we go. So first, we're going to start off with the good brother. The brother right here, who started it all, or who appeared to start it all. Him and Suleiman, but we're going to get into that in a moment. And others who were part of an organization. It was all a team. It was not just one man walking around by himself. All were needed for the team. So this brother right here, Noble Drawley, who was once known as Timothy Drew, but we're going to respect what he wanted to be called. And so this is the prophet, the founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America, to redeem the people from the simple ways. Born Timothy Drew, better known as Noble Drawley, January 8th, 1886, July 20th, 1929, was American, founded was an American who founded the Moorish Science Temple of America and considered a prophet by his followers. In 1913, he founded the Kmt Temple in Newark, New Jersey, before relocating to Chicago, where he gained a following of thousands of converts. Following the murder of the rival Moorish Science Temple leader, Drew Ali was arrested but never charged and sent to jail. He died in 1929, shortly after being arrested. So, of course, what I do, everybody, is, of course, I give the information you can find when you immediately look somebody up. That's usually on Wikipedia or Britannica, and then we get a little deeper. But I also want to show people that if you were to type in Noble Drew Ali, that's what would pop up. Now we're going to get a little deeper. Here we go. So first, we see on Noble Drew Ali several dress code aspects, none of which seem to go back to Kmt or any quote-unquote African dress. Let's start with that hat with a tassel they call a fez. We will also start with dates as a contextual marker, because Moors love to scream out the European got it from them. I actually hear that from almost every Moor. Noble Drew Ali gets started with the Kmt Temple in 1913. Let me introduce you to Walter Fleming, founder of the Shriners in 1904 with the fez on. Okay. Most people never heard of this man right here, but here he is right here. And who is this right here? Let me go ahead and blow this up so we can see who this is. Walter Fleming. We're going to look at him and date. So Walter Fleming, June 13th, 1838, Portland, Maine. To September, and September 9th, 1913. Is that interesting? September 9th, 1913, Mount Vernon, New York. Prominent physician, surgeon, was a co-founder of the Shriners and the Masonic Order with William J. Conlin. Fleming listed as a member number 1 in 1904. Okay, report of the Mecca Temple in New York, New York. So he's there in 1904 forming the Shriners Temple, and here he is. Walter Fleming, also known as Dr. Millar. Dr. Walter Millar Fleming. Okay. Who goes from 1838 to 1913, interestingly, the same time that Noble Drew Ali founds the Kmt Temple. Let's go on, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to break it down. And so that is the founder of the Shriners, 1904. He is member number 1 in 1904. So we're just going to go by dates. Okay, so did most of you know that Noble Drew Ali did not work alone, but had a quote-unquote high priest, advisor, or co-founder? Let's take a look at who Noble Drew Ali's elder was. Elder in the sense that the man was older, seen as a high priest, and seen as coming from another country outside of America with information that was not privy to the average American, regular Moor or regular Islamic person, as a black man and Shriner. So he was definitely the elder of the two. Oh, what's that on his head? And guess what group he forms and comes out claiming? So here we are with the Walter Fleming with the fez on. Originally called the tarbush, but they still call it a fez. And here he is right here. This is the person who was asked about by the brother stranger. So here's the doctor. A lot of doctors going on. Here's So we got Dr. Walter Fleming, and now we have Dr. Suleiman Muhammad. Let's go ahead and check out a little bit of his bio. We can see he has the fez on with the sword, the reversed crescent, and the 5-pointed star. Okay, so we see these fezzes are pretty prominent around this time, 1904, 1913, 1906. So here we go. Dr. Suleiman Muhammad, known as Dr. Prince D. Solomon Abdul Hamid Suleiman. Allegedly, he was an Egyptian, recognized that at the time Sudan was officially part of Egypt. He was an Arabic speaker, i.e. an Arab or Arabian. As a 1922 newspaper article describes Suleiman, he worked as a minister, promoter of religion. He had immigrated at some point before October 1909 appearance, possibly in 1908. Yet there has been founded in 1906 reference to a black Baptist named Reverend Dr. P.H. Solomon from 1906. Whether this is the same figure as Prince D. Solomon is unknown. You can see colored Baptists. Sun, Baltimore, June. That's an article. The Sun, Baltimore, June 10th, 1906. The name of Suleiman's movement was, boom, the Canaanite Temple. Right? Timothy Drew, Professor Drew, later known as Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was co-founder. Timothy Drew, Professor Drew, met him in Egypt, persuaded him to come to America. Left to the left pick. In one front page article, this man of African descent was depicted wearing a fez, and it was reported that he had been proclaiming his movement to be both Islamic and Masonic, a Mohammedan masonry, and spoke of his mystical and Egyptian connections. According to Martin Bornell, Masons saw their religion as Egyptian, their signs as hieroglyphics, their lodges as Egyptian temples, and themselves as Egyptian priesthood. Othello's Children in the New World by Jose V. Pimiente. Bay, PhD. Dr. Suleiman communicated to the group's head, Caesar R. Blake Jr., is the man for the African American Shriner community known as the AEAON, Ancient Egyptian Arabic Order Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, AEAONMS, to come under the protection of what is called the Mecca Medina Temple of Ancient Free Operative Masons from 1 to 96 degrees, the true Shriner. Okay, boom. Shout out to, this is actually from another Moor. There's different sects of Moors, all claiming to be the right one. A brother named Dr. Alim Bey put this information out. So this is coming out from a Moor. Okay, so boom. Noble Drew Ali's elder is a part of the order of the mystic, quote-unquote, shrines or Shriners, then demands that Muslims must pledge to the real Shriners. Okay? So this is the Sun, Baltimore, June 10th, 1906. Egyptian ex-high priest declares there are no true Shriners among either colored or white Americans, asserts as a necessity the oath coming from the Mecca of El Po, Arabia, and adoption of Muslimism, to swear by the beard of the Prophet, and quote unquote says there is not a legitimate or real noble of the mystic shrine, black or white, affiliated with the American Masonry, declared Dr. Abdul Hamid Suleiman, ex-high priest from the city of Khartoum, Sudan, Egypt, now and for some time past residing in New York City. Presented address is okay. So here it is. So basically, he is claiming to be a Shriner, not just a Shriner, but claiming to be of the original Shriners that are only authenticated if they swear by an order coming out of the area outside of America. Okay, so we already have a connective tie immediately from the Moors to Shriners and Freemasonry. Let's continue. So it must be a Mecca Shriner, as he calls it, a Mecca Shriner. Interesting term, right? A Mecca Shriner. Where have we seen that before? We're going to get to it, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me shrink this down. Okay, here he is. So this is from the article. Here is Egyptian Mason, as they call him, Dr. Hamid Suleiman, who questions the legitimacy of Western Shriners. So explaining his declaration, Dr. Suleiman said that the true Shriner's oath must come from Mecca, Apollo, Arabia, that adoption of Muslimism and Mohammedan faith is a necessary precedent to be followed by taking the oath on the Quran. So he says, in order to be a true Mason, true Shriner, you have to take an oath that goes back to the Quran in Mecca by swearing by the beard of the Prophet, the Maro of Mecca. Another distinguishing essential is that occasional masonry only covers from the first 2/3 degrees, while Oriental and True Rites carries disciples to the 96th degree. That's what he claims. That's what he says. That's the definition of the true, authentic Shriners. Shriners, interesting, quote, Mecca Shriners. But there's nothing mentioned in the Quran to Muslims about being a Mecca Shriner. Where does that term come from? Oh, remember Walter Fleming, the founder of the Shriners in 1904? Do you remember what his temple was called? Let me show you. So here's Walter Fleming again, 1904, founder of the Shriners. We're going to go ahead and blow this up. And what's it called? He's member number 1, 1904, in Report of Mecca Temple. So he is a Mecca Shriner. Back in the mid 1800s to 1904. We have the founder of the Shriners associating with the term Mecca Shriners. Nowhere in the Quran, but pushed by these Shriners. We will notice that the Moorish temple touts a green interlocking star symbol on their flag. Note the red background. I will get into that shortly. So let's get into this flag. This is the Moorish Oakland star. Let me go ahead and blow this up. So here we are with the Moorish Oakland star. Let me get everything on the screen. Okay, so this is, you notice this is not a star actually. It's not even a star. It's interlocking lines, which doesn't represent any form of a star or anything that a star does in the sky or any ancient Kemetic star. Actually, what you're looking at is you're looking at two triangles which are the same shape that I broke down in the Delta 18 breakdown. You're looking at two triangles interlocking. These are triangles interlocking, shapes interlocking with each other, depending on what angle you look. One right here, one right there, and one right here. You can, depending on how you turn. But this is not a star, but this is the Moorish Oakland star. Green interlocking 5-pointed shaped symbol with a red background. Okay. Here is their book, Quran Questions for Moorish Americans, where we can see the ridiculous claim of this interlocking green star, red background, and the date and the origin. So if you ask a Moor, according to Noble Drawley, what is this shape right here, this interlocking symbol? And what is the red background and how old is it? Here's the answer they give. So here is the great meeting is on Quran Questions for Moorish Americans. They actually discuss, and here, this is a Noble, let me blow up the whole thing. This is the bottom. Noble Drawley, founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And it gives the address, Chicago, Illinois. What does it say in this book as the origin of this green interlocking 5-pointed symbol with the red background? Let me take you to the Grand Lodge of England just for a moment. So first, let's go into the book. So remember, this is 1913, number 19. What kind of flag is the Moorish? It is a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. What do the 5 points represent? Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. How old is our flag? It is over 50,000 years old. I've even seen renditions of the same lesson where it says it's 10,000 years old. But this flag right here, where is it? This flag right here, supposedly, where is it at? Where are we? Oh, I gotta shrink this down. So this flag is 50,000 years old. Where'd it go? Where'd the flag go? Here it is. This flag is 50,000 years old, according to the Moors. Here are the claims, of course, the unverified, unfactual, undated, unarchaeological claims that this five-pointed, whatever this is, not a star, five-pointed interlocking symbol with the red background is 50,000 years old. What does this do? This claim simultaneously means that anybody with a red five-pointed image, a green five-pointed image with a red background, must be taken from the original flag, because the original one is 50,000 years old, and there's no Shriners 50,000 years ago. There's no Masons 50,000 years ago. So, of course, the claim is whoever has this, they took it from us. We've had it for 50,000 years. Can you find this symbol going back 50,000 years old? Just if you can, put the link in the room. I don't even want a conversation about it. I just want a link to the archaeological find. I don't want Gish Gallop. I don't want explanations. I don't want theories. I don't want, well, what it is. You see, what it is, but what you got to do is you go back in time, and then the measure, and you go back to the measure and the manifest. Well, I just want the archaeological. Let me go ahead and put it in the room, everybody, for everybody to know. The new people in the room who don't know what our motto is. What is our motto, everybody? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, which means what? It means that when a question is asked about times and dates, we don't start saying, well, what it is, you see the measure and you get the manifest, and you move the compass to the right in the square, and you got the 5, you add the 0, that's the 50, and you see the 1,000 is thou sand because we walked on the sand, and thou. No. We just need an archaeological find that shows an interlocking green shape anywhere on this planet with a red background as a flag that goes back 50,000 years old. No explanation. You should need to know. There should be no talking, nothing, just archaeological evidence. And of course, this does not exist. So here it is, everybody. If you want the evidence and the so-called radical claim, it is over. It's not even 50,000 years old. It's over 50,000 years old. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the actual founders of Freemasonry. Let me take you to the Grand Lodge of England for a moment. You may not have heard of the Grand Lodge of England. Some have. But what is the Grand Lodge of England? The Grand Lodge of England is the origin of Freemasonry in 1717. You can basically find this undisputed anywhere you look. Freemasonic teachings, what's the date? 1717 to the present. This is where it all started as far as Freemasonry. So this is 1717. Noble Drawley is 1713, and so is Suleiman. Suleiman's around, Noble Drawley is 1913, and Suleiman is right there in the same time period as Noble Drawley. This is 1717. I'm going to take you inside of the Freemasonic Grand Lodge. That's from 1717. Here it is. Here's inside. Beautiful place, huh? Look at all the people. Look at all the Masonic gentlemen with their apron, their paraphernalia. Look how big it goes. There it is. Grand Lodge. They are very serious. Out of England, 1717. They're not playing around. Okay, so we see the Freemasonic Lodge was set up in 1717. I put a typo. It's supposed to be not BC. 1717 AD. Let me take you to the southern side of the lodge, to the wall of the Corinthian pillars. So we're going to go to the wall of the Corinthian pillars in the Grand Lodge. That was 1717 AD. What do we see? Uh-oh, wait a minute. What is this? We're inside the lodge now on the Corinthian pillars, southern side. And what is this, everybody? What do we see here? Let's look closer at this. A little closer. We see interlocking green star. Not a star. It's an interlocking green symbol of some sort. In the Grand Lodge, 1717. Boom. The all-seeing eye, right there at the top. The green star and the Helios, the sun, producing the red fire in 1717, 200 years before Noble Drawlee busted again. Dates can be disputed, so either we go by the teachings of the Moorish science sample, which teach this, the green interlocking symbol with a red background is 50,000 years old, no archaeological data or evidence, or we go to a lodge that's from 1717, which has teachings on all these symbols going back to 1717, and we see the green 5-pointed symbol with the red background, which makes much sense because the sun itself is producing red and yellow flame. So of course the background is going to be red because there's the all-seeing eye with the sun, and there's the green interlocking exact same symbol. So is this 50,000 years old, or does it go back to 1717 to the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry? We be the judge. Either produce the facts, or we have a lodge that's 200 years before Noble Drawlee with the interlocking green star and the red background. Here it is again, everybody. According to the Moors, this is 50,000 years old. We'll shrink it down so you can see them both at the same time. And there we go. Get a look at them both. So notice they're even positioned in the same angle. So sometimes you may see a 5-pointed image positioned with 1 point down or to a different angle. If you notice, they're the exact same angle, exact same thing. Did Noble Drawlee get this from some ancient Kemetic Nile Valley elders that go back 50,000 years ago? Or was he with a man who claimed to be a Shriner, who was a Mason, who wanted people to go to Muhammad Masonry, who took his symbols from 1717, 200 years before Solomon was even born? Remember, Solomon Noble Drawlee's elder, did he know about the lodge? So did Solomon know about this lodge? Some people may say, well, Solomon may not even knew about the lodge to get the symbols from the Masonic teachings. He got his information from straight from the lodges in Arabia. So did he know about the lodge? Let me take you back to the June 10th, 1906 Baltimore Sun, where he was initially making his Shriner's argument. Let's see if he knew about this Grand Lodge. Here he is right here. What does it say? Claims English parentage. And he says, American Masonry, he said, derives its being from the English Grand Lodge. He says it himself. He says that he has full acknowledgement that Masonry is from the Grand Lodge. That's what he said. So what's the date of the Grand Lodge, Suleiman? It's 1717. Can you show your 5-pointed image going back 50,000 years? Can any of you show that? No. This goes back to the Grand Lodge. You weren't even born 200 years ago when the Grand Lodge was touting these emblems and symbols. Boom, it's over. But you know, I'm not done. We're going to keep on going. We're going to see. We're just going by dates to see what's first. Who was first? What was what? So the Moors under Suleiman continue to try to challenge the Grand Lodge of England that they are stealing from and end up getting obliterated, having insufficient evidence exposing them as the plagiarists. So Solomon is claiming that the Grand Lodge actually took from his form of Shriners, and in his argument he starts to write a letter to the Grand Lodge and ends up getting completely refuted. So here it is. This is sad, brothers, but American Masonry said derives from the Grand Lodge, claiming that original Prince Hall Lodge comes from the English body. but the origin is in doubt, avers Dr. Suleiman, since the closest search of Masonic history fails to show a record of this action. Tradition brings down to the story that in Boston, sometime about 1783 to 1890, there was set up an African lodge with a membership confined solely to military subjects, no civilians. So he keeps trying to trace it back to an older date. The problem is that even if this is true, which is not true, but even if it's true, 1783 is well after 1717. So even if you try to trace your origins back to some African lodge to 1783, the Grand Lodge is still 1717. It still predates your claim. So here's where he gets obliterated. As evidence of his contention with regard to the status of the Masons in the United States, Dr. Suleiman has a letter from the Grand Secretary of the Grand Lodge of England. So now he's corresponding with the Grand Lodge, replying to a letter of inquiry sent to him by Dr. Suleiman and others interested as the relationship existing between the colored Masonic fraternity and this country and the English parent body. And here is where he ends up getting bodied, trying to send a letter to the Grand Lodge looking for acceptance while simultaneously trying to claim a fictitious origin for the Freemasons. Here's what the Grand Lodge of England's response was to his claims. What did the Grand Lodge say back to him about these claims? The letter signed by G. Culliver Smith, Grand Secretary, reads as follows: United Grand Lodge of England, Freemasons Hall, GT Queen Street, the address. Dear Sir, in reply to your letter on May 7th, the United Grand Lodge of England has at no time recognized either a colored lodge or a colored Grand Lodge in the United States. The only American Grand Lodges and subordinate lodges which are recognized by this Grand Lodge are the Grand Lodges of the 49 independent jurisdiction into which the United States is divided. You must have been misinformed as to the alleged Louisiana Grand Lodge, because the United Grand Lodge of England has never held any Congress in Switzerland or associated itself with any international Masonic gathering held in that country. You must have been misinformed as to the alleged Louisiana Grand Lodge, because the United States Grand Lodge of England has never held any Congress in Switzerland or associated itself with any international Masonic gathering held in that country. This reply may be communicated to the 3 signatories with yourself to the letter of July 12th, asking for information as to the position taken up by the United Grand Lodge of England in regard to the colored masonry in the United States of America. Yours faithfully, signed, G. Gulliver Smith, Grand Secretary. So that conversation is over. Okay. Grand Secretary. So even after not being able to source Freemasonic Black origins, the Moors shamelessly continue to teach it. Now, today's Moors will say Noble Drew Ali separated himself from the Freemasonic agenda of Suleiman, and today they are not Freemasons or a part of that European secret society. Let's take a look at something to see if that claim is actually true. Let's take a look and see. All right, so here we have Ahati's favorite guys, and there they are right there. We see the cartoon shrine with the sword. We see the symbols. We see it all. There it is. There are the gentlemen right there. They are the Shriners, the Masons, and they are boastfully touting their fez with the tassels and the symbols right there. Okay. Here's Suleiman. Seems to have on the exact same thing with the sword, the upside down crescent, and the star with the tassels, and the fez seems to have on the same thing. Now remember, I showed you above the Masons were established in 1717 in the quote-unquote Grand Lodge. Well, guess what the Moorish emblem is today? Remember that Moors say they broke away from Suleiman and don't have any Freemason influence anymore. Look at their present symbol and look at the title of the two emblems. We already have the green five-pointed symbol that we don't know what it is. They say it's a star, but it's interlocking something, but it's green with a red background. We already see that the interlocking goes back to the Grand Lodge, not a regular green five-pointed star, but that interlocking symbol with the red background. That goes back to 1717. And now let's look at the two emblems. Look at the title of the emblems. Here it is, Moorish American Government. Let's blow this up a little bit and let's look at the titles. Interesting. We see the sword, we see the star, whatever that is, the interlocking. And look what the symbols are called. The Grand National Emblem. Interesting, right? The Grand National Emblem. And look what the next one is called. The Grand National Seal. Okay. So this is called the Grand National Emblem and the Grand National Seal. And here are the Shriners. And here is the symbol that is on the Moorish, this emblem right there. There it is, LTPF, Justice, and there's the sword with this interlocking thing. And there's the sword, and there it is right there. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep taking a look and see what derived from what. So they're taking all these little symbols, even down to the terminology of grand, even down to the term grand, okay? Because where the Freemasons started from was called the United Grand Lodge of England. Here it is right here, the Grand Lodge of England. So now, stemming from the Grand Lodge of England, you're going to take their five-pointed interlocking symbol with the red background, and then you're going to take the name of your seal. We call it the Grand National Emblem, and here's the Grand Lodge, and you have the Grand National Seal. And why the 7 though? Why did Noble Drew Ali and the Moors associate 7 with the word seal and a pentagram? Are you ready? Remember, the Masons are associated with building and Solomon's temple, right? Have you ever seen the Seal of Solomon? Anybody ever seen the Seal of Solomon? So remember, Solomon is a fictitious character from the Bible, but of course Noble Drew Ali and the Moors and Elijah Muhammad didn't know that at the time. They didn't know that. We know that now. So they're obsessed and have this number 7, and right beside it they have the five-pointed green symbol. It's a pentagram though. Why the pentagram? The Masons associate the pentagram with Solomon, the Seal of Solomon, because he was the master builder in the Bible. Okay, that concept comes from the Freemasons. Remember, the Bible is not real. So the concept of a Solomon being a master builder with a seal, none of that comes from ancient Nile Valley culture. None of that comes from the pyramid text. None of that comes from the Purim Haru. None of that comes from the coffin text. None of that comes from the ancient anybody. That is strictly Septuagint made up information, only found in the Bible. So the Masons associate with this building, and they have the seal. You ever seen the Seal of Solomon? Boom. There it is right there, everybody. This is the pentagram of Solomon. Symbolic of the Seal of Solomon, or the ring he would wear, according to the folklore, the lies. The ring he would wear, which gave him the ability to contact the jinn, and spirit forces came down to help him build and become the master mason that he was. But here is the Seal of Solomon. They have 2 seals. One's a 5-pointed image, and one is a 6-pointed image. And here is the seal. So we have the seal associated with the Grand Lodge, because the Grand Lodge acknowledges Solomon. Let's take a look and see if they do. Boom, the seal is the 5-pointed star, but does this have anything to do with the number 7, Tehuti? Well, let me take you to the famous ritual book of the secret Freemasons called Duncan's Ritual Book, dating at 1866. Yes, 47 years before Noble Drew Ali. Let's see what the Masonic code for Solomon's Temple is. So here is, you can go look this up. This is 1866. Duncan. So this is before anybody was walking the earth, calling themselves Moorish Science Temple, Canaanite Temple. This is 1866, 47 years before Noble Drew Ali. What did they teach? Here it is. So it's called third section. So is there any connection between the 5-pointed star and the number 7? Well, we go back here, and there's a connection because they're right beside each other with the Moors. When it comes to the Moors, these two symbols are right beside each other with the sword in the middle. Is there any connection between this, which would originally be the symbolic symbol of Solomon's seal, the 5-pointed pentagram, and the number 7? Does the number 7 tie into this and Solomon? According to the Lodge of England and Duncan's Freemasonic Ritual Book from 1866, the Freemasons follow. Here we go, everybody. How long was the temple building? Speaking of Solomon's Temple, guess how long it was, y'all? 7 years. 7. There's your 7. There's your Solomon. There's your 5-pointed pentagram, which represents the seal of Solomon. There's your 7 years associating 7 with Solomon and the building of Solomon. And it says, how many constitute entered apprentices in the lodge? 7. 1 master teacher and 6 entered apprentice. We don't even have to go down that far. We just have to go down to see that Solomon's Temple in 1866 is associated with the number 7 and associated with the pentagram, the seal of Solomon, the 5-pointed star, long before there was any group called the Moorish Science Temple, which is associated with a 5-pointed symbol and the number 7 in any type of building. Boom, 7 associated with Solomon, and the Grand Lodge is now the Grand Seal of the Moors. Let's go back. They call it seal. Why? Because the Freemasons and the Jewish Talmudians teach that, and the Muslims teach that what Solomon had on his finger was called the seal of Solomon. It was a 5-pointed star emblem, a pentagram, and one was a 6-pointed star that he used to control the jinns to build Solomon's Temple, and they called it the seal, which is associated with the number 7 because it took him 7 years, according to the Freemason, and the seal was a pentagram. And here we are with the green pentagram taken right from the Grand Lodge, and they call this symbol with the green pentagram the Grand National Emblem, and right beside it is the 7, which is called the Grand Seal. It's all coincidence, though. Don't worry about it. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking it down. Take it for what it is. And here we go. So there are 3 stages now in Freemasonry. There's 3 stages in Freemasonry symbolized by 3 steps. Let me go ahead and show you. So there's 3 stages in Freemasonry symbolized by 3 steps. Let me show you. This is also in Duncan's Ritual Book from 1866, 47 years prior to a Noble Drew Ali. Let's check it out, everybody. We're going to go to page 93. Senior deacon then conducts the candidate to the senior warden in the West and reports, S.D. Brothers, senior warden. It is orders for the worshipful master that you teach the candidate to approach the east place, further light in masonry, by 3 upright, regular steps, his body erect at the altar before the worshipful master in the east. Senior warden approaches the candidate, faces him towards the east, and says, "Brother, you will step off with your left foot, 1 full step, and bring the heel of your right in the hollow of your left foot. Now step off with your right foot and bring the heel of your left in the hollow of your right foot. Now step off with your left foot and bring the heels together." What does all this mean? This may sound like mumbo jumbo to everybody. Well, if you take all these directions and put it in a picture form, here's what it looks like. Here's your 3 steps. Right there. First step represented the entered apprentice. Step 2 is the fellow craft. And of course, this step with your feet almost at a 90-degree angle is master mason. First 3 steps in masonry, found on page 93 in a book written in 1866, 47 years before Noble Draw Lee. There are the steps keeping your feet at this particular angle. Okay? All right, everybody, ready? Wait, where have we seen this Masonic foot positioning before? Right here. As a matter of fact, every time you see Noble Draw Lee, almost every time you see him, you'll see his feet in a particular position with his hand on his chest and a fez on or some other type of sash or helmet on, and his feet are positioned in this very interesting position, which I don't stand in. I don't know how many people here just stand at their job like this. I don't know if you stand at your office, if you're with your son and you're out and about fishing with them, if while you're not fishing, all of a sudden you put your feet like this. I don't know anybody who purposely puts their feet like this in every position. Noble Draw Lee and the Freemasons do because it represents master masonry. Your feet is in a particular position. And there are still some cognitive dissonance saying there's no way Noble Draw Lee went into Duncan's Freemasonic book and took this foot stance. No way. Wait, Mr. Moore. Noble Draw Lee is not just in the foot stance of the 3 Masonic degrees in Duncan's ritual book, but do you notice his hand position? So Duncan's ritual book has the foot stance, but what about the hand position that he's always in? Notice his hand position? Is this from the Quran? Is this from some ancient Medu glyph? Is this some type of ancient African stance? Or is it from Duncan's ritual and the Freemasons of 1717, 200 years before Noble Draw Lee and 47 years before Noble Draw Lee? We see him in the Duncan's foot stance. Now we see all these gentlemen here. They seem to like their hand on their chest in the exact same position, and most of them will have their hands inside the jacket. Get a good look at this. I guess they got this from, I guess they all got this from Noble Draw Lee, maybe? I don't know. Were all these men after 1913? John Wilkes Booth, William Gladstone, Joseph Stalin. Was he after 1913? Did he get it from Noble Draw Lee? Kim Jong-un, he got it from Noble Draw Lee. Obama, I guess Obama was a Moor. The Pope Francis, he got it from Noble Draw Lee. Charles Darwin got it from Noble Draw Lee, because remember, this is a Masonic, a Moorish temple thing. So remember, the Moors didn't get it from the Freemasons. The Freemasons got it from them. So we see Noble Draw Lee in that position, and all these men in that position. Some of these men are way before Noble. Never even heard of Charles Darwin. Hear about Noble Draw. Charles Mack was a follower of the Moorish Science Temple, and here they are all in that position. Why? I don't stand like this. Hey, brothers in the room, when you're fishing with your son, when you're watching the football game, when you're with your friends, do you stand like this? Does anybody in the room stand like this? Is this some type of regular stance that brothers do? I don't remember Ice Cube standing like this in the Boys in the Hood movie. You guys remember Ice Cube standing like this? Anybody remember that? No? Remember anybody standing like this in the Menace to Society movie? Any regular brothers stand like this? No. Absolutely not. This is the Freemasonic stance. And look at this picture in the corner here. It's like a drawing here. Same stance though. Okay? And here we have him in the stance. Same hand position. I guess he follows Noble Draw Lee. This is a popular Freemasonic stance, but where is it from? Where is this stance from, everybody? Where can you trace this to? Does this trace back to the Nile Valley? Did King Tut stand like this? Did Pharaoh Ramesses? Is an African thing? Shaka Zulu stood like this? Huh? Yemi Yen? Who stood like this? The Dogon stand like this? Where is this from? Why are all these people doing this? Remember this picture here in the corner? It's from that picture. Here it is. What picture is this though? What picture is this? This one looks like this one up here, doesn't it? Figure 34, though. From where? It says sign of the master of the second veil. Figure 34. From Duncan's Freemasonic ritual book. Dang. Oh, this is horrible. But I guess Duncan got it from Noble Drew Ali, because remember, the Moorish Science Temple came out with all this first. They don't follow Freemasonry. No way. Nope. Duncan traveled all the way to 1913, and he got it from Noble Drew Ali. Look at their feet, everybody. This is directly from Duncan's ritual book from 1866. Noble Drew Ali is 47 years later. Nobody could show me anybody described like this in the Quran, the Torah, the Per Haru, any ancient book. Is there anybody described as standing like this? For what reason? With their feet in the exact same position. So here's Duncan, and here's Noble Drew Ali. But of course, the Moors don't follow Freemasonry. No, they didn't take any of this. No, not at all. This is all a coincidence. So he's standing in the exact same position as described in the footstance of the exact same book, page 90. Look at this. This is the exact same book. So the book actually describes why Duncan is standing like that on page 93. It describes why he's standing like that. There he is standing like that. There's your Duncan image standing like that. He describes it. Why is Noble Drew Ali standing like that? Is that something the ancient Moors used to do? With his hand in the exact same position. It's not from Duncan's ritual book? Okay. Let's continue, everybody. We only have a few more minutes. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're just going by dates, everybody. Dates and facts and information. All Masonic secret society symbolism, psyops into the Black conscious Moorish community, all in the guise of regaining our ancient culture back. Let's go back to Duncan's Masonic ritual book, page 97. You have all heard the Freemasonic secret handshake. Anybody heard of that? Anybody in the room ever heard of the Freemasonic secret handshake? We've all heard of that. Even if we don't even know what it is. We've all heard of that. It's actually a secret symbol of a pass from a fellow craft to a master mason. Let me show you, everybody. This is a pass from a fellow craft to a master mason. A pass from a fellow craft to a master mason in Duncan's ritual book. Let's take a look. Back to Duncan's ritual book. I love the date, though. The date's my favorite. 1866. How old was Noble Drew Ali in 1860? Okay. So here it is, Duncan's ritual book. And it has the description of it. It says, from the real grip, the fellow of a fellow craft to the pass grip of the master mason. Conductor here instructs candidate to pass his thumb from the second joint space beyond the second space. And it goes on. Pass grip, master mason. Here it is right here, everybody. This is the pass grip. Okay, it's just a symbol of a handshake, but it's very significant. This is actually an identity symbol. As you can see, it secretly identifies one Mason to another in a way that the average person can't see. So that means if two Masons shake each other's hands, depending on how they put their thumbs, they could communicate to each other in a court or on a street that there are particular degrees in Freemasonry without talking. And the police, the firemen, the postman, the wife wouldn't even know that they're talking with this handshake. It's an identified handshake. It shows the identity of one master mason to the next. It identifies the mason. What's unique about this image is that it's always shown with the cuffs, not just two hands, because there's many images of hands shaking, just two hands, right? Everybody's seen it. You can pull it up on Google, handshake. And it just shows two hands shaking. But what's interesting about this symbol is that it always shows the cuffs, not just the two hands shaking. So it is an identity symbol. Hey, it you all know that the Moorish Science Temple has what's called an identity card? Anybody know this? The Moorish Science Temple has something called an identity card. Have you ever seen it though? Anybody ever seen the identity card? So this is the identity grip of the Freemasons, where you know what someone's status is, who someone is. By the handshake, you can identify them. Did you all know the Moorish Science Temple has an identity card, right? Anybody ever heard of that? Let me check the room and see if anybody's ever heard that the Moorish Science Temple has an identity card. Anybody just press yes if you've heard of it. An identity card. Everybody ready? So here's the identity handshake, where the conductor and the candidate can tell who they are. They can identify each other. And here's the Moorish Science Temple identity card. All right, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Oh boy, but the Duncan took it from them. So here's the symbol of the handshake with the cuffs. Always shown with the cuffs, how two Masons can identify each other, give their identity silently. And so the Moors come out with a national identity card. And when we look close, of course, we see the two hands shaking with the cuffs, the jacket on with the white cuffs underneath. Do you all see this, or am I must have drawn this? Maybe I must have created this. Here is the black jacket with the white cuffs. You see them? And the hands shaking, showing identity. And here we are with the dark black jacket and the white cuffs. Oh man, this is the Matrix, man. We're in the Matrix, y'all. Here we go. Boom, everybody. What's happening here? Here's the identity card. Here it is right here. Here it is. Boom, the identity symbol even down to the cuffs. And yes, of course, from the exact same 1866 Masonic guidebook that everything else that I've shown you, the Moorish Science Temple has represented. But the Moors will tell you, Noble Drew Ali did not identify as a Freemason. That was Suleiman. It's starting to get dark, everybody. It's starting to get dark for the Moors. And of course, I'm still not done. Not done, everybody. I'm not done. Let's keep going, everybody. Let's keep going. So now, you may see George Washington in his Masonic attire. Everybody seen that? George Washington in the Masonic attire. Has anybody seen that? George Washington with the Masonic attire. Anybody seen that? Woo! All right. So here we are, everybody. George Washington with a Masonic attire and a strange tool in his hand. What is that? What's this tool? Let's take a look at it, everybody. Boom. He has this strange tool. Anybody know what this tool is called? It's a Freemasonic symbolic tool representing real masonry work, but it's symbolism in the Masonic Lodge, Grand Lodge, 1717. Here it is. Everybody see this, what he has in his hand? That's interesting, right? Why does the President of the United States walk? Was he making houses? No. It is a symbolic tool of Freemasonry. Let's find out what it's called, everybody. Let's find out what it's called. I'm going to show you quotes from Duncan's ritual book and another Masonic book that will explain what is symbolized. Everybody ready? Here it is, everybody. Boom. Duncan's ritual book. Working with the tool. There it is right there. Everybody see the tool? Working with tools of a master mason are the implements of masonry appertaining to the first degrees of indiscriminately, but more especially the trowel. This is called the trowel, everybody. The trowel is an instrument made use by operative masons to spread the cement, which unites buildings into one common mass. But we, as free and accepted masons, are taught to make use of it for the more noble, glorious purpose of spreading the cement of brotherly love and affection. So they have the trowel in this Masonic book. I'm going to go ahead and read another Masonic book. I'm going to read another book. It's going to explain the same thing. Here it is. Number 18, we use the plane to smooth the rough and uneven surface of the joints and block and board that go to the building and build the temple for the truth. The chisel line, the plummet, and saw all have their uses in the workshop. So why does it call it the plane, the smooth? Why? Because the trowel, this is the trowel right here. What does it do? The trowel is a small hand tool used for digging. The trowel is a small hand tool used for digging, applying smoothing. See? So this is called the trowel and the smooth. That's what it's called. Explained in Freemasonic ritual books for its symbolism. Okay? The trowel. Let's continue. Okay, we will get to this a little bit later. We're going to get to that in a little bit. What is the most popular symbol of the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in general? Everybody type in the room. What is the most popular symbol of a Freemason? You see them wearing it on their rings, on the back of their car. Almost anybody can identify this symbol. I'm going to go in the room and see. What is the most popular symbol that identifies you as a Freemason that you see people wearing rings of? They have it on the back of the cars. What's that symbol? It's very, very common. What is that symbol? Anybody know? You've all seen it. What is that symbol? There it is. People are typing it. Very nice. Very fast. Okay. Very, very fast. The compass and the T-square. The G with the compass. There we go. Compass square. Compass square. Everybody knows it. Compass square. Compass square. Compass square. Compass square. Jody actually put the she actually put the symbolism. The G with the middle. Compass square. Compass square. Compass square. That's literally the most popular Freemasonic symbol. Okay, let's continue, everybody. And there it is. Why? It's on the Grand Lodge, the United Grand Lodge of England. There it is at the top, the compass square, and there's the one Jody put with the compass square with the G in the middle. Everybody see that? Because we've all seen that before. All of us have seen that before. Rebel Minded even put G with the compass. We all know, we've all seen it before. Okay? So when you see that, you know that is a Freemasonic symbol. No, we don't see King Tut wearing this. We don't see Shakas. We don't see nobody in Africa wearing this. This is strictly created by Freemason. Compass and square in this particular position with a G in the middle. Of course, forming the 6-pointed star. But let's go. Everybody knows that symbol. Okay, there we go. Let's break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to break it down. As a matter of fact, you can even see Harry Truman. He's wearing it right here. There's Harry Truman. And he has his apron on, and there's the compass square with the G in the middle. Everybody see that? There he is. Okay. Very open, no problem, very open. Right? Harry Truman, Independent Order of the Oddfellows. You thought Oddfellows was some type of mob movie? No. Let's go. Okay, here we go. The square and the compass on the grounds of George Washington's Masonic National Memorial. Square and compass on the grounds of George Washington's Masonic National Memorial as seen from the observation deck. Boom! There it is, the more obvious symbol that every Freemason identifies with. Everyone I've met. Okay? Christians don't identify with this. This is nowhere in the Quran. This is nowhere in the Hadith. This is nowhere in the Talmud. This is nowhere in the Torah. This is nowhere in the Purim Haru. This is nowhere in the coffin text. This is nowhere in the pyramid text. This is strictly a symbol of the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry. That's it. That's all, folks. We know if we see you with this symbol, if you represent this symbol, you are definitely a Freemason or completely guided and influenced by them. There's George Washington. He has it right on. Out in the open, no problem. There he is, George Washington right here. Harry Truman right there, no problem. The presidents represent this. They're open Freemasons. The compass and the square, the universal dead giveaway of any Freemason. I will now take you to a Freemasonic book that will explain this symbolism. This is explained thoroughly in Freemasonic literature. So Freemasons have literature books which actually explain the compass and the square, just like they explain the trowel. We're going to go to chapter 5 over here. We're going to go to line 13 over here. Let's see what this says, everybody. Let's check it out. Okay, ready? These tools remind me of the ones we handled in the work of the shop of the mind, where are made through the builder. Actually, oh, here it is. We use the square to measure our lives, straighten out the crooked places in the way, and we make the corners of our conduct. Okay, let's go up here. We went to the presence, one day bring it. So these two remind of ones we handled in the workshop, the mind of the thing, where things are made of thought and where we build up character. We use the square to measure our lines and straighten out crooked places of the way to make the corners of our conduct. And I don't have the section where they talk about the compass, but that part is of the square. Okay, so there they're explaining what the compass and the square, or what the square at least represents. Okay. I didn't tell you the name of the book that elaborated on the Masonic trowel smoother and the compass and the square. Oh, it's right here, everybody. So the book that's breaking down the trowel and its symbolism that you see George Washington with, and the compass and the square, here's what the book is called. I just didn't tell you the name of the book. It's called The Holy Quran, Moorish Science Temple of America 7 by Noble Drew Ali. Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor. There's the trowel, 1866. There's no Christian book breaking down a trowel. There's no Kemetic book. There's no Islamic book. This is strictly Freemasonic symbolism. And in the Holy Quran, we use the plane to smooth the rough and uneven surface of the block and the board that will build in the temple of truth. So there's the trowel explained in Duncan's Ritual in 1866. Then boom, all of a sudden 1913, we have the trowel being explained by Noble Drew Ali for some strange reason. But this is bringing us back to our African roots, of course. So here it is, everybody. The Grand Lodge, the compass and the square. And here we are. Here we are in the Holy Quran again, by Noble Drew Ali, going on to explain the same symbolism and the tools and what they symbolize in the square and all of this, the trowel, the square, and the compass, and all of this explained in Noble Drew Ali's book, 1913, Compass and Square explained by the Lodge all the way back to Duncan's Ritual, 1866. Of course, they have the compass and the square going all the way back to 1717. Now I'm done, everybody. Boom. So everybody, if you want to know, you can take all that information, take it as you wish. You can say all of this is a grand coincidence. It all just fell into lap. It all just happened to be happenstance. We just go through all this information and land perfectly like this. Or you can just look at the dates and see the obvious influence that the Freemasons had on the Moorish Science Temple, and that they're still using the symbolism. None of these symbolisms came out of Africa. There's no shaking hands with the cuff, with the black and the white. There's no trowel and the compass and the square. There's no apron. There's no standing at a 90-degree angle, all coming from the same book. There's no standing up with your hand over your chest like that, like all the Freemasons. There's no five-pointed interlocking green emblem other than the Grand Lodge with the red background. All of this was taken. There's no seal. That's Solomon's seal, which is represented by the seven years of the five-pointed pentagrams, original builder, Freemasonry, all taught by the Grand Lodge in 1777, and then more specified for the public in Duncan's Ritual book, 1866. That is my breakdown, everybody. Boom. Take it for as you wish. This has nothing to do with myself. This has nothing to do with anything I practice. I will just tell everybody, practice as you may. Practice whatever you wish to practice. Just know the roots of things and don't think that something came from something else when the dates show it in reverse. So if you're going to be a practicing Freemason, if you're going to be a practicing Moorish science temple with all these symbols, just understand that Duncan's ritual in 1717 came 200 years to 47 years prior to you, and you didn't become prior to it. There's no ancient Moors in Morocco teaching any of this. If anybody has any ancient Moors of Morocco teaching about the compass, the square, the trowel, the 50,000, the five-pointed interlocking is 50,000 years old. If we can get old documents from the Moors going back to the early 1400s I want these specific teachings, no, they don't go back there. Does the word Moor go back there? Yes, but that is the cognitive dissonance, and that is the over. If I am in the room and you see me and you can hear me, press A1. Press A1. Something restarted. Bump the system off. If you can see me, press A1. Press A1 if you can see me. Press a 1. Wonderful. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just here to show you that you see the obvious. There's nothing to explain after that. Boom, glad you appreciate it. Thank you, stranger, for asking the question. I'll check the room to see the comments to see if anybody appreciated the breakdown. If that was common knowledge that the Moors already break down, then let it be common knowledge, but I just want you to see the dates. And if somebody can show me this five-pointed symbol going back 50,000 years, but not to the Grand Lodge of 1717, I'm all open for the archaeology. If somebody can show me any ancient culture, with handshaking as an identification, and then you have an identification card with the handshake, and all this is a coincidence. If you can show me our ancestors with their feet at this 90-degree angle with their hand on their chest, that didn't come from Duncan's Lodge in 1717, that it really came from the Nile Valley and our ancient culture, it didn't come from Europeans, then please show it. And guess what? If you show any writings from the ancient Moors, guess what the ancient Moors had? Only Islam. Ancient Moors didn't have any ancient secret teachings of the trowel and none of that. They had a Quran, and they believed in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Muhammad is his prophet and messenger. No secret meanings, no sash, no apron, none of that. And most of that anyways came from the Turkish. So anyways, thanks everybody for listening. I'm gonna check the room and see if anybody heard the answer, appreciated it. I don't know if the brother is still he's even in the room who asked the question. Oh, you know what, everybody? It's not showing me because it reset. So I don't see the comments. Oh, I don't see the comments. I don't see the comments because it resetted, so I can't scroll back up to the comments. So anybody who did appreciate it, just put your comments. When I see it, I'll throw it up on the screen. For now, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and do the shout outs. The shout outs for those donators who supported the Tehuti Podclass. I can't see the previous comments to shout them out in the room. So I'm just going to see if any new comments pop up and shout them out in the room. Until then, let me give the shout outs to the donators, which is Shane Harbor. Boom. Shane Harbor, who's known as Shimbo Shane. Shout out to you, good brother. He sent a $10 donation. Boom. And I'll check the comments in a moment to see if anybody appreciated the answer. Or anybody said, hey, Tehuti, you made all that up. There's no Duncan's ritual. There's none of that. Mumbo Jali, the Moors were standing like that in the 1400s. That's our African teaching. Oh, boy, man. We got to just give it all up. But anyways, a shout out to Shimbo Shane, who gave $10 for support from Shimbo. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you, my good brother. All right, Darius McNear, he gave a comment. He said, awesome answer. Joe Ali was an Egyptian adept. All these weird, strange terms. But anyways, all coming from the lodge, too. We can't find Egyptian adept in any papyrus or anything like that. Okay, so here we go. Shout out to Kmt 101 with the massive 2772, my good brother. He said there's a question in the Gmail, so I will check out the Gmail and see what the question is for Kmt. Good brother Kmt, who put oh, no. I don't want to leave. Don't do that again. It's going to try to kick me out again. Nope. Okay. Shout out to Kmt, who put 2772, who said the question is in the email. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. Awesome. Let me go ahead and check the email to see where it is. And he said, I see it right here. I'm going to go ahead and put that. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the room and read it out to everybody. And shout out to the good brother, 2772. Now I'm going to put the question in the room for everybody to see. And the question is, let me go ahead and read this, see if it's, if I can read it, it's so small. Okay, I can see it. It says, peace Tehuti, please break down the second brain for the class and its primary function. Cash App is on the way. Also sent a Cash App a long time ago about Mansa Musa, Kmt pilgrimage, and how people in that region wore the feather of Maat. If you choose, oh, that's right. I don't think that was the question though, but I remember you sent a question a long time ago about Mansa Musa, and it got lost in the mix. Sorry about that. I do remember you said, thank you for reminding. That was months and months ago. I don't remember what happened to that. But I got it now. So what is it now? Mansa Musa and Kmt pilgrimage, and how people in that area wore the feather of Maat. Okay, yes. We can get into both these things. Thank you, Kmt 101, for reminding me. I do remember that from a long time ago. I honestly don't know what happened to that answer or the question. I do remember that. Shout out to you, my good brother. So I got it on file. Let me go ahead and get to the next donation. Oh my goodness, we're gonna say that. Black Color Card, are you in the room? Black Color Card, are you in the room? Brother Ron Ali, what did he give? Oh, it is late. Ooh, we have teaching for 6 hours, 7 hours. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Ron Ali. He always gives $5 every class. Shout out to you, my good brother. Bing, bing, bing. Appreciate the support. Thank you for the consistency. All right, next one up is Arcad Infinite. May you be safe on your journeys and your travels. Arcad Infinite, who always gives the 777 every class. I appreciate you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. Oh, you're the king tonight. I'm gonna save you for the last. We're gonna close out with your donation. 777 from Arcad Infinite. Appreciate you, my good brother, always supporting always vocal about your loyalty and your respect for me. I don't know why the horn went off, but shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you, my good brother. And who is next? E Manifesto. What were Toots? Oh man, E Manifesto with me. This question. Oh my God, E Manifesto. You guys are great coming up with these questions. I always ask people, asked last week, where was everybody satisfying these questions before Tehuti Podclass exists? All these wonderful questions, where were you? Who were you asking these questions to? And what were the answers? Because these questions are beautiful, and I don't see any other YouTube channel where you can send in these questions like this. These are like, some of these are really advanced questions. Shout out to E Manifesto. E Manifesto with the $20. Shout out to you, my good brother. And he sends a question in. And he said, what were Toots' ailments a result of? These questions, man. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. I'm going to put the link in the room for a moment. I just have to step away for a few minutes for the brothers to jump in. And I have to step away for a few minutes. I'm going to do a couple more of these. It's actually almost done. Scribe. Oh my God. See these questions? Where were these questions for the last 60 years? That's what I want to know, everybody. I want to know. And these are questions that you would think everybody would have asked Kemetic teachers. Who are you all asking these questions to? Questions like this. This is beautiful because wouldn't this be an obvious question asked to any? Isn't this the most popular symbol? Look at this. Here we go. Shout out to the scribe. Shout out to the scribe. He sent 2233. Some of my favorite numbers again. And what is this question for? His question is, what is the Ankh exactly? Oh my gosh. Why is it like the life symbol? Shout out to you, my brother. Doesn't that seem like isn't that a question that you would think has been asked before since Dr. Ben in the last 60 years? Has that question ever been asked to any Kemetic teacher? It seems like it'd be an obvious question. What is the Ankh exactly? Why is it life? I appreciate you all, that you all have the faith in me, asking me these questions that you would think people would have been asking for the last 60 years. Like, what is why is Maat the ostrich feather? E Manifesto asked that. We've been teaching that. People in knowledge have been teaching about Maat being the ostrich feather from the 1960s. How come there's no teachings of that anywhere? Why has nobody ever asked that? It seems like questions like that should be asked, but whew. I love it though. I love that you all are asking me because I'm going to break it down for you. And please go and ask other teachers these same questions and see the feedback. Maybe their answers will be different from mine. Okay, shout out to, who's this? Shout out to Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja. Shout out to you, my good brother. What did Vortex Ninja send? $10 for support. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja. Appreciate you. Whoever you may be in the room. I don't know, but whoever you may be. Shout out to you. Where are the brothers? I put the link in the room. I need to step away for just a second. Raphael Gary, who sent in one day, he sent in 8 questions, and it took me a month and a half to answer them. He just sent in 8 questions. I answered them all. Thank you, Raphael Gary. He sent in more support. He always sends in $21. Appreciate that, my good brother. Pressing 1 if you all can hear me. It looks like my screen is locked. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Raphael Gary with the $21. Shout out to you. Can anybody hear me? Press A1. I may not even be in the room anymore. I don't know. This computer is super wild. This internet is crazy. Am I even in the room? Can you all hear me? Am I even in the room? There we go. Now they all pop up at once. What is... Strange. Okay, brothers, I put the link in the room. I got to step away for just a quick moment. Is anybody ready to jump in? Black Sun. I don't know if I understand this question, Black Sun. I hope you're in the room. I need some clarity on this. I know these terms, but I don't know them together. First of all, I'm going to put next week 7 clarity, though. I need clarity on this. Shout out to Black Sun, who sent me this interesting, it looks like 2 questions. I don't know if they correlate to each other, because I can explain first let me put it in the room so everybody can see. I like everybody to see the questions. Here we go. Shout out to Black Sun, who says, explain the Djed Pillar and event horizon, though. I need some clarity on this, my good brother. Send me Tehuti Brown at Facebook. Send me a message. I can explain the Djed Pillar. I don't know if you found event horizon, that term, which actually became a movie connected to the Djed Pillar. I don't know if that's what you're asking. Okay. None of the brothers are here? Oh, my. And the second to last, because the last is Black Alucard. Oh, we got my good brother. I like this, the All of Everything. All of Everything is donating every single class $20 consistent. Shout out to you, good brother. Or you may be a sister, but shout out to you, good being. All of Everything is always donating $20 every week. I don't even know where All of Everything came from. Just popped up out of nowhere with consistent donations. Shout out to you. All of Everything. Shout out to you, my good brother. All of Everything. Appreciate you. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay. And last but not least, the monster has arrived. Oh my goodness. You know what? Let me step off for just a second. Anybody ready to jump in the room for a second? Any brothers? Where's the brothers? What's up, brother? It's Knowledge Born. Knowledge Born, my cousin? What's up? What's up, Knowledge Born? Oh, yeah. Daily, of course. Shout out to you, my good brother, who walked with me on the path back in 1993 when I was just waking up everybody into knowledge of self. He was one of the first of the resurrected, one of the original 5%ers, literally like the original. in the city. Shout out to Knowledge Born. Okay, everybody, I gotta step away. I don't know where the brothers are. Where is Scribe? Where's Ahati? I don't know. I gotta step away for just a moment. I will be back. I was hoping the brother facts. We can't even explain our history. It's too. Oh boy. You ever seen a whole city wake up? Crazy. But okay, shout out to everybody, Knowledge Born, everybody in the room. I gotta step away for just a moment. I shall be back in full effect. Let's do this. I'll be right back. Back. Can you hear me? Press a 1. I am back. Press a 1. If you can hear me, press a 1. Let me move over. It's getting blurry. I'm going to fix the camera in just a moment. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1. Let me fix the camera for a moment. Settings. Let me fix this. Hold on. Okay, it should be clear, everybody. Press a 1 if you can hear me, and if I'm looking clear. Press a 1 if you can hear me, and if I'm looking clear. All right. Let me get back into the room. Okay. Well, everybody can hear me? All right, good. Okay, and for that good brother there, if he's still on daily, if you all remember, I broke down when I was a child, when I was much younger. I used to go out to the ponds and catch, be with the turtles and the animals. That brother was there from those days. The brother was there from the days when I used to go into the fields and be with the animals. That's how long me and that brother go back. All right, everybody, let's do the master donation that shut down the class. The master donation that shut down the class. I believe it's the last one of the night.
the master donation. Here we go. Is Black Alucard in the building? Black Alucard, are you in the building? Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Boom. Boom, I'll put it there. And then I'm going to go ahead and put it here. These are the true supporters right here. These are the brothers that truly appreciate what it is that I do. Thank you, my good brother, Black Alucard, shutting the room down. That's what Black Alucard is about to do right now. He's about to shut the room down. Black Alucard with the top donation, top support of the entire night. Thanks to you, my good brother. Black Alucard with the $100. Black Alucard with the $100 donation. Thank you, my good brother. My brother Black Alucard he's been donating big from the very beginning. I appreciate you, Black Alucard. Thank you very, very much. It is a great way to end this night. Shutting the room down with the $100 donation. I started getting used to that with Tehuti mode. I don't know what happened to my good brother Tehuti mode, but Black Alucard, thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to you, my good man. You are fabulous, wonderful. Appreciate you. Thank you, my good brother. Black Alucard. Awesome. Yes, we're still here. You gotta tell me what the Liver King is. I don't know what the heck. It's a random message about a Liver King. I don't know what that is, but shout out to you, my good brother. And that is, I'm gonna refresh, I believe that is the donations for the night. That is everybody. We're gonna shut it down now. It is 1:44 in the miggity morning, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Shout out to everybody. Special shout out to the people that help the room run smooth, and that is the moderators. Appreciate you, moderators. You are awesome. Fabulous. Nani Aset Mer. Ahati Maat. Ankia Maat. Ahati Maat. And the scribe. Those are the moderators. We're about to shut it down, everybody. What a great class. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Appreciate you all for coming, asking questions, supporting. My name is Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. For those who saw this class and believe that my teachings and my time is worth anything, that is my support. You can send in questions, or as you can see, just send in support. People do it throughout the week also, and I put them up. If you do it like on a Wednesday, I'll put it up on the Friday class. 1 second, everybody. It's got me blurry again. Always does this, but that's okay. I know how to fix it. I know the quirks. And there we go, everybody. Shout out to all of you. That is the PayPal there at the bottom. Support what it is that I'm doing, and I will continue to do what I'm doing at the highest level that you see me doing it. You all have been fabulous. You all are wonderful. Especially the big supporters. I appreciate you all so much, because without you, literally, I would have to do something else. I would just teach my inner family, and I would do something else. And you all wouldn't get these direct teachings, and it wouldn't be good. There is my AI moderator. Support with Cash App. Scorpion King has gone to bed. We have Nia here. And we have Osiris. And I'll show them at the end. Again, this is the PDF book that you can get PayPal, Rock USB, Cash App, TT Moon. You can go directly to the website, which is teachingsofmaat.org, teachingsofmaat.org. Very simple to type in, teachingsofmaat.org. This is Stepping Out of the Matrix book. You can pick that up. Also get a simple PDF. And I'm actually going to start selling the Matrix books. I'm going to have the Matrix book. I'm going to start selling the Matrix book. Everybody keeps asking me about it. I think Anthony Drain saw it for $500. I'm going to let everybody know what was the book Tehuti was teaching out of in 1995. What was Tehuti teaching out of? The Matrix book in 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. The Matrix book, which is not in any store, has no barcode, way before the movie, way before Sophia Stewart, way before any of that. The Matrix book was out in 1984. And so people are asking me about it. I'm actually going to start selling it. Okay, everybody. Thank you all for coming. You all are awesome, wonderful. We have Bean Frank, who's been here from the beginning. I think he's here from the beginning of the class till now. He says much love and respect, Bean Frank. Hey, Black Sun, do me a favor, my good brother. Email me that. Just email me that. Email me that. Here's my email, and I'll attach it to your question. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Go ahead and just email me that you just typed in the room, and I'll go ahead and put that together with your question, and we'll go from there, okay? Shout out to Black Sun. Shout out to Bean Frank. Shout out to Rebel Minded. I love that name, Rebel Minded. Shout out to Darius McNear. Great show. It was Drew Ali's claim of Egyptian Adept. Not saying I agree. Yeah, it's good for us to figure out the by Valerian. Most people don't know that. By Valerian, man, was $500 now. Crazy. Part 2 is $550. Yikes. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Andromeda Miserabilis. Shout out to Boss Fee with the master donation. Maxwell Gary. Master K. Kmt. Shannon. You still up, Shannon? Shout out to Shannon. I know Bella's long gone asleep. I don't know where Hati is. I don't know if I don't know where my moderators are. They're knocked out somewhere. Shout out to Ascari. Your masterful breakdown will be shared with my lodge brothers. Oh man. That's right, Ascari. My brother Ascari is, I don't know if he's still, but he's definitely he's definitely amazing. Shout out to you. Share that knowledge with them. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody, we're about to close out. We got Bean Frank. I keep want to say Ben Frank. Tehuti, always enjoy the information, my good brother and teacher. Thank you. Everybody that's watching this, support what it is that I do for you. I am your servant, and I continue to serve with these type of answers as long as I am supported. Peace and blessings, everybody. On the hat, of course, is Niyat. It's going to get blurry now because I'm getting close to the screen. I'm going to fix it again. It always does that. But on the hat is Niyat, as you can see, all the way from Zimbabwe. And, of course, my good brother, Osiris. My good brother, the Anaconda. And I think his wife, his mate, is up, and she's looking out, trying to figure out where he is. It's time for him to go back home. Shout out to you, Osiris. There you go. Boom. This is Osiris the Anaconda. And we have Neith on the hat. Osiris, say peace to everybody. Interesting because the green screen makes green invisible, and he's part green. So he looks very interesting on the screen. Shout out to everybody. I appreciate the support. It's 2 o'clock in the morning over here, and I got an appointment. Shout out to Rob Moses. Thanks, Brother Tehuti. I appreciate all the info. Thanks, Brother Tehuti. and I appreciate all the information that you share. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Darius McNair says, great show. Great show. It was Noble Drawley's claim of Egyptian adept. Not saying I agree. Wonderful, everybody. You all are beautiful. See you all the next pod class. Peace and love, everybody. You all are awesome. We're going to end out with the affirmation. We're going to end out with the affirmation on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Maat, MS, Nin Tet Aset and Maat, Min Hebepet and Maat, Her Enhu Kiyui, Her E Kut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious. I come forth as conscious light. You all have been awesome. Thank you all for the support. There's the Cash App again for those who are just tuning in to the end of the show. There's the PayPal. Support everybody with whatever you feel that this class or any future questions or classes are worth. Cyrus, you're a big guy. Tomorrow you're going to eat something big. We're going to see maybe 2 guinea pigs, maybe a rabbit. You and your mate are going to eat. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. You all are wonderful. Awesome. Peace.